in the finals was a little bit shaky, right? So I would like to see hopefully more presence in terms of chicken dinners, Nipchura. If we do actually see wins, because we do have to keep in mind, we do have the Smash ruling next weekend. That is something they need to heavily focus on.
Absolutely. It's definitely something we need to really think about is, yes, they can dominate. And it's always fun to see, right, a team that can dominate and come in first or second without any wins whatsoever. But with that Smash ruling, we are going to be looking at, do they have that win potential when the going gets tough? That's going to be a massive factor at this year's PMWC.
It will be a massive factor. Who's going to be able to win it? And will they be winning it via Smash rule or not so far? Honestly, I'm hoping that it ends up happening here at PMWC at EWC 26. But something that we were not expecting yesterday was a funny moment for Aurora, because during Rondo Max, there was a moment where, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Seoul, he ended up calling your favorite stuff, players, in the cover, and this ended up happening right here, where he ended up getting just absolutely splat down by it.
Hey, you know what? That's a good helmet. That's a good advertisement you could put there. But yeah, unfortunately, the cover flare is a little bit random where it's going to be falling. And normally, you want to communicate, guys, steer clear. The cover flare is coming down. I guess he didn't say that at that moment, so that was quite unfortunate. And they did get knocked, but I believe they got back afterwards. But cover flares, they could be your friends or your enemy. Be careful.
Yeah, if you were ever wondering if it can knock you, yes, it can knock you. We have full proof up there. But let's just remind everybody about the prize pool, because there's so much money on the line here. We got a prize pool of $3 million, 1.7 for the finals, 152,000 for survival, and 1.14 million for group stages. I mean, yesterday we saw with 4 tribes being able to get that first place. They ended up with something along the lines of like $70,000, $72,000.
That's over 8 games, for 8 games. No, for 12 games. Thank you. I can't do math. We know this. It's fine. It's fine. But no, that is a pretty insane number of stats coming on through. They're very excited to see who's going to be taking that first place home for Group B tomorrow, basically.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, for Group A, if for some reason you did end up missing it, don't worry. We got you covered with the STC Rewind.
Jackie Powers here, joined by John Allen, live for the STC Rewind. Well, we're going to be talking PUBG Mobile, John. Run that right back.
Absolutely. We had a lot of action unfold for Group A over the last 2 days. Yesterday was the final day of their group stage, and a lot took place. 3 really important chicken dinners. The other one's also pretty important, as well as some performances mixed in, but I want to highlight OG at the start of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Doing a lot, doing the business, continuing their momentum from the end of day before to be able to find another chicken dinner in a technical back-to-back to open the day on Rondo. 11 eliminations. That really bolstered their scoreline and helped them and on the performance that they were able to find. RRQ and Alola as well, with some really crucially timed chicken dinners at match 3 and match 5 to be able to see themselves away from that elimination bracket, making themselves a little bit more secure in their footing.
Yeah. It was a sick start to the day. Like John said, being able to connect that back-to-back gave them a lot of energy that kept them in a great spot for the overall runnings. Because as much as the individual twists in the narrative of those results mean a lot, it's the big picture context, John. So should we start to switch our attention towards that, get into how that developed?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bigger picture, of course, is those qualification spots, right? Moving in towards the top 5 and hopefully away from the bottom 3. But all good things must come to an end. For certainly 3 of our teams yesterday, it did, which, of course, X-Force Rejects, Thunder Talk Gaming, and Gaming Stars all had to take a dive on that one. 3 teams, they're not going to be making it forwards. Their keys, no more, obliterated.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is you either dominate and you're able to live your movie on the stage, or your keys get crushed. And, well, they did go down, much like we're going backwards. That's how it went for those squads. 4 Thrives were up on stage, effectively gloating, having their showmanship moments with Barney that they well and truly earned.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 Thrives at the top of the pack. A clear winner in my eyes. Great to see them coming off of the PMGO title as well. To be able to bring that power to another global stage is brilliant. Sometimes you don't see that, so fantastic stuff from them. Orangutan joined them in 2nd place. You've got Aurora, Team Flash, and Enigma Galaxy all in those top 5 direct qualification spots. So they are going to be chuffed to bits, Jackie.
Oh, yeah, they were. And if you missed that as well, it was a double peak finish on Miramar where Lord from Enigma Galaxy, I think, got like 8 elims on his own to the point where he was just living there sweating bullets with limited ammunition to do anything. That gave him a nice injection of points. We saw some close runnings, going down to a bit of a nail-biter in our final game, John.
Yeah, Ulf were able to take that chicken dinner, but they were just shy of Enigma Galaxy's scoreline, meaning that they weren't quite able to join that top 5. And that was a little bit of an upset, I have to say. I mean, Ulf, a lot of teams, a lot of players, a lot of viewers will have expected them to be joining that top 5 podium finish, but it wasn't to be, unfortunately, and Ulf will have to go to the survival stage along with so many of our other teams.
So let's find out how today's going to go live on the show.
Hey, oh, whoa, Max.
Hey, no, I do not want to talk to you, Kalara. Since last year, you were horrible to me. I'm done with you.
I'm not horrible to you. You're my favorite friend.
Favorite friend? Oh, friends. Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, look, okay. I understand that I made you predict last year when I was the desk host. However, I'm going to make it up to you. I've got you a gift.
A gift from you?
It's all the pictures of all the good times that we've had together throughout the years.
That was the first time we met. That was actually a really fun time. I was a big fan of yours back then.
Were you?
Mate, not anymore, but...
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I remember this moment. That's my first handshake with Hyunbin.
Yeah.
How did you know I liked him back then? That was ages ago.
Yeah, he's a god.
Yeah, he's really good. When I was in a desert with Blank, also classic. That was a good time.
It was a beautiful moment. I wanted to capture it for you.
Yeah. Oh, the first time I ever cursed a team. I'm lucky I'm not doing that anymore. I stopped predictions.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you know what? But thank you so much. This is literally the best gift I've ever gotten. So I forgive you. Last year, it's over.
Thank you. Right. Well, that's me then. So, yeah, have this.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
gonna do some other stuff.
Have a good day. See you later. Yeah. Oh, that's so nice. I love the... Wait. 4th Rise. Ulf? Alpha 7? Wait, Maxman's official predictions? What? Kalaris, get back here!
We knew we were gonna get him one way or another to actually do those predictions. I'm joined by none other than Hot Jukes. What up, baby? How you doing?
What's up, big dog? Excited to be here. We're on the rooftop. This view is insane.
Okay, wait. I can't find him. He's got little legs, but he's really fast.
It's okay. I know you were running, so if you need to wipe your sweat, I got you, bro. I got you. There you go. Just don't let her fly because we don't want to let her.
Got it.
My man. Now let's actually switch our focus to Group B because this will be the squads that will be participating here for Group B. We have some champions. We actually have the defending champions as well in Young Galacticos. We have some other surprises too for this squads. One thing that I actually want to see, Maxman, is I want to see a little bit more aggression that we didn't get a chance to see out of Group A. I think we're going to maybe have a team that's going to end up dominating here.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, I thought going into this tournament, the Group E was very homogenous, which in itself kind of makes this a smaller group of death because it's going to be very hard to qualify. A lot of the favorites here might still struggle to make and reach the finals, but aggression is going to be of the hour, of the essence for these guys, especially with the first map of the day going to be good old Rondo.
Yeah, dude, I mean, it's so wild. We saw Group A, it was the group of death, right? But still, when it comes to Group B, we got so many dang champions here, right?
True.
So we got some superstars that are coming out as well and individual players. I am expecting a team that we just haven't seen before to just go crazy here and make a name for themselves.
Okay, so you're wanting Yangon to do exactly what they were able to do last year when they ended up winning.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Earlier we were talking about group of death, group of not death. Now we have possibly the group of death, Max. Because with this one, I know you were saying that Group A was the group of death, but I feel like Group B, we might be getting that aggression from everybody that we didn't get a chance to see before.
I think it's the group of life. I think they all want to survive here. No, was that cheesy maybe a little bit. But
It was cute.
No, but I feel like in terms of the teams here, compared to like 4 Thrives doing really well in their group, winning Group A, I think that here, as you just said, Hot Jukes, a team can come out of nowhere and just dominate if they just step up their aggression to the next level. So really, I would say Group B is the hardest group, not only in terms of teams to try and qualify, but also to predict. I have no idea who's going to make it.
Yeah, and if we're talking about that, we got to now actually talk about Yangon Galacticos because they are the defending champions. And to be fair with this squad, besides winning PMWC last year, We haven't really seen them at all, Max. Like, they have been non-existent. They weren't able to make it to PMGC. They weren't able to make it even to PMGO Season 1. This will be their chance to show up, and they're here, not because they ended up qualifying, because they ended up getting invited back.
Look, I rewatched PMWC last year, right? The broadcast just a few days ago, and I'm going to repeat what I said back then, is that we know that when a circle comes their way, they can get big, big games, especially focused around those placement points. Podiums were quite consistent for these guys. But I want to see them get wins when the circle is shifting away from them. If they do that, I think they're going to show that they can do what it needs to try and hopefully qualify to the finals, and after that, make it and become the champions here at PMWC 2026. So slight changes in the aggression would be required, but Yangon, of course, they made it before. Maybe they can make it happen again here in good old Paris.
Hopefully we see it happen. I mean, yeah, you're right. We haven't really seen much of them when it comes to this year. And we actually casted PMMI together. And we saw them, you know, in 2026 make something happen on, in my opinion, one of the toughest lobbies we've seen this entire year. And they ended up in 22nd place. So not the performance they wanted, right? But this is their bounce back opportunity. They're coming in as the defending champs. I hope they put in just a little bit of extra work to say, you know what? Let's go back to back, baby. Let's make it happen.
If we're talking about underperformers, we definitely have to talk about none other than Alpha 7. Because Alpha 7, I'm sorry, Brazil. I'm sorry, Alpha 7 fans. Because they have been having one of the worst years possible ever since winning PMGC last year. Yes, they performed so well. You could see how much it meant to them when they ended up lifting up that trophy for PMGC. At one point, I actually thought Rio was going to retire. But this one has been non-existent so far this year.
It's tough to watch, right? Because this squad has won pretty much everything when it comes to international events. But when you look at this year, it is shocking to just see such an underperformance. And it's going to hurt their legacy if they don't make it happen.
Yeah, true. I mean, actually, I want to bring up a topic that you mentioned to me during PMMI, which is you talked to them right after PMGO Season 1, and they said they didn't prep right. And I hope they prep going into this one, because otherwise this is going to look pretty bad going into this lobby and the group of death, as some of you guys call it.
Well, don't forget, we actually got a chance to talk about with Revo, and he did say we ended up prepping. We did a lot more prep this time around. They're feeling like they're ready. I'm hoping that is going to be the case. I know Kalaris was able to catch up with Alpha 7. Let's see what they had to say.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for day number 1 of Group B. I've got the man, Revo, here to talk about everything that's going on. First question for you, man. Obviously, it's been a bit of a mixed bag this year, obviously, with PMGO as well as PMMI. Coming into PMWC, though, how are you guys feeling overall? What's it feeling like?
We are feeling confident. We did like a very good preparation, so we are ready for everything who comes to in our face. So we're gonna face them, we're gonna fight them, and who wants to fight with us, we're gonna fight, and that.
So obviously, you guys with Gizao and Obscure, you've had big highs, PMGC, but obviously some kind of lows here and there. How was the overall synergy with the team so far? Because it's kind of still a bit of a fresh roster move as a whole.
I think like when it got on PMGO and PMI, our synergy got a bit low because like we lost, and it happens with all the teams. So now we are feeling good, we are confident, our synergy is really, really good. And then I like the team, the team is taking the EWC, so we are ready.
All right, any final thoughts for this as it does go on? Obviously, PMWC is a very important tournament for you guys as a whole. So did you watch out on the groups yesterday? That's what I kind of want to know. Did you watch the results? Were you surprised by anything from them?
Yeah, it was a surprise like OG. I think they are a really good team, but they are getting experience. So I'm happy they qualify for the finals. And like Sports, I mean, also a really great team, and now the other 3 teams are really good. So I was just surprised by OG.
Good result for Group B. You're going to be coming out strong?
Yeah, we are going to do great. We're going to qualify, and let's go.
Thank you very much, Revo, for your time.
Mine is not a prediction. Mine is just, in a way, a statement for Alpha 7. You're saying you're going to be coming out strong there, Revo? I want to see a win in the first game if they want to be able to start off strong.
They can't mess around. I'm so glad to hear that he's feeling good going into this tournament, because they need to do good, right? They have not hit a single final this year, and it's shocking after such a massive win. But let's go ahead and dive a little bit into their numbers so far. So you look at what they did in PMGO Season 1. It was only 6 matches. They got a 3rd place in that game 1, but couldn't even crack the top 10 afterwards. 19 points total, 14 eliminations, only 5 placement points in that tournament. Then you go to PMMI, the big tough tournament, 24th place in 12 games of really bad underperformance. And you look at their numbers as well, 39 total points, 32 eliminations, 7 placement points. So out of all those games, we see a ton of eliminations, but those placements are gone. So they need to start. They have the firepower, but they got to get to late game.
One team that I know has that firepower is none other than Hora and also Nunshim Red Force. I gotta give you some love. You gotta, come on, hype up my boy Hyunbin.
Oh yeah, also XEY really good. But Hyunbin, Hyunbin, he's kind of built different. But no, these two teams, Hora Esports from Nepal and the side of Hyunbin and the boys right from Nunshim Red Force were looking really, really strong recently. And Nunshim Red Force in particular, one big threat that this team kind of poses in this tournament is that they won by smash rolling. The only ever smash rolling win in a global event in PUBG Mobile Esports history. If they make it to the finals right away from Group B, I'm telling you guys, they're going to go out blasting, hoping to get that PMWC trophy.
Prediction time, Max. On the spot.
What, like what, MVP?
Nunshim Red Force? No, not MVP. Nunshim Red Force. For everybody currently watching, I want you to clip this because we can use this to reverse the Maxman curse. I'm trying to help you out here. Nunshim Red Force, top 5, yes or no?
Yes, I think it's happening. Top 5. Hey, come on, I need to support my boy Hyunbin, even though the curse is maybe a thing, I don't know, you can theorize about it, but I think the Nunshim Red Force, if they don't make it top 5, it's a massive fumble. South Korea on top.
A huge fumble. We already seen some fumbles happen in Group A as well with Ulf and Furia and some of the other squads. Now it's your time to put in your prediction. Alpha 7, top 5, survival, or bottom 3, Hot Jukes?
It's got to be top 5, right? It has to be. It's too devastating for their legacy if they don't make it into the finals. So I don't even want to see them in the survival stage. Alpha 7, please do something. Top 5. I'll cry. I will literally cry.
He will.
I will not like this at all.
You will cry?
I will. It'll be a single tear of just defeat. And,
we will bring you back with us to make sure we see that happen live. All right, for everybody, make sure you clip that and let us know and remind us if it does end up happening. But I'm with you. I think Alpha 7, we do need to see a bounce back out of this team. PMGC champions, they cannot continue to have this kind of performance here throughout this year. When we talk about some of the other squads that are also going to be in this group, we got to talk about none other than S2G. S2G is a squad that we're expecting a lot out of Turkey. It's just going to become a thing if the pressure is going to be getting to them.
I mean, S2G right now, going into PMGO Season 1 earlier this year, I was not really sold on their performance, right? I feel like a lot of us were saying back during the broadcast that they got very lucky with a few of the circles, especially on Miramar. But S2G, I think that actually right now during PMMI did really good, right? We were talking about them quite a bit, Hot Jukes, and like, actually this team has leveled up. The synergy's up there. Solk's IGLing is on point. Calci in particular was putting up big numbers. So S2G, if they bring that same level of play that we just saw in PMMI, who knows? Top 5 is in the cards for this squad.
Oh, let's see what's going to happen because we have Vitality, E-Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, Group B might just be the group of death, but I think it's time we stop yapping and we actually get started with PMWC at EWC 26, Group B.
Sixteen teams have patiently waited on the sidelines for their chance to shine. Players who are hungry to make a statement on the Gadia City grid.
Funny, yesterday 5 teams secured the spot in the final while 3 of them saw the key crushed. Now, Group B is facing exactly the same challenge. Like, it's 12 games, 2 days, and every game counts.
That is right. Well, you know my favorite statement.
I know
you only
it.
get one chance at a first impression. I've also noticed we never even introduced ourselves yet. My name's Barney Banks, and I am your host alongside this fabulous Frenchman, Luti.
Thank you for that, Barney. But you know what? The stage looks set. The Group B is ready for battle. So it is time to introduce our team, starting with Esports.
TT Project.
ETSH Esports.
Wolves Esports.
Non-Team Red Force.
Tianba.
Darkness.
Hustler Crew.
Alpha 7 Esports.
Arena.
Godlike Esports.
(721) GS Esports.
Team Vitality.
S2G Esports.
OA Esports.
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos. As you've seen on day 2 of the group stage, the margins are so tight. Every rotation, every elimination, every point matters.
Nous y voici. Group B is locked in and ready to go. Day 3 of the PMWC group stage at EWC 2026 starts right now.
Last year, Yangon Galacticos arrived at PMWC as underdogs. This year, they return as defending champions, with the chance to do something no team has ever done before: win the PUBG Mobile World Cup back-to-back.
They have to push now. Alpha 7 getting caught out by
Their journey to the title was anything but straightforward. After struggling to find their rhythm in the group stage, Yangon were forced to take the longer route through the survival stage. Their entire tournament came down to a single point. One fewer elimination would have ended their World Cup journey before the grand finals had even begun.
For this year, I do believe in my team because we had like a little bit of training time and we put no watch to that. We have no discipline, so yeah.
Shots back and forth, trades on either side.
But after surviving elimination, Yangon looked like a completely different team. Their rotations put them in strong positions. Their utility created openings and their confidence grew with every match. They knew when to fight, when to remain patient, and how to turn their opportunities into chicken dinners. By the end of the second day, Yangon had claimed 4 wins and moved to the top of the leaderboard. On the final day, the pressure continued to build as multiple teams became eligible to win. But Yangon remained composed, trusted their own game, and stayed at the top until the tournament was theirs.
what changed between survival stage and grand final is especially our mindset. When we completed to the grand final, we don't have any pressure anymore. We can get all our fully potential.
Last year, Yangon had nothing to lose. Now everything has changed. They are no longer the surprise team flying under the radar. Every opponent knows their strengths, studies their rotations, and enters the lobby determined to take their crown. Being the hunter brought them the championship. Now they must learn how to compete while being hunted.
Defending champion is so much like everyone is watching on you and everyone is learning about you. It's a lot of pressure on us, but we will try our best.
No team has ever won the PUBG Mobile World Cup twice. No champion has ever successfully defended the crown. Yangon Galacticos now have the opportunity to become the first. This year the question is no longer whether Yangon can win. It is whether anyone can stop them from doing it again. Can Yangon Galacticos make history and win PMWC back-to-back? Or will a new champion take their crown?
The stage is set. Paris is excited as the energy is starting to reach a fever pitch, and myself and Blank are in position for another exciting day. The twist in the narrative, though, Blank, is that we've changed teams. A new group, the return of the champions, and so much talent is right behind us, getting ready.
I know, they absolutely are. We have some godlike fans with us right now, which is cool. You can imagine they're going to get pretty loud at some point today as they start to pop up, or we hope they pop up. We've got some big names coming in as well. We've got Nongshim Redforce, Hyunbin, an absolute monster on that squad. Alpha 7 looking to potentially be just a little bit better, which isn't all that difficult considering the run that they've had this year. But it sounds like they've done a lot of preparation in the meantime, according to Revo. And again, like I said, I think Revo has cemented himself as probably the best shotgun player, close range player in the world. But I think Falang's going to give him a run for his money going forward.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised, dude. The signs of life we were seeing back in the first stage with the way that it was played, Blank, it was incredible. Do you know what's even cooler?
It is the ancient charm set from Yangon Galacticos. You can join the PMWC event in-game, redeem those perks for a chance at those outfits, which look fantastic, I might say.
The culture, the style, the way it's all tied in.
The smiles.
Awesome. Yeah, dude, it's sick, right? I got to get me one of those. I saw him in the flesh when they came out yesterday wearing them, boy. Oh, it's heat.
It is heat. It is heat. I mean, it is a vibe. It's a complete vibe. I love it. I need to get my hands on it in-game at some point. But they were rocking it yesterday. And again, they look sweet. They look cool. I was half hoping they'd be walking out in them today. But again, the jerseys look just as cool. These guys have style on the side of Yangon.
They do indeed. Already the arena is starting to get excited. The contrast, the different fans on either side. So many teams that are being represented here. Friends, family, the coaching staff, and the onlooking fans that want to see once again another rise to success for a squad like Alpha 7, Blank. They've done it before. And what a tantalizing prospect it is having two of our champions in one group. Very different right now when you look at the current landscape for either of them. But still, they both won it.
They both won it. They're both looking to do it again. And for Yangon, it's a case of defending their title now. It's a bit of a rocky way to the top for them last time, but they've made it. And like we've said before, absolute underdogs. But there's been a lot of time, a lot of focus brought into this one. A lot of training in the back end. They've had their filler arc. Now they're ready for the main event here at EWC. Let's see what they can get done. But Alpha 7, the fans, they're happy. They're looking to cheer their team on. And again, with the success Alpha 7 had this year, it is looking like they only have upwards to go, right? It can only get better.
It's very true, Blank. And it's starting to get loud in the venue. We're not even live yet, and Paris is lighting it up. You can hear the excitement. They've brought all sorts of different instruments, and they're absolutely giving it. The beat of the drum is going. Paris, are you ready for Rondo?
Get loud, because it's first game of Group B. Let's see what these teams can do. We're going straight through the middle of the map here on Rondo, through Bamboo, past Neox. It's going to get hot. It's going to get heavy here on the first map of the day.
Just soak it in.
For the viewers at home, it's a very different atmosphere from what we're feeling right now, live in the flesh, in the arena at EWC.
I can feel it on my skin. Goosebumps.
It's in the air, Blank, the excitement and anticipation. And this is before we've even seen a single Elim.
Running it through right now. Vitality out early, down towards that south side. Tiamba, Eagle sending out towards a recall beacon for the rest of the team to get out and get dirty in the mix of it. TT Project all heading over towards Fengtang actually, so not really going for a split early on the game here. Ida heading over towards Neox. Darkin have proven himself time and time again to be one of those good close range players that you want to see in those moments. But before we do kick things off on such a mad map, we do have an interview coming through with Vitality just shortly, but things are already getting a little bit crazy here. Obscure opens up, Alpha 7 with the first elimination of the game. Godlike also going crazy over towards S2G here, Jackie.
We started off with some big opening elims straight out the gate, and that's what we want here on a battleground like Rondo. Alpha 7, what have you got in store? They usually display a ton of mechanical talent, and this would be the perfect environment to display that. An enticing head-to-head. Ravo on the move. 30 rounds to play with, looking for the peak up from Tiamba as they start to roam.
We're in Yulin and things are starting to get a little bit spicy. Tiamba on the outside at the moment, just looking in. They already have Eagle down towards that south side, like we said, but Jiggle is down there, and Jiggle's a bit of a difficult player to come up against. Luckily, he's on the other side of Tin Long Garden right now, so Eagle is safe for the time being. Tiamba can play a little bit less safely here. ETSH also finding some shots over towards Aura, but they're already on 3 eliminations this game. You can see the amount of recalls already coming through here. That is a damn lot of eliminations to start things off, but we are cooling things down now.
Brief moment of respite. Arc there, trying to get the charge on point. Detonates with the stereo setup, hoping for the peek out from necessary to see if you can get an opening follow-up from this. That's already 2 elims on a hot drop that we've seen so far from Alpha 7. What are they going to be leaving with? That's the question.
Playing on the inside here, looking to push up over towards necessary now. DP in hand, a good weapon for a 1v2, but pre-fire's coming through the window. It's a good one with the AKM. Will make it happen. Revo again in close range. He's nasty, but it's Loco to come up to the plate now. Grease out on the inside, will go down. The backup is there, but the backstop does get taken out. Hustler crew causing problems as Tiamba starts to flow on in.
Loco got an opportunity to reset himself as well with the meds. Just enough time to be in a good position to continue the fight, but Tiamba, smell the blood in the water. Nade on the wrong side of the banister, it won't connect. Just trying to get these bandages quick so he can reply. Shotgun for the close range engagement on the peak though, not swift enough. Goodbye, Loco.
3 guns pointing at you, you're gonna go down there. Oh man, how crazy you are. Revo taking shots over to QZ, who has been an absolute demon in some of these lobbies earlier in the year. He absolutely showing people what he's made of over at PMWC. Revo goes down, and Alpha 7 taking a fair big hit there. They'll immediately reset on this one though. They got themselves 3 eliminations. It's the most anyone's got in the lobby so far. Decent nade though coming through from Speed on ETSH. Fair bit of damage over towards A-King. We'll have to back off the angle. Sky on the back lines though, and Horror. These guys usually dominate over towards Yulin, Jackie.
Is this going to be a usual result for them? On the periphery right now, setting up like vultures, keeping a good understanding of the landscape to see how these other teams are going to fight amongst themselves before they overcommit to anything too heavy on the investment front. ETHS had that nice nade to get a bit of chip damage off, but they've roamed as a pack round, and Sleepy could be caught. That's going to be the connection from NASA. An instant tag followed through with a flush there straight away.
Sleepy's generally like the off-anglist on the side of Aura, catches players off guard, but ETSH, they've got their eyes wide open at the moment. Circle's got some suspenders on it right now as it does lift heavy over towards the north side of the map. E-Arena is in position. A bit of a split right now. E-Arena, 10K, Finding Manya from Godlike. Should be able to get that res back up again. It's over towards the north side of the map. Irina, like I said before, playing on a 2-2 split, so they've got to play aggressive there. They've got to puff out the chest, ensure that teams don't get too comfortable in that region, because they're trying to confirm on both sides of the river here, Jackie.
You got to fight for that control. And the battle against Thora is still continuing right here, right now, with Tiamba also taking a piece out of them. Nearly on the rock up on the roadside. Good spot down towards the hill. Fine speed. Great reply. Nearly the double up as well, Blank.
Incredible reactions there coming through from Milu, and I mean, he's been doing a lot of work right now. Good shots from the sidelines, though. That's QZ. Starting to make himself well known in the picture at the moment. Get the res over towards Milu and Fajita. Now left, kind of scrambling inside of Yulin, unsure how he wants to play this one out. Needs to get an air over towards QZ, isolate the singular player, knows roughly where he is. As 12K on the stair line, now realizes he has to back this one up now. Misses the nade, will head upstairs. Aiken gets some shots. It's an easy pick off for QZ. Tiamba up to 6 elims on the game already. We're looking at 1 a minute at the moment.
They're starting to rise. Taking pole position right now into the game. Meanwhile, you got the setup here with S2G up close and personal. A compound clash between the two. Dopeness, what can you do? SMG on the clear, runs into the pre-fire of Kamikaze, so that's an easy conversion for an elimination point, bringing them down to 3 players in this elaborate fight.
Very curious to see how S2G does this tournament. There was some luck earlier in the year that gave some fortuitous opportunities to get further into the circuit. But all these players are strong in their own right. They just haven't had those shining moments at the moment, but this clear looks good. I feel like S2G's been putting in a lot of work in the back end at the moment. It's starting to show right now up against Dopeness at least. And even if it was a fairly easy clear, the way they were going about it, the 2-2s, the jumps around the corner, felt coordinated. It's usually what Turkish teams are so good at as well, is that synergy, that coordination, which is why it did feel so out of character for S2G in the past to be so unlinked with one another.
You got to have the basics down, and the protocols look nice there, at least, with the way they played off each other. So hopefully that's a sign of things to come. Squads on the move up towards the zone right now as well, getting themselves into position. Curious, Blank,
my
how this is going to go for A7.
On Rondo is dancing, because we can get many eliminations there. We have a good strategy to play on dancing.
And we are back in with it. Just a quick interview with Vitality very, very quickly there. On screen right now, rotating round, but not yet to get a single elimination on board. Next circle shift now, Jackie, over towards the west-hand side here. Wolves feeling quite good about this, but for Alpha 7, this is a really, really nice opportunity for them. As they swing around the western side, they try to cut in early. They're right next to a res beacon as well, so they can hold off other teams that they like, but this is a super hard shift. A lot of teams on that eastern side feeling fairly uncomfortable. GS team now needs to re-rotate back over towards where they just came from on the north side of the map.
So far, so good for the excitement factor here. And I'm sure you can hear that as well. The fans getting amped up as this one starts to kick off.
Guizao driving on through. Circle starts to close in. Yangon Galacticos starting down towards test track, now looking to move over towards the rest of the team. Hustler crew also roaming on that north side, looking towards that high ground, right, to get a little bit more of that scouting through, but it's feeling more and more likely it's going to drop back down towards the southwest side, sit around Stadium. But again, Stadium's such a big place, so isolated, that cuts out quite a bit of the area. You don't really want to be playing on the northeast side either, Jackie. So you are locked in this southwest region. We also have the lake down towards that southwest side that sits on the slope downwards. This is awkward terrain.
Going to result in an even higher elevated level needed from some of our squads to play around it with the way the circle's been developing. Close grouping here as well. Once again, singing the praises of S2G in the first fight we saw from them. As they are collapsed upon on their advance, how do they display themselves? They're going to be able to hold themselves nicely. Could be a chance for an engagement forced upon them as well. It's TT and Nonshin that are not too far away.
Checking the top side of the stadium there makes sense as well. A lot of times you leave a player up there. It's a cheeky maneuver, get some shots out, but S2G keeping their sides clear right now. I like playing up against this pillar as well. You can basically cut off one side of the map to you and only deal with players trying to aggress on either edge. So I think that's a good shout from S2G so far. They're a very central position to work with off the back of that. And even so, they can catch players moving through. Godlike's taking a slower approach on the north side. I like it though. I think what they're trying to go for right now is leave that two-man over towards the northern edge, ensure that teams coming through from Nanshuan don't catch them off guard in future. So that high ground's going to be super critical for that factor in future. Alpha 7 also with a bit of a split lineup on that northern edge, looking for something very, very similar here. These guys are committed, actually, even dropping the emergency cover flares here too on S2G. Oh, nay.
Well, big shift on it. The investment there of the cover flares, like you say, not really going to pay too many dividends for them as it will be taken out of play quite quickly. So they're going to be thinking about the future rotations that are still yet to come for them. Meanwhile, on the move on our screens right now, you can see Alpha 7, a squad that's got a lot of excitement behind them. Right here, right now. Taking on Wolves could be the potential pipeline for them to get into a good position. Started it off nicely with the opening 3 elims. Nade towards Carrillo. It's big chip damage, Blank.
It's a struggle at the moment. Nade over the top here. One more airburst might do the trick. Goes incredibly low. Has to lob one back of his own. Will scare Elementrix a little bit, but it's only about 20% of the HP taken off, and he looks to keep the aggression up. Carrillo gets another first aid kit through, but the vehicle is absolutely stomped out right now. He might be able to get it a little bit of a distance out of there, but Alpha 7 knows that they need to get a move on. Stadium being such a big feature of this next circle as well leaves E-Arena in a really good spot, but how has Tiamba managed to squeak their way in?
Tiamba that was showing its incredible form in terms of the fight, at least early on the drops. If they get into a devilishly good position with what they've shown, maybe that could be a bit of a dark horse twist in the narrative for them going into game 1 on Rondo.
GS limping over. Milu opens up over towards Schweppes though. The off-angler for E-Arena, bit awkward. GS might hear this and want to aggress on it. Again, there's lots of little angles you can play in, but Milu will clean up one. Gets immediately refragged by Morban. ETSH finding Carrillo inside the Pagoda. Alpha 7 might just need to abandon him on this. I think it's the only play they have.
So either give it up or make it work right now in the mechanical side. They are taking pot shots back down,
by the way. Alpha 7 now moving Doom. Squeeze out, gets knocked out of the vehicle. Revo not in a good position, leaving Obscure with it all to do now. But NASA, last left alive for ETSH. Revo went down to the blue, he did his job. Got a fair few knocks on through. Obscure now needs to move up, get a little bit closer. Has to hit the first aid kit soon. NASA though, cleaning out these eliminations. He peaks with that much HP, he's confident.
Unbelievable scenes. So close to his demise as well, but they're able to at least top themselves back up, get over towards the recall tower if possible. It could be a saving grace for Alpha 7, Blank.
Gonna drop down towards that south side now. He has time to do it, but once we hit stage 4, it's gonna get a little bit more difficult. He has to commit now, and kind of skidding off the road there doesn't feel good. Next circle will hit Stadium. We have not seen one of these in quite a while, and we get to see our first one now here in EWC. GS team playing on the outer edges at the moment. Rehan working off these stairways. It's a good place to play. Being able to peek up and down at the back of it is fun to work against. Penongshan Red Force, they're up first. JS9 in the hands of XZY.
Nice first knock round the backside. Nade in to attempt to convert something from this as well. So many teams breathing down each other's necks here towards the stadium. A fitting finish potentially, given where we are right now, Blank. It's on brand, it's on point. Where does it go from here? Tony K with a quick pop of the stims, get himself back up. Surf going to start coming in as well, ushering those teams forward. We saw that recall play from Alpha 7. They do reset the squad. At least 2 of them alive and kicking. A duo is better than just one. How far can they take it? The arena lobby leaders right now with the Elims 9 under the belt. Tiamba fell earlier. Wolves with a backstab coming up swiftly onto Nonshin. That's an opener from Elementrix, but TT get line of sight, and the scrap continues. The first Wolves shut down as the response from E-Arena's good.
E-Arena not been slow about it at all. They want to get thick into the action. It's a good nade, bounce off the wall, not quite finding connection though, on towards them. But Wolves, they are down on their feet, looking to get the reds off as quickly as possible. Slonic going very, very low. E-Arena looking for these flushes now. Emergency cover flares brought in because this is an emergency at the moment. One nade. Brother. Oh. Trade off there, Slonic low. Tonic getting him back up again. Elementrix goes down to some shrapnel on the side. E-Arena looking to clear out space though. They know they have to do this. They were here very early on in the game, but I like how much presence they're showing here.
Carrillo again, getting stuck in for Alpha 7, but they take some hefty blows as Sleepy from Hora finally gets his revenge for the start of the game. This fight just doesn't stop either. Wolves up against E-Arena for so damn long as they finally buckle under the pressure. Wolves out of the running. Alpha 7 once again left with a solo. Ida taking the hit towards our reigning champions in Yangon.
Yangon has been playing real slow into this one too, but for E-Arena, it's good to see. Feels almost like the torch has been passed down from Vampire now to E-Arena. This Thailand team doing incredible work so far. TT Project look to get themselves out of this awkward situation. Alpha 7 still up and kicking now, but down to 1 player. 70 limbs on the mat, it's not bad, but it could be better here. But at least they didn't go out with absolutely nothing. I think for Alpha 7 they'll take that right now. But goodness me, so many teams afraid to head over towards Stadium now just because it is fairly locked down on these outer edges. We do have a circle on our hands here. A lot of teams on that eastern side quite pleased with how this has worked out. Vitality, Razy and Razak, the famous duo, improved from Indonesia, now looking to pump up a little bit more damage. Mormon grabs up the Orc Master at the moment because he has been putting in work. A 13th elimination added now. A chicken dinner here would be fantastic for the point tallies.
For Alpha 7, the end finally arrives. Try as they might to keep themselves alive in our opening game. They did well, like you say, Blank, to at least draw a few more points out from it. But it finally bites the bullet on the wrap back over to Stadium. But like you say, E-Arena right now, ruling the roost with some of the fights they've been able to pick off on. Softening up the competition that's been coming their way as well. If they can lock this down, could be in a very tasty position. Already 14 elims. How far do they take it? And what a godlike do here. Effect with the clap back. Good for 1. Nice nade from S-Power, but Ephes tries to hold on to it. An intense encounter between these two sides. Godlike down to 2, but S-Power making the difference for now.
Godlike on our edge is a tough position to be in. S2G on their sideline. A quick rollback. S-Power makes it look easy, but Joker from a distance, stopping these teams in their tracks. The proactivity from E-Arena has been insane so far. There's not a fight that they have not been unwilling to be a part of.
If they get line of sight, you best duck your head down because E-Arena are absolutely farming in this battleground right now. S2G, heavy hit coming over to Hustler Crew. You got the off angle set up, looking to take pot shots down and save his mates. Kamikaze trapped behind the vehicle. They want to close the gap onto it. S2G going in aggro, Vitality in the distance as well. Kamikaze with a single knock, Loco drop back down, trapped behind the ridge.
AZM You can hear Jammer Pack just went out just then. Now needs to get a move on. S2G, they post up. AZM taking a huge amount of damage. The blue might just do the trick here. We'll take him out. S2G with 9 limit on the game.
Crazy the sheer distance we're looking at as well. 9 elims being second place, 15 points for first right now, and the split on the actual minimap is insane with what we've been set up with. The only team that's looked comfortable realistically has been E-Arena from the position they've been in.
Oh, giving a single inch right now, and they have cleared out the entirety of the northwest side. Now they can pretty much shunt most teams down towards that southern edge. Schwepp's opening up onto GS once again, and they are just swarming on them. Another goes down in Malik, and E-Arena looking for more and more points. 17 elims. Can they go further? Can they hit the 20 bomb?
Well, finally, it seems like someone's willing to test them. The Arena taking casualties, but they're looking to reply back. They will keep themselves alive with Tourniquet, it seems, over at the stadium. Mixed Vitality pushing on to S2G. A back and forth fight, a quiet game otherwise for Vitality. They were playing their cards close to their chest, but they've got to fight for control right now.
Looking for the royal flush over towards S2G. All 4 players down potentially. Axel. One nade in hand, it's going to be important. One quick spray over towards Hamzy G. Quickly drops back down to his belly. Some more damage. I mean, he's hitting every shot. Just continue with it.
The numbers dwindling for S2G. Peek round the back of the rock, and Axel hits it swiftly. Goodbye, good night. They're down as Vitality start to get some energy going their way. Meanwhile, Ida taking it straight to the face of the reigning champs. Yangon inside the back of the warehouse. Emre incredibly low, and Vitality smelling the blood in the water. They can wrap off, play this safe, get into a better position. But can Yangon hold on?
Emre flexing those big muscles here inside the warehouse. Nades start to go through. Romeo in a difficult spot now. Will swing out the side. Desperation play indeed, but doesn't find the swift shot through the smoke here. Rita moves up. Smile goes down. Ida putting a frown on the faces of Yangon Galacticos. Last play incredibly low. Romeo is out.
They fall down and out in Rondo. And one by one, we whittle through our squads. The only fight we've seen taken to E-Arena left them in a position with 2 players knocked. They reset from it and continue to live on. You asked the question, can they push to 20 elims? They only need 2 more, Black. But can Vitality suck up some of the points as they do advance onto the weakened Ida?
Oh.
Emre with the detonation on the vehicle. Vitality, you're going to have to recover from this swiftly. What's the decision making?
That's a rough one. Rita playing inside building. Good burnout from him. Tries to get back inside, but good shots from Axel. Has been on an absolute tear this game so far. Good damage all around. Feels like a lot of the eliminations have been stolen away from him. That is an insane pre-spray from Razy. Gets a lot of damage done towards Emre, and he was not expecting it. Almost jumped into the headshot. The flicks are crazy from Federales.
They're playing on a different pace of the game right now, and it does work out for Vitality to bring the thunder back down to Ida. Man with the quickest fingers in France.
Could not believe what I just saw. I don't think either could Ida, honestly. They witnessed that, and it was terrible. Lufa will move up from Dobness, takes down the first player so far from the Arena. They are down to 3. Vitality still sitting pretty with 4, and teams have to push out into them.
2 fights happening back-to-back. Stereo setups from our teams with Hora taking the hit straight to Vitality. Jiggle the only one, keeping his eyes peeled over onto the E-Arena encounter versus Dopeness. They eat the opening nade. Schwepp setting up for another one, but on the peak takes a few shots, low on HP. No fear with the steal versus Vitality. Can Dopeness actually defend themselves now?
Great Molotov, forces him through the doorway, opening up the lines of sight. Now just one player left alive here. It is Speaker. E-Arena need to break their way out of here. 19, if they finish this fight, they're up to 22. An unbelievable game. Speaker has to make the crazy play, and there it is. A 22 elimination game. The first match of Group B. E-Arena is bringing it.
Not only are they looking for an opening game win, they're looking to do it by sending a message. And for Hora, they weakened Vitality amongst all this, but they were able to reset. Investing some of their utility, they're still alive with 4. Hora waiting on the steps on an off-angle setup whilst Razy scouts further back. No need to overcommit yet. Forced out of the vehicle, though, tucks in behind the tree. If you fall to sleepy, it could get very awkward quickly.
Razy, put on the backside of the tree here, has to drop something. The cover flares. All that's left to keep them alive. E-Arena pushes away over towards the northern edge. They're going to hold out here. Aura coming in with 4 players. It's going to be hard to clean out this game here. E-Arena, though, they are on fire so far. This team is warm, ready to go, no fear. Time to put some more eliminations in the books. Vitality with a quick rescue. But can they make it back? They do. Goodness me.
It's tense now. Fine margins between these teams. The rappel up to the top side. Sweps. Playing it cheeky, Blank.
I mean, just looking for more eliminations here. They have already done an incredible amount of work so far. Joker gonna head up next. No one's taking shots. Getting the high ground is insane. The cover flares come down underneath. Moment left behind. It's crazy. Jiggle moved down. Might have seen him though. Might have spotted him. Cover flares on the roof. You are wild for it. Jiggle, I don't think he's had any idea.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
No way.
Now he knows, Blank. Joker with a headshot unloads from the top of the roof. It's good damage onto it.
They have full control over this one. The emergency cover flares drop down, now give them incredible peaking advantage up against Vitality. A little tank here and there, but goodness me, the Blues going to push them out to the open. This is more eliminations for E-Arena. They have the perfect setup.
You have entered E-Arena's arena at this point. The Gladiators here in France as they are ruling from the top side. Control of the ground floor as well with Mormon in position. And Vitality know that they are forced to advance eventually. You're exposed either way. And Joker's looking for the peak back towards the warehouses. How far can they take it with the elims? They look for more decent damage. There's another knock from Schweppes.
Instantly trying to flush out on that one. 24 in the bag. Blow up the vehicle. Don't let them go any further on the back of this one. Aura can do nothing but stand by and watch. M79 brought out to hopefully bring a train, but the rescue I don't think is coming for Razak next. Joker finds the peak off the back of it. Mormon holding the angle. But they're patient, they're real patient about it. But a nasty headshot from Federales saves the day here. Joker has to not be greedy. That tree saves his life in that moment. The sightline just not quite there.
Oh, Mormon. That's the issue, Blank. The duo so heavily focused at the cover flare setup on the roof side. If they leave themselves exposed, can Mormon steal this away from the ground, draw the crosshair off, and guarantee himself something to play with?
Stage 9 now. It gets spicy. Center dots towards this loot crate. E-Arena may need to drop down at some point, but let's see what they can get done in the meantime. Vitality playing it slow, but will have to move. Even more emergency cover flares dropped.
Building themselves barrier after barrier. Oh, shot down again. Joker gets the peek out. Federales cowering close towards the limited cover he's got, but no fear. Sees an opportunity and swings round. Federales with a hold. Some clean connections in the past couple minutes here.
E-Arena, they see this, they know the knocks are going through, they're looking to send nade, they feel like they're in range, it's on target, a bit of chip damage. Razy has to back out, one more nade over the top, it looks on target, it's unreal from up on high. They are dropping bombs down towards Aura. This is insane work, Sky goes down, more eliminations available here, might take them to 29, Jackie.
One away from the big 30. And there's only a single member of the squad left to try and fight against them. The dream of the arena on Rondo, as they've been living their movie, Elim after Elim. And Sleepy is all that remains between them and an unbelievable game one.
Schweppes looking down upon their arena, their stadium. What a ridiculous result here for E-Arena. It has been sublime from start to finish. The circle begins to close. We're getting right into those final moments. Just one more minute before it all finishes.
Coming down to the bitter end, Sleepy looking up towards the sky, but will he be on point when they're forced to drop? It's all a matter of timing. Two crosshairs going to be swiftly on his angle. Can he withstand the duo drop? That's one with the shotty. All onto the last man as Schweppes tries to withstand the peak. Sleepy on the double up. Quick shots, can't quite connect.
He's going down.
The zone's nibbling away at him blank.
There's
and
no
that's
way.
how they finish it.
Thailand makes a stand here at EWC. An incredible 39-pointer. They've got half the points that some teams earned yesterday at the end of it all in one match.
A game one chicken dinner with an unbelievable narrative. It wasn't even a single pop-off play. It was the entire team working in unison from start to finish. The mechanics, the movement, and the setups. They read the game perfectly. And they hit their shots.
I mean, respect to Revo. I mean, he's smiling over this. And he should be. Everyone should be smiling. This is records broken. This is records made. On a first game of all things. They've done it. Like, they're in. Right? They're in at this point. Yeah, they're not dropping out.
It's incredible. I didn't expect it.
I mean, it's just disbelief on players' faces. I don't think anyone looks all that sad about it.
They're shocked. That's all it is, Blank.
I mean,
You're shocked.
Aura's probably shocked, yeah. Goodness me. What a game. What a game. I've not seen anything like it.
And for E-Arena, just another day in the books. Showing up massively.
Yeah. We're going to replay here. I have never seen a play like this work out, by the way. Never.
I can't believe it.
The fact that Schweppes is able to just crack the can open and make this work is wild. Let's hear him with the team. Bro, clear comms, clear comms.
They were just locked in. There was nothing that needed to
I was
be
like,
said.
where's the comms? Where's the comms? There's no comms. They are locked.
They knew what needed to be done. Trusted their individuals on that one. No need to waste brain power talking. Let's just get it done, and that's what they did.
Man, I mean, the Rabbits, they bounce up the leaderboards, and they'll stay there for a while. We'll be back shortly after this.
As we head into a jam-packed weekend here in week 5 of EWC 26, it's time for another club championship update. And this one is a banger, so let's dive straight into it. First of all, at the STC Arena, they are out of groups, now into quarterfinals. We'll be following along with how that journey goes. But this is where the big storylines start to kick in, okay? Because we have 2 games headed into their grand finals today. Over at Tekken 8, we have our top 8 players solidified. One of them is from AGAL. This will matter in a little bit, and we're going to get back to it. Falcons is also going to be playing in that top 8. In honor of Kings, we are down to our top two teams, and they are the same two teams that battled it out last year. We're talking AGAL again and KSG. You can start to see why AGAL is a big player heading into today. Currently, they are only 250 points behind Falcons on the CC leaderboard. If they are able to solidify a win, they can get those 250 points that they need from the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage alone, because they've already guaranteed 750 for that second place. The win ties them with Falcons. If they get another good placement over at the Allianz Vault, this could be the weekend that AGAL take the lead away from Falcons. As those updates come through, I'm going to be making sure we're reporting live to give you guys all of the most up-to-date information to see where they are on that leaderboard. And of course, to close everything out for us, we're heading into Group B today for PUBG Mobile. Whole new group of squads getting into our competition, and we're going to see how they manage to do today as well. So check back in just a little bit later.
Thank you, Glitter, for that CC update. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting EWC records broken here at PMWC at EWC 26 as E-Arena puts up a cool 39 points, Max.
Absolute madness, record-breaking Rondo, and just like E-Arena, we are on the rooftops right now. It was hit one stadium here, it's a little bit windy, but you know what a play, sending two players up there, in particular Joker getting so much done at the end with Schweppes. Lovely stuff indeed, and in particular, it's not just the rooftop in particular that was interesting. Max. Absolute madness, record-breaking Rondo, and just like E-Arena, we are on the rooftops right now. It was hit one stadium here, it's a little bit windy, but you know what a play, sending two players up there, in particular Joker getting so much done at the end with
kept calling out over and over when we were watching it, especially when they were on the roof. It's like somebody came up to E-Arena and asked, how many cover flares would you like? And they said yes.
Yeah, I mean, I was counting, like, okay, one cover flare makes sense, then I saw 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we had a 7th cover flare at the end, which literally, the roof, we know, I mean, Natura, we've been up there sniping many times in Ultimate Royale. That position is terrible if you don't have any cover, because it's a little bit of a slope downhill. If any team has a position where they can see the rooftop, it becomes truly unplayable. But see, all the cover flares here was great, but at the end, the leap of faith, literally Niptura, 2 players jumping on down, and he almost was taken away by Sleepy, but eventually the shotgun worked out in their favor.
It did. I was very. It's one of those things where you're kind of on tenterhooks. You know, that final push down is like, oh, I don't know how this is going to go. You've done so well. Is it all going to fall? No. We don't have parachutes, Max. It's not going to work. It's not the same.
Give us the zip line. That's what we need right now. We need the zip line so we can get back to the home studio as well. But for some of the other squads, I mean, if we start off, we saw Tiamba being able to start off hot as well. Neptura, they were able to get a good amount of eliminations because of that hot drop that they were doing.
Yeah, I'm very excited about what we're seeing from Tiamba so far. I mean, they were looking very, very clean, very put together. Some great synergy coming in as well there in the hot drop. Yeah, I mean, they were pushing together. I think, who was it? It was Wolves, I think, that player of Wolves up on the stairs in Yulin, and he, the 3v1 push, they push together, they're pushing around, they're trying to get angles around all of these different teams. Vitality was another one I was impressed with on the outside towards the end of that game. They were doing some really good stuff as well, just maneuvering around, S2G using their weakness to their advantage. Very excited with that. So yeah, a couple of other teams apart from the big dogs here that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, one of them, I mean, you just mentioned it. Vitality, the way that they were able to play that towards the end as well. Max, not only the peaks, but also the way that Federales was able to put up the smoke and go up to the fence and give themselves a little bit of an extra chance against the arena, but it was going to be too much.
I mean, Federales only got 2 eliminations this game, but the way he got those eliminations was just truly stellar. I mean, I'm just going to try and replicate how he was doing it. He was going like... Okay, oh no, you can't see me anymore, okay. Well, you know what, maybe later on if you're lucky, but E-Arena here, 29 eliminations, 39-point game, record-breaking Rondo from these guys, and we checked it earlier, right, Niptura? Yes. How many points were secured by the fifth place cutoff team in Group A? It was 88 points. They're basically halfway there in one game of Rondo.
I mean, that's how you want to do it, really, when you only have 2 days. I mean, we saw it from 4 Thrives in PMGO Season 1, right? You do this, you have this kind of day, you have this kind of game, and you are kind of set for the rest of the day. They have to just be consistent, not a lot of points, not a massive win. They're good to go now. They can relax and they can chill now.
Yeah, I mean, really having a good time in this game. You know what? Looking at all of these teams, it felt like there was not 16 teams, there was just one team. It was the E-Arena show from start to finish.
But when you get to stadium early, when you're able to defend, the way that they were able to actually defend against Wolves as well, Wolves didn't even want to push up. Wolves just kept using up a lot of nades, but E-Arena, cool, calm, collected, doing their thing. One team that we actually got a chance to see do their thing, even though I wanted to see a win out of them, it was none other than Alpha 7. Alpha 7 ended up with 7 eliminations, and we're talking about expectations for this squad. This is not a bad match for them.
Yeah, it was good in terms of overall eliminations. A lot of those came from the hot drop, which is what you would usually expect, right? In Rondo, the hot drop gets a bit messy. Obscure actually putting up some good numbers this match. But I feel like the rotation into the zone itself was a little bit uneducated, not a lot of scouting done, and because of that, they clash into, I believe it was ETSH at that point, and then a big fumble happens really at that moment, and it does not work out in their favor. So Alpha 7, the fragging is there, but the rotation could have been maybe a little bit better in that mid stage.
We just want to see that fragging for Alpha 7. They'll be able to tie down other stuff with them. Anything that surprised you out of this first game besides E-Arena?
Oh, you know what? I'm looking here. I'm liking what we saw from a couple of teams. I maybe just re-highlight Federalis, honestly, from Vitality. I think he did a great job. It was subtle, but he really worked for his team. So for me, yes, Federalis, want to see him in the next game.
I'm going to go for Horror. Really so happy to see them do well. But of course, it was the E-Arena show, as we know, in Stadium. But E-Arena were just dominating everyone. But Horror, good to see, just like in PMGO Season 1, right? Dominating their respective group. We're #1 in PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta. So far, also a decent start in this tournament. It's just not an E-Arena start, which no one's close.
One team that we haven't really gotten a chance to give props to, especially after that match, is Godlike. Godlike was able to put up a good amount of eliminations in that game. I think they ended up with 7. We saw them take the fight with TT Project as well. We got a chance to talk with S-Power. They're very confident. They're looking to make sure they end up going to the finals like OG was able to do yesterday. And before we actually send it over to Barney, Max, show us again, what were those peaks like? There you go, Barney Lace, take it over while we'll try to see if we can find a zip line to get out from here.
Barney and Lace are on the side of the stage with Alpha 7 Esports! Let's go! Okay, I'm joined by Camilla. I'm joined by Patala, of course, from Alpha 7. First, Camilla, I'd like to ask you, how many of you have come out here to support the team here at PMWC?
We're 30 here, but there are many more coming. We came all the way from Brazil just for this championship, but there are many of us still coming.
Wow, we've got more to come, Lace. Oh my goodness.
And Patala, obviously E-Arena just had a 39-point game. Do you think Alpha 7 can catch them?
Of course, we're gonna destroy them all.
We're gonna destroy them all, Alpha 7!
Yo, destroy them all. We're 1 game in. I can't believe it. Camilla, obviously this year hasn't been the strongest year for Alpha 7 so far, but obviously that can all change. If you could give a message to the boys competing here on the main stage right now, what would you like to say to them?
Yeah, I'd like to tell the boys that we really believe them, and we are sure we're taking this trophy to Brazil.
I like that. They're taking it to Brazil. Alpha 7, do you think you can do it? I think they think they can do it. Costas, over to you.
Hands down, probably one of the best supporting staff and fans is Alpha 7. They are fantastic, always here, providing support to the boys on the stage. And again, they're always coming out smiling, no matter what. And you know that's because whenever they go backstage, they're always surrounded by love. So I think for Alpha 7, it is important, it's good. Again, it's just 1 game. It's just 1 game so far. And realistically, that was just the E-Arena show.
Yeah, that's the crazy bit about it, though, right? Is it makes it feel so different in your mind because we do have to reset and accept that was only 1 game. Yeah. It might have been, 3 games worth of points. But that's all it was. That was just Rondo playing. Yeah. Now it's a little bit more of a known territory. Maybe this is where things do return slightly to normality, but hey, we'll see if that energy carries on for E-Arena.
We will. We'll have to see. I mean, for E-Arena, I wouldn't really care if they even went down to 16th here, personally. I think it'll be fine.
You can rest for the day, boys.
You can have a rest. You've done 3 games in one. But we are heading down towards the south side. This is hilarious. On the left-hand side of your screen there, 29 elims. Next best is 8 because they stole all of them. But Aura, I think a lot of people expected Aura to do well. They got far into that game. Sadly, weren't able to deal with the 2 Angels spreading their wings and flying down to him, sending him straight back to hell, which was crazy. But nasty playing path to start things off here for our first Erangel of the day. Everyone of our top players is the arena as well, also unsurprising. But yeah, it's not Tony K, it's not Tony K from Wish, it is just Tony K now. This guy has been putting in work, he's doing a lot of good stuff. Schweppes also, glad to see he is continuing the trend from throughout his career. He's always been a fantastic player. I'm glad he's finding success here now on the arena too.
And there was a lot of success in game 1.
Suffering from success now.
Yeah, you think so, mate. If people didn't think about trying to target them, maybe that's going to make you go, you know what, a lot of fans out there.
Brother, what is this? What is this? All right, boys, let's just qualify 2 games. We're good to go. Let's do it. They get themselves a really, really nice start here, as do Alpha 7, though, to be fair.
True.
Over towards the north side of Everest. Wolves could probably swing in behind there if they wanted to. Might go past Ruins, something like that. But wait and see. A lot of water in this one. We are cutting out a lot of space early on. Remember, there's a huge amount of fields down towards that south side, so rotating through there. Some of the sight lines might get sketchy for some of our squads.
Yeah, I might change things a little bit with how they play this one. Like you say, cutting out a fair amount of that landmass with the first shift on the circle. For some of the teams further back as well, down to, of course, the Sosnovska military base. We'll have a longer rotate on that one, so you won't be seeing them too much, I'd imagine. But if you want to see something that's absolutely beautiful, get yourself involved with that Naruto event, as you can run in stylish, much like Hora are here, taking the fight straight to Godlike. And that's an opening pick. No follow-up. You are isolated to 1-free Elim. Godlike down to a trio.
That's a tough thing. That is a tough thing about this kind of playing path, is you're not always going to get your ideal drop spot. For Godlike, they certainly have to go for a split here, but Aura, they're an aggressive team. They're going to see you dropping from the shoots, know that you're a single over towards that position and punish you for it. I don't feel too bad about what happened to Godlike there in terms of the fact that it's difficult, right? If you're Godlike, that kind of playing path doesn't give you a huge amount of options, and Aura just tried to take advantage of it where they could, playing a little bit fast and loose there, honestly. See if Godlike can bounce back with just the 3, certainly possible.
It's early doors, so no need to hit panic stations just yet. Obviously, it does make your life a little bit harder on this one to be able to come out swinging into the first more consistent battleground we're going to see today for these squads. But hey, a trio can still get work done. Move up from Hora off the back of it as well, clearing some distance swiftly as they wrap over towards the zone. A7 and the arena have taken some nice distance towards each other as well, splitting off to either side of the coastlines. They can loot happily, no reason to stick into each other there.
Tiamba, again, these guys started really well on the last match on Rondo. They look good.
Yeah.
Happy to see them play the way they did. They are rotating to Mills of Power, though, which is somewhat concerning. I don't know if they got the memo that the circle's on the northwest side. But loot is a necessity. And again, with that kind of playing path, you are sort of strapped for options. They'll pick this one up. Head on out later on. There's a lot of teams just not moving either. They know that moving into the circle is going to be tough as it is. I'm half expecting Aura, after situating themselves in Yasnaya, likely will make a northern rotate past shooting range, try and play up the back of that, potentially over towards box compound, take a stop off there.
Bit of an earlier split off as well from S2G. Handled themselves pretty nicely in that opening game on Rondo, to be fair, Blank. With some of the situations they were thrown into. They had good mechanics, at least, with some of the fallbacks.
I also thought that where they set up afterwards on the pillars, that's good. That was good, right? Their initial engagement was clean. Then they had a game plan, set themselves up center, and then we kept pulling over towards stadium. And it was only a matter of time before they got swarmed by tons of teams. But I think the game plan overall and the gun skill that they displayed last game is really promising for S2G.
Yeah.
So for our Turkish fans, you can be pretty happy about that. It is early doors, though. We've got plenty more to watch as the day goes on. Dopeness on the south side. Just coming out from Swamp now, and TT Project similarly trying to rotate up on that west coast. E-Arena, though, they have laid the flag down. They're rallying around it at the moment. Just towards Hospital, was South George Apartments.
Closer and closer as our teams race to get themselves back into a better position inside of the zone and set up on this one. Nongshim Red Force starting to make their entry with a trio from Godlike on a bit of a split of either side. STG going right down through the middle. This is the bridge crossing from Vitality as well. No one there to attempt to deflect it, so it's a free pathway out from Sivnovka to get back to the mainland. They'll be happy with that.
They're spawning it anyway, but again, I feel like this is nerves more than anything, because on this type of circle, you genuinely don't really need to worry about making this bridge crossing. I think it would be almost a bad play from someone to try and camp this, but it's always a possibility, right? So they're going to take it slow in the meantime. Axel's already made it halfway up the bridge and probably is going to try and get a little bit further up here. Federalis holding behind, but they have nothing to worry about. They really don't. I'm genuinely putting that down to nerves here from Team Vitality. But you need speed on this type of circle. You need to get into position. There's not a lot of spaces to take up here.
Yeah, you can't afford to have the paralysis by analysis of wasting too much time on that one. In the midst of all this, we did see that opening knock that came out from Schweppes, now converted into a full elim there. That was Wolves that got slightly too close to the territory of the arena up by the compound. Rest of the team did get out though, Blank, doubled back round Hospital side and got themselves into safety, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, for E-Arena, they did pull off South George Apartments here. They try to regroup this, which is making a lot of sense to me, because typically on this kind of circle, you are going to get a lot of movement over towards the western side of Everest. This area here, real big funnel for a lot of teams. E-Arena knows they're going to be going against a lot of squads. I think for them, they're coming off such a big high here, but they do need to dial things back. Understand that they can't take too many fights. Third parties are going to be galore around this area too. Your GS team over towards that eastern side now. Alpha 7 back to basics in North George.
Well, how that zone was off the back of the plane path we had coming into this one, at least you gifted a fair amount of safety where they've not had to really run too many risks early doors over the course of the past 8 minutes. Just been able to loot and sit pretty, getting a lay of the land established. Fairly late rotates for some of our squads as well. Obviously, we saw Tiamba fragment off, go over to Milton. They're still going to be coming in late onto this one. And Vitality now entering the safety of the zone that's about to move.
Ooh, okay. E-Arena. I mean, last game they played Stadium. They were there for quite a while, right? So we can say that there was some circle look in that sense, but there was nothing lucky with the way they put down every other squad inside the lobby.
Yeah.
Here they are getting magnetized again. But again, it depends how they want to finish this out. We have seen plenty of teams in Group A get good circles and not really be able to convert off the back of it. Now, I really do want to see another big game from the arena here. Would be fantastic to watch happen. But it will be difficult. It will certainly be difficult, and I'm not going to hold my breath for it.
I mean, at least if you needed a warm-up to prove that they're going to be able to play some very aggressive PUBG Mobile today, that was the game for it. And again, like you say, the circle luck will only go so far. It's more what you do with the position you presented. Very clean last time. Again, a little bit of a gift that they'll be happy with, but more to be done. Potentially a bit of an encounter on the later rotate from our squads outside of the zone, with Godlike getting eyesight back over as well. So room there that things get a little bit panicky. For Hustler crew, Gunbin, even from distance, SatanSid Red Force getting stuck into the action.
I mean, they've been taken down by Nongshim as well as E-Arena at the same time. I think there was not a huge amount of expectations here for Hustler crew. Going into groups. So I do think that Hustler crew going down again for 2 players. Not sitting on a great average at the moment. They've only got 1 point over these 2 matches so far. Sat down there with TT Project. So I think that Nongshim Red Force want to turn that around. This is a team that is very, very good. have just come off some big success here, Jackie, this year. Would love to go straight towards the finals, at the very least qualify through to the next stage of the tournament. But goodness me, if we took a look at the map right now, you can see just how jam-packed it is. We have one team playing on Everest in Aura. Everyone else, like I said, is in that horrible tunneled zone on the western side. A few compounds around that area. S2G currently playing that one that sits underneath Everest on the southwest side. That's a good spot to be working with. You can clear a lot of space from there too. The fact that we still have about, what would you say, 30% water in this one, with Everest being a big chunk of it. No one really wants to move into apartments just yet. It's a nasty circle. So these are the two back-to-back games where it is mechanically and tactically difficult.
And seeing how much of a backup plan you've got in terms of adapting with these circles, like you're saying, it's not a regular game.
It's not normally.
Solving. No, it's not, but... Oh, no.
In the world is that? Makes you want to be sick, honestly. That is gross. E-Arena's probably going to regroup over towards that western side, potentially, with the rest of the team. Take no chances here. You cannot be greedy on a circle like this. You've got to shore up your front at the moment. Make sure you drop the riot shield, because teams are going to be coming at you thick and fast in the near future. Alpha 7 sit all the way over towards the peninsula on that northwest side. Oh, this is disgusting, mate.
Yeah, this is absolutely unbelievable. All of our squad still alive and kicking. Such limited space. Such little ground left to play with on the mainland. A few shots being taken out from various squad. Wolves continue to be fought by E-Arena. TT getting stuck in versus Vitality as well. This is the fight that's going on right here, right now. Neos down behind the back of the vehicle. Effect and Zerich, they just got to call it quits.
Yeah, TT Project just got to move on this one. You got to get further in towards the circle here. Difficult push out for Yangon Galacticos, stuck on radio tower right now, held out by Nongshim Red Force, who are looking to be the arbiters of the fields. Playing Scarecrow right now versus all the Crows coming up from that south side.
And once again, already it's E-Arena that have been able to find themselves free elims with the picks they've secured. You got that wrap over the top of the bridge from George Paul as well that's coming in from ETHH, as they're going to look to try and chase and get into a good stable position inside of the zone. Ravo with a pickup. That's one back over on at 72, one GS.
Ada now moving forward, adrenaline shot in at stage 3. I mean, it's got to be done. The boys got 2 of them. You need a lot of adrenaline to make your way through these next circles. It is pain that is ahead for a lot of these teams. How well can they weather it? Can they grit their teeth and hang on? Aura, Jiggle looking forward now. Yangon Galacticos dropping some shots down towards them. AUG in hand. Aura though still doing well, honestly, over towards this eastern side.
You see the sheepish nature of it. Get a replay here of the fight. Oh, cinematic on that one. That was the follow-up pick onto Ephes. Neos was already down in the back line. Good defense there to make it very uncomfortable for TT that left as a duo. Emre from Ida with a shot onto Godlike as well.
I will say though, man, this is a really cool push that we kind of missed from S2G. They were playing down towards the southwest side, remember. This is a hell of a swing they've been able to make over towards the north side of the circle. We're getting our next one coming in through now. How much water is going to be in play? Oh. What is this? What are we doing? We got to stop.
It just keeps going. Less and less land mass left as the squads have to fight and step over each other to have any sort of stable ground within this one. Vitality have had some uncomfortable fights to force into a stable location on the zone. They did shut down a good majority of Tianba, leaving them with just the solo.
The play zone taking out Tiamba there just feels poetic right now, because it is the circle that's doing the brunt of the damage right now. We're playing all the way over towards the western fin of Georgia Pole. And these players have to tread water going forward. This is getting messy, it's getting nasty. Alpha 7 set themselves up beautifully on this game. Making the necessary maneuver, hanging out all the way towards the beachhead.
Nice nade lineup. Tiamba trying to stay alive as they bounce either side of the vehicle. Bit of chip damage. Hoping he can clutch on to his life at this point. ETSH, after completing their long rotate, do run into Yangon once again. And for the reigning champions, it's not been a great start to the tournament so far. Back-to-back blows taken their way. Vitality trying to win out versus Non-Shin Red Force. Yangon left with just Smile, but that might turn into a frown if they can get the angle onto him. Cleaning up with the elims, make it uncomfortable for ETSH at least, but this goes both ways.
Good molly, good molly. Ensures he can try and get the res up upstairs, but he's got to be quick about this. Fajita with a nade, looks to post it up. Looking decent, tries to get the airburst on the balcony, I like that. But Smile dropped off the top side. He's doing good work here. A grin appearing on his mouth. Now looks for one more, steps up and gets it. A 1v4 essentially for Smile. Insane stuff. Now S2G holding up against GS.
Kamikaze with the move. Does he expect the backstab? Running around with a vision, closes the gap. A good reposition from Lost, finds the angle through the window and gets that one on target. Vitality on the move up round the coast as well. Rita trying to keep Razy in the backline, pinned on the coast. S2G still fighting whilst Hora find that angle onto Smile. Yangon lived for a little bit longer, but it finally comes to an end.
Aura now looking out. I mean, Aura had a decent game last time around. We'll pip to the post on the chicken dinner. With a good setup on this northeast side. We've got to go further though. And S2G's in the way. Again, S2G, blinder or rotate from them, look fantastic. Don't know how they managed to snake their way over towards that spot, but it has absolutely paid dividends now. Dopeness caught on the outside. Eagle is still alive, by the way. No clue how. He is just healing it out. Sleepy, though. AWM, nasty headshot, brings the pain.
It's Joker that we've got here running from tree to tree, looking for a backstab onto the Dopeness crew. Was their setup. Smokes down, trying to give themselves some soft cover to play off the back of the engine of the vehicle there. Paterni K giving the game away. Lufa with a push. Ooh, it gets a bit awkward on the run-up, though. I mean, Joker's low. If you can at least close the gap, maybe a single knock to give them an edge to work with. Panic stations coming in. Paterni K falls. Eagle with the steal. Hello.
That's from distance. I mean, they had to quickly turn around there. He was causing big problems for them. Speaker will find out with Beryl. E-Arena, though, they have to regroup on this. They were trying to play guard and architect, pull out all the weeds on the south side, but not meant to be here. But now they have an angle on what's been causing them problems, where they've been feeling that ache.
We've got the gamble play from Rita that he set up quite some time ago, going for the wide berth over towards the zone.
What's this? Just disgusting. I mean, no one's having a good time right now. We are going out into open zone. The wall's been pretty much giving themselves a lovely little lifeline here as they get towards the top 8, and Necessary might just make it through. Grab himself a loot crate off the back of it as well. See how far this lone wolf can go.
It's a similar situation, man. This is what Ida wanted to go for, with Rita just swimming. Going for his wrap on his own. Razy looked to try and close the distance, going for a similar sort of play. Had a bit of a vehicle there down towards the coast to at least get some distance on it. Alpha 7, meanwhile, they've been sitting and waiting for a fight to come to them just on the ridge of the zone. Vitality have been farming up the elims as well. A bit of a sleeper team with how they've just third-partied onto a lot of these fights. But E-Arena, finally, their eyes light up and they want to go for the wrap straight in.
This is what E-Arena had to do. It's a miracle, by the way, that they get 3 players over towards this location, because Vitality, they were waiting for that moment, waiting for them to leave the building. Luckily, they rotate over towards the roadside, get a tiny bit of sightline cover. And now they set Alpha 7 up in front of them. This is a great position to guard off against. S2G also similarly tries to make a good rotate, but it's Alpha 7 still taking those shots. E-Arena similarly also sending bullets their way.
Aura makes a move in the midst of all the chaos on the northern coast. S2G down and out as they take shots from all sides, leaving them in a brutal position. Brittle, though, is Alpha 7 with a peek up towards the top. Good shots in. Vitality finally take the fight back over to E-Arena. They wanted to catch them on the egress. Instead, they'll push. Nades over the top line. Good chip damage. Mormon low, but they bailed, going over towards the coast. Necessary sat there with a Mini 14.
It's a wild push off E-Arena. They're just looking for anything. Necessary will find Schweppes, though. That's big. And E-Arena now left as one. Joker on the barest amount of life finally goes down. E-Arena is out. They tried to scatter. Vitality forcing them out the way. A 12 elim game here on Erangel is pretty damn good, honestly, from where they were playing.
Alpha 7 and Vitality. Two organizations that will look to take blow for blow right here and prove how much they can do. Paranoia about Necessary deep back on the tip of the map that's still in play. Rita still going for his lengthy rotate to give himself a chance to steal away points from the other remaining squads, and Hora keeping it calm on the coast.
Rita's got the scuba gear on right now, looking to make landfall eventually. Razy, Renade up front. Surprised Carrillo was able to sidestep that one. It is scary, though, having Razy and Razak together here. M79 pulled out to try and create a little bit of cover in front of them, but don't know if he's got any more shells left in that bad boy. Revo moves up, though. Nade in hand, pulls out his a little bit later than Vitality. We've got to keep on that fight, though. Axel opens up towards Revo. We want to see what's going on. Carrillo's down, Obscure might be next, leaving them just one player now. Gui's out on top side, gets absolutely obliterated, and Vitality full of life with his endgame.
They line them up and knock them down. Vivi Vitality as they're coming alive in France. 15 elims on the game so far. And for Alpha 7, it all falls onto the solo. What can you do? That's a big nade to open it. Goodbye, Razy. As Alpha 7 are looking to clap straight back and give as good as they get, but Hora see them. Backstab shots from No Fear.
Guizau's got limited time, though. The blue is starting to move in, rolling towards him. It's an inexorable approach, terrifying. Razy likely not to get back up, but Necessary still alive here. Like we said, the lone wolf living his dream as he gets up towards the top four. Horror might have been pipped the post last game, but they're going for the chicken.
Oh, another nade.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, it's brutal, but try as he might to hold on. He got the 2 clean knocks with the utility, but it's not enough in the full fight. But this has left a broken and bruised Vitality with only a solo, forced to get their players up. Horror cleared out Wolves.
Potential a full regroup here, though, for Vitality. Where do they go? They can play this ridge line, swings up slightly, but what do you do after that? The game might just slow down, and Aura 400, 556. They are ready for a spray down, but Vitality, I don't know how good the util's looking, how good the supplies are looking on side, and versus a full 4-man all spread out along the coast. This is an impossible push for them to make. Horror might have got second last time, but they are looking for the first.
Hora, they've got Sleepy, the sniper with a hell of a scope, waiting for the opportunity to leave them broke on the peak over the top of the ridge. If Vitality come into this, it's going to be on the back foot, an uphill battle. Down a man, draining their resources, like you say, whilst Hora are just waiting to strike.
All quiets down now. They need an opener. The smokes are out. Vitality's got no choice but to try and isolate here. Luckily, they've got vehicles. They set up now. They put the pedal to the metal. Now looking to move over towards Horror's side. Swinging out into the open. Razy wraps round. Sky also similarly layering on the backside here. Can't quite find the shots here. Sleepy digging those bullets into the backside of the vehicle, creating those dents, but Circle moves away now. How do they approach this? It feels like an impossible game here for Vitality.
Such an open field. No cover, no chance. The only play that they can make is to take the fight straight to their face as they drive back behind the steering wheel and go in swift. Sleepy with a warning shot. Whoa. The buggy comes by. Close quarters engagement as Vitality looks to hold on. No fear down. More damage done. Sky replies onto one. It's all on a solo of Axel as he looks to cook his way through them.
Sleepy up front pulls out the AUG, the AWM doing nothing for him. Axel, last left alive here, an incredible player on 9 elims this game. It's a hard fight though, a 1 versus 2. Molotov goes long, he runs straight into it though, keeps backing off into the nade. It might be lights out for Axel soon.
Oh, that's the nade to do it as Hora. With a hefty bombardment on the beach, they lay claim to the second chicken dinner and light up Paris once again.
Hora though, it was instantaneous response, the speed at which they came through. Oh my days. Getting pulled out in the second game, good for him.
Beautiful action there. Hora locked in, understanding their rotation, the best opportunity to try and force Wolves out of that solo position that was giving them so much control. To third party into the back, controlled everything blank, and left Vitality effectively in an open island. No cover, no chance. Axel gave it his best, but an upward battle.
I mean, Axel, he was spinning like crazy that game. Smoke on the tires because 9 elims almost made it more than that. What a wild performance from him, not only on that game, but last game too, when they were trying to make their way up towards the stadium. It is funny that we had Hora, Vitality in that top 3 on Rondo, now in the top 3 again here over on Erangel. We seem to have a couple of favorites here, Jackie.
Yeah, already establishing some of our lobby leaders potentially. And not even one of those statements where we'd say at the end of day 1, at the end of game 1, now going into game 2, like you say, mate, it's just becoming very crystal with a lot of the squads that are looking incredible out here. This is the final moment replay as well. You can see back how rough it was for Axel.
It's so unfortunate, well, because the Molotov went far. I think he could have stayed playing against that vehicle. He makes the right call in the moment because that Molotov's placed correctly. He can't play up front, but it's a very, very hard decision to make in the moment. But again, it did feel like Vitality could have made that work. And I wasn't joking when I said that felt like an impossible game. It really was.
They had no cover. They had no pathway.
Oh, right.
They went for the call and nearly did it. Ridiculous. Let's get down on this stage and find out from themselves.
All right, well, yes, thank you very much. I'm Claris down here on the stage. I am with E-Arena, though, and it's Joker here to talk about that first game, honestly, because that might have been the best game in PUBG Mobile history. I want to get your thoughts about that game, what was going on in the team comms, the feeling after that first game.
เราอยากมาพูดเรื่องเกมแรกนะครับตอนนั้นเราเก็บไก่ไปได้เลยนะตั้งแต่เกมแรกเลยเรามองว่ามันเป็นเกมที่แบบว่าดีที่สุดตั้งแต่เราเคยเล่นกันเลยมาเลยนะฮะอยากถามว่าตอนนั้นเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับแล้วก็ทีมพร้อมแล้วก็บรรยากาศในทีมมันเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
จริงๆจังหวะนั้นเราไม่ได้คิดอะไรเลยครับแค่ไล่ตีในเมืองของเราให้หมดแล้วก็ไม่คิดว่าจะไก่คิวเยอะขนาดนั้นครับ
Alright, to be honest, we didn't expect that we're gonna get that much kill, and like so what we planned during that time is just like keep getting into the city and like hit like one by one into the city at a time.
Okay, so very quickly here as well, after that performance, after looking fantastic already here, any words for the fans, everybody kind of watching for E-Arena out at home as well, because I'm sure a lot of people are very excited about that first performance.
หลังจากที่ทุกคนได้เห็นได้ดูเกมแรกแล้วนะเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนตอนนี้กำลังจับตาน้องทีมของเราอยู่นะฮะอยากถามว่าเรามีอะไรฝากถึงพวกเขาบ้างครับก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้E-Arenaนะครับหนึ่งเดียวจากไทยครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ Alright, to everyone, please supporting us. We are the E-Arena, the only one and the only hope of Thailand.
All right, well, thank you very much. Making PMWC history here. E-Arena looking awesome.
E-Arena hitting us with the only hope for Thailand. Well, that hope is looking pretty damn good. And you know who else is looking good? Hora! As they were... you too, Max. You too, honestly.
No, I mean, Hora, what an absolute banging day for Nepal, right? You start off with a second place in one of the weirdest opening games ever in an international tournament. And then, how about we do get that win here on a beach finish that we rarely see at any tournament whatsoever. And oh my goodness, I mean, for you in particular, Nipchira, you're a big fan of snipers. Sleepy, the bolt action. Oh my God, Nepal is here to play.
Oh, it's so nice to see it. So nice to see it at a global tournament. Finally, it's been years, it feels like. He's still one of the only players that uses a bolty. We need to have that more often, and maybe after this game, other players will go, maybe it's not such a bad idea to have an absolute god at sniping on your team, because oh my. That is exactly what you want to see. You getting those long-range shots coming on through. Really, really good stuff. But Hora in general really able to circumnavigate a whole lot of traffic coming on through there, Max. You know, over on that beach side, one of the only plays they could have made, and it worked really, really well.
Max, remind me which bolt he was using?
The Orm.
The Arm. All right, Lace, thank you for joining us. Glad to have you here. I want you to give me the best sound possible. Keep in mind, sniper is going to sound amazing.
The best sound.
It's every shot is like pure ASMR.
Yeah.
Boom. Baby.
All right, Max, you next.
Okay, on me.
On him. Put it on him.
On me.
Get the camera on this, man. Boom.
Mine was better.
Nep, you're next.
ASMR.
All right, get ready.
That sounded
Arm sound. AWM. Come on. What? Did you sneeze? That was a sneeze. What? Okay, for everybody that has been making videos of PMWC at EWC 26, there you go. There's the challenge. Go back to that last game, have Sleepy, and replace those sounds and see which one was the best. Make sure you guys share it on social media using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC 26. But talking about teams that were able to perform so good, we have to talk about Vitality, Lace.
Man, the whole entire game from them was absolutely incredible. They basically had bridge. They were able to hold that position so early. They were the Zone 3 gatekeepers of that entire match. They had direct lines of sight on everybody that was rotating in such a difficult choke point where they had to rotate. They actually left Reezy behind to scout E-Arena's movements. They basically waited. They flanked on in there, right behind them while they were in contention. And I mean, they reserved so much utility to be able to take on E-Arena and get them out of their way. And then obviously they set their sights on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 had nowhere else to go but to exit building, so they'll be able to do that. And especially this play, I mean, such a large distance to be able to go. They luckily had the vehicles, and I mean, fell a little bit short here, just having, you know, Axel could have sit back a little bit too far. But what an incredible game from them. Not the first place that they're probably hoping for, but goddamn, that's some eliminations they put on the board.
Oh, goddamn, indeed. No, but look at that Vitality. I feel like the moment that allowed them to get into a second place in the first place is actually when they decide to push up onto E-Arena, leapfrog Alpha 7 in one fell swoop, and the fight was so quick, Alpha 7 just didn't have the time to retaliate, and because of that Vitality, what an absolute banging performance. 23 points here on the second game of today. Whew, La France is looking pretty good.
They are looking really good. I mean, Vitality, 23 points. Now, this is what I was talking about Group B. We were expecting teams to be a lot more aggressive. We're expecting teams to start sponging up those points towards the top. And so far, after 2 matches, that's exactly what's currently happening. With Alpha 7, we see them now being able to have back-to-back good performances. This is what we want to see out of PMGC champion.
It is absolutely. It's really nice to see them make a little bit of a comeback bit by bit here. I'm going to be expecting them to continue that, much like Orangutan in Group A, right? In day 1, they're just going to be continuing to grow and grow and grow that momentum, hopefully for day 2. So we will see how that goes. But for now, you know, 9 points on game 2 is a really, really decent start for them. So yeah, I am happy with them so far.
Yeah, and I mean, they have such a powerful roster as well, and Revo was definitely kicking it for them. This type of squad can focus on eliminations. We saw that coming out of match 1. They actually, like, held out Wolves in several scenarios. Then, in this second match, they focused on placement and prioritized that. They were actually on that northern side, uncontested for a long time, obviously sitting and building and waiting for the likes of Vitality to come along. But it shows the strength in different sides that this squad can play, and especially when you come into Smash Rule, you know, you want to be able to prioritize eliminations, but get these placements as well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, perfect timing. Like we were talking about them too. A7, the greatest PUBG Mobile team in history. I think the Alpha 7 fans will end up agreeing with that one because so far, I mean, they have been one of the most consistent teams when we talk about PUBG Mobile esports history. Nongshim Red Force, though, they've not been having one of the best starts so far.
I'm very surprised by Nongshim. I thought
Surprised in what kind of way? Tell us more, please.
Okay, I will. All right. Where are they? They are silent. They're not doing anything. I thought,
He's on Furia silence. What are you talking about? Sorry, that was terrible. I'm sorry.
But PMMI, massive champions, by Smash Rule, all of that sort of thing, coming into here looking very, very, very good. And then we have, what, 2 0-pointers or a 2-point and a 0-pointer? I'm confused and surprised, and hopefully that will change as we go on into the next couple of games. But yeah, bit odd, I think.
I'm sad. I don't have any analysis. There's nothing really to break down except that the early rotations, they can't quite get in there. I didn't see the start of this game because we were running from the rooftop over to here, so I'll have to go back and check it out and break down what really happened to Nongshim Red Force. But it was good, but unfortunately it's a very exclusive club, you know, on the rooftop. Only us and E-Arena can go on rooftops. That's all we can do.
Tomorrow, Lays, you'll join us at the beginning of the show.
Fine, I don't want the win.
I'll make sure it happens, all right? I'll make sure you get that wind flowing and just while you're talking. But no surprise seeing E-Arena currently in first place with 46 points with the amazing performance that this squad had in the first round, though. No surprise. Team Vitality there with that second. Remember, if you for some reason missed the first 2 days of PMWC at EWC 26, the top 5 teams at the end of tomorrow will be going directly to the finals. The bottom 3 will end up going home, and everybody in between will go to survival. And yeah, I mean, TT Project, Hustler Crew as well. One team that wasn't able to perform that well here in this Erangel was Godlike. Godlike started off hot, and we were kind of joking about it. The first game that they get a chance to experience at a global event is none other than a stadium finish. But here, we're gonna have to see a bit of a bounce back.
I mean, to be fair, I'm going to be so fair to them. You said, yes, their first Rondo in a global is going to be a stadium finish. Their first Erangel on a global finish is north of Zarki on a beach, or not Zarki, but the South George. Thank you, South George. On a beach? Excuse me? No, thank you. So you know what? I'm going to cut them a little bit of slack and go, when we have a normal zone, then I'll start talking about them.
Now we're going to get a weird circle again. Thank you. You did that.
I'm not cutting slack.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not going to be cutting any slack. I want this team to start performing and performing now. Because we saw what ended up happening yesterday. And with Godlike, the thing with Godlike is we know that they can definitely put up the numbers. We know they have the fragging power. And with the audience that they have behind them, and with what we saw OG coming out of them, I know they might be able to bounce back. And we'll see how they're going to be able to bounce back towards today. But while we're at it, before we start match 3, let's send it over to Kalaris and John Allen.
That's right. Well, you know what? Here on the stage, we could talk about Game 2. We could.
Well, Game 2, sure, lovely. But what about Game 1? Whoa, that was some interesting stuff coming through from E-Arena.
Yeah.
They swept the floor with everybody.
Yeah, it was impressive, really impressive. So much minutia in it as well, right? They were even, not only did they not get challenged in Stadium to start things off, but sent to North to actually show up their bets against the circle if it had come down, and then moved back. So it was anything but passive. And the crazy thing about all the eliminations, none of them were recall elims. So it makes it even more insane that that Rondo could ever happen like that.
Yeah, 29 elim game is unheard of at this level. It is incredible stuff to be able to witness. And like you said, none of them are recall, so it wasn't like they were getting stuck in Neops or in one of those other hot drop locations. They were absolutely keen to get straight into the action. As soon as the recall towers closed off, they were like, no, we're just going to play bread and butter.
And you can see the double drop here as well to kind of look at how they're able to seal the deal. Not only that, are able to defend the zipline locations to make sure nobody else was coming up on the roofs. So it was picture perfect. And you know the crazy thing? Before I had that interview with Joker, he said, it was lucky. And I'm like, I don't think it was lucky at all. That's ridiculous. Anyway, thank you very much for this, John. It is time now to head on over to the commentator team. Once again, game number 3, well underway.
The perfect hit from John to get us back over to the commentary booth as we set the stage for another game here live from Paris. A lot of energy in the building, a lot of excitement. And we got the Alpha 7 fans in the house! What about a team that might need a bit more energy? Let's hear it for Godlike! Hey! There we go. That's what I wanted to hear, Paris. Give us some of that. Let's get loud as we get into our third game of the day.
They need that energy. They need it now. But honestly, not doing too badly so far. E-Arena took to the stage on that first game of Vitality, Aura not far behind. Alpha 7 been taking along too, 16 points. S2G, big surprises right now. 15 points so far, looking fairly good. 13 eliminations, because what this shows me is that the gun skill is there for this squad. They've only been getting 2 points off the back of placements right now, but S2G bringing some of that action to the arena at the moment. Lovely to see. Another awkward playing path down from Sosnovka. Very east leaning here. See where these players want to drop in. Vitality out early down towards Sosnovka. A little bit of a journey for themselves to get up towards that north side, but should be fine. Wait for the circle to come on through. Right now, Axel leading in top players, and for a good reason. This guy has been popping off between games.
And with what we've already had today, Blank, it feels like there's been something different in the air for these circles, for these games. Are we getting another ridiculous affair again? Do you reckon this will be normality?
Well, Neptune already jinxed it, didn't she? So we'll see. Again, the circle might be kind to us coming through to game 3. These players sort of need a break at this point. It's been wild so far. Some teams been able to roll with the punches, others not so much. We're heading down towards the south side. This is your fault, Neptune. You got to take ownership of this one. We'll see who comes through with it. Vitality, though, they get themselves a nice start on this one. Down towards the south side. No eking their way up past the coast on the western side. They get to start in a good position. This could head back over towards the northwest side. But Godlike already taking 2 knocks here. S-Power has to hold it down.
Let's see if they can withstand the full frontal assault that's coming their way as S-Power opens it back up onto Loco. Oh, close quarters engagement with the shotgun. Good pre-fire on the angle. Vinny gets it done. It's not the start they wanted.
Hustler crew has been dropping on teams all day today. Do not care one bit. They lose Loco in the process, but feels like they've got their job done there. I think Godlike might need to start figuring out how they want to drop this one out, because they are going for this trash drop, right? They're going for split loot around apartments. I think personally, maybe they need to start dropping together, because where they're dropping isn't bad. It's bad because it's bad now because people keep dropping on top of them all the time. It's so tough to work with. So Godlike might need to make a change in that category. Also, I mean, Hustler crew has just been all over the place. It's hard to predict for Godlike.
Keeping them guessing. And that change of drop, that change of pace has certainly been hurting some of our teams. Brutal to position to be left in immediately, Blank. Less than 4 minutes into the game, you're down to a solo. Hustler crew getting away. Yeah, sure, you take some damage, but a trio could still look to weave their way through. Squeeze a few more points out of this one, the longer it develops.
The skin there as well, you can join Naruto Uzumaki himself with the new Ninetales Fury Orc skin. Looks fantastic. 2 versions of it too. Love to see it. Get angry. Feel that rage from the Ninetales in-game, because it looks awesome as well. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic skin. We'll see what Mania can get done here. For Godlike, it's just been an unfortunate start for them. I mean, starting off with Horror dropping on them into Hustler crew, I do feel bad for them. I really do. We'll see if they can pick things back up going in towards our 4th Erangel of the day and into our Miramars. We've seen that anything can happen. They can still work their way back up those rankings. Down towards that south side, that S2G do move on through. A quick replay. I mean, S-Power did hold it down. He's only got Micro Uzi to work with. It's hard. It's hard in those situations. A vest as well, level 1 helmet. The fact that he held on as long as he did was pretty insane, to be honest, as well.
Yeah, it could have been way worse.
Ooh, Axel again. Still putting on those numbers. Goodness me, he is fearsome. Again, coming into this for Vitality, there was a lot of talk around Razy and Razak, and I've seen these guys perform before. They look great, but the fact that Axel is just like, guys, we gotta get through here. We gotta get into the top 5. We're making it through to finals. We're gonna do Indonesia proud.
they're certainly living up to the hype right now with some of the plays that are being made. We've seen these awkward encounters happening down towards Novka as well with the shots over. Everyone taking a few casualties here and there. Wolves only getting away with a duo off the back of things, and S2G falling very early here.
For S2G, they stepped a little bit too close to Vitality's home ground down towards his south side. They want to clear out more space. You got Razak as well as Federales holding over towards the bridge, whilst Razy as well as Axel currently holding down C block. They have a lot of area to work with. They are feeling unbelievably confident. Hustler crew still causing problems for people around the map.
Oh, swing out. Close quarters connections onto the Hustler crew. That's your single knock to play with, looking for more as they do take the fight back over to Vinny. Nade in the hand for the close quarters shut down. It's good damage, but can't find a follow through with a shotgun. Not able to withstand it as they are down and out. Revenge there for their hot drop.
GS getting away with that one in school. Now they do certainly teach Hustler crew a lesson. But we'll need to get on the bus right now to get down towards the south side of the map. Curious to see where this next circle goes, because this could be another nasty one where we end up on the bridge. Wouldn't surprise me after the circles we've seen today. Alpha 7 still keeping it pretty chilled out over towards Milta. Moved away from North George towards this location of the map, considering the plane path itself. E-Arena, though, they took way longer. I mean, they wrapped back up towards South George. Gonna loot in this area, get as much as possible. I think they understand it's going to be a late rotate in, either on the bridge or send Primorsk and grab some boats.
There's our Alpha 7 cameo as well. All together, getting their move on with the hovercraft, crossing from the mainland back over. Tianba had that similar rotation, of course, as they do glide their way around. A few more style points on that one, Blank.
Oh, definitely. Line for the air does feel good. I mean, for Alpha 7, though, this is going to be feeling weird for them. I think a lot of times when they make this approach, they're always expecting teams to be holding in Novo. Yangon Galacticos, on the other hand, though, they've headed over towards Observatory. They've got a split there. They're trying to hold out all teams. Cloud down towards the south side, though, is peeking over towards Alpha 7, but the hovercraft means they can immediately get out of the water and get on the move. You can just see him there, off on the west-hand side.
This was the S2G fight, where they were taken out by TT Project, the duo that tried to get away after their encounter versus Vitality. TT once again right here, right now, taking pot shots onto Dopeness bit by bit.
I mean, for TT Project, they know they've got to get some aggression under the belt right now. They are low down in the rankings, and they can't afford to let this game keep going the way it is. Ephius finishing out Kenji, and I think that might just be Dopeness out now. We've already lost 3 teams. Hustler Crew, Dopeness, S2G, down to 13, 47 players this stage of the game. It's quite carnage, quite a lot of carnage happening on the map at the moment.
Oh, okay.
A little bit more standard.
Yeah, this is probably better for us and for the teams, Blank.
Centering up, we do have those buildings that sit down towards the ridge side on the eastern edge that currently Vitality just have free reign over. Razak might try and regroup. I think it might be a bit dangerous now, holding over towards C block as long as he does. So this is sensible, this is mature coming through from Vitality. They know that a lot of teams would like to take up position towards here. They don't want to leave it up to chance. 2 players getting run down. And even as I say that, Wolves start to make their way up, but they're caught up in between TT Project.
For what it's worth, they're keeping the heat on TT with how Wolves have played this one. A good squad individually. Zerix cleaning out towards the ground floor, makes it look simple as he busts around the door, waving the 4-4. Zerix with a nade.
Nice.
Ooh, beautiful bounce on it.
Might be able to pick up effect here, but Vitality is having none of it. They hear the shots, they hear the fighting, they take down effect and then clear out another building. This is just space gained, space garnered right now for Vitality.
You might think Vitality are going to clean up on this one, mate. Watch this from Zerich. I can feel the energy rising. Looks to get the nade into the back line. Decent chip damage as they're bombarding. 4, 5 nades. One after another, keeping them pinned in position. Razy with a wrap round the back, looking for the angle in. Federales advances with Axel. It's a good knock. Zerich down.
Just an unbelievable amount of pressure being applied right now by Vitality. Axel behind him, Neos drops out, but Vitality looks clean. Not a single player lost on the knock here. And a reset actually, because of Vitality, they've been watching out for a lot of players where they're coming from. Getting a full amount of utility, a full amount of supplies from that squad, that's really good at resupplying them going forward too. And again, more space game for them. They don't want anyone coming close to those buildings on the eastern side of that ridge. This is their area to play.
Tiamba caught vision as well of Alpha 7 here. Wide play space to work with. Decent amount of cover in between the trees. Just trying to wait for an overextension. Can't really hard commit and hold the angle right now if you leave yourself exposed to the crosshairs. And Alpha 7 don't want to waste too much time amongst this until they feel they've got an edge.
Revel. And a wrap down, trying to deny some of the sidelines, get over towards the airstrip. Maybe a bit further here. The circle could shift very far over towards the western side on this next circle, potentially. Instead it goes central, over towards Millie Base itself. Manya set up on the southern side of C block here. Trying to keep it as quiet as possible here for Godlike, trying and get towards those later placements. Nongshim, honestly, like I said before, a strong team, but we have not seen a massive amount of that. And again, we've had these pretty crazy, quirky circles so far. Maybe they haven't been able to excel on those. Potentially here, we can see something a bit different.
Yeah, definitely a known quantity with a ton of talent. But like you say, maybe not just been the right place at the right time with the abstract nature of the first 2 games we've had today as we've kicked off the action. Group B, bringing the heat here. A lot of very explosive teams. Not in the worst position with the hilltop control and cover to work with. They'll have the lay of the land over the Vitality split if they advance towards them. It was a later rotate as well from Hora that's still been developing in the back. That's why we haven't seen them for some time.
Irina, in the meantime, did make the cross, by the way. Over towards the western side. They are rocking up over towards that ridge. There was a 2-2 here from Vitality. Irina rocking up on it right now. It's a little bit scary here, but immediately Vitality's backing off the angle. But they have information now. That's the big thing. Will Irina catch any of them in the process? Manya now up against Yangon Galacticos as a solo.
Could have had the drop on him. Manu was hoping to at least get that one clothesline play. Introduce him to the shotgun, but he's exposed to Smile through the window. And Yangon do shut down the final member of Godlike as another squad exits stage left.
Irina playing this one slow at the moment. Again, I love the way these 2 teams have played this one out. Irina was cautious on the approach. Vitality didn't want to hold this position any longer. Quick regroup down towards the eastern side. Like, honestly, Vitality's playing like a finals team right now. This is really, really cool to see. Layering up towards Irina. They've got the hovercraft in play. I think for Razak's got to be careful here, though. Yes, he can keep gathering information. Make sure he knows exactly when Irina moves, where they move to, so they can plan out the rest of the game ahead of this. It is slightly dangerous versus Turney Cage playing on the top of the building.
You talk about slightly dangerous. This could be somewhat lethal. ETSH have to basically fight their way through the Ida blockade that is set up watching the bridge. Crystal clear line of sight. looking to fire some shots onto them. The zone shifting in favor of Vitality's current position as well, with E-Arena in close proximity, and that battle does break out. Knockback over onto Emre, it seems like, though, for Ida. It's not gone anywhere near as cleanly as they were hoping for.
It's pretty messy both sides. I mean, Ida has the opportunity to get all the players back up again. They're outside in the play zone. So one player goes down there. Emre potentially getting him back up again, leaving them as 3. But Aura, they sense blood in the water. They move up. Darkin with a P90. Looks to take some shots over towards him. But again, Horror, it is horrifying, honestly, for Ida. They're just poking their head slowly over the top, making it uncomfortable right now for them.
You think with that very delayed rotate, they went all the way around the east side over the other bridge. Haven't had too many opportunities to get elims on this game. 32 points coming into it in 3rd place in the overall standings after our previous 2 games. They're going to want a chance to fight, add a little bit more to that. But that wasn't the hard commit onto Ida. Like you say, get a bit of a read off and try and stay safe. The rest of our teams now focusing on forging a path ahead back into the zone.
Well, the thing is that for Aura, they have to be very careful here. They know there's a ridgeline that sits down over towards Nongshan Red Force. They can play that, but they also understood they didn't want to get too involved with Ida, considering that the main rotational path here for most teams is over the northern side, over the rolling hills, and then swinging by E-Arena and then trying to play off that ridge there. So for Horror, I think they just take their chances. They move down towards the high ground. They're going to isolate a lot this northeast side of the map whilst keeping their back cleared from Nongshan Red Force as well as Vitality.
Alpha 7 in a pretty good position as well to possibly rearm themselves with some higher tier loot off the back of the drop. One of the times we've seen them not really taking early casualties as well, so we get the full force of Alpha 7 where they play their best PUBG Mobile. E-Arena seeing the wrap round from Ida. And that seems to have caught their attention, perked their eyes up a little bit, but they're going straight down towards Tianba territory.
I mean, right now for Ida, they were just shepherded by E-Arena in the hovercraft, and Ida does make their way up towards the building, but this is an uncomfortable position to be playing. Alpha 7 off the distance also trying to get involved there. In the midst of the chaos, Darko in the P90 goes extremely low, but for Tianba, they don't want to really leave these buildings too much. Everyone understanding that there are so many positions to play here. There are so many sightlines at play as well. It's difficult to be making those rotations. I mean, Ida just felt the full force of 5 different teams all taking shots towards them.
Terrified of E-Arena, forced into Tianba, and then skewered by the backstab of Vitality. Alpha 7 even assessing the situation to see when they want to make a move. Zone still crunching in. Last few squads making their rotate in.
Yeah. I mean, this is playable though, right? That's the problem for Alpha 7 right now. This is very playable in terms of the ridgeline. They've got ahead of them that slight slope that looks upwards. Until they're forced to move, I don't think they're pulling off this position anytime soon. Aura opens up over towards Smile. Behind the missiles. Want to see if they can find Romeo underneath. Sleepy looking to do his best anti-aircraft. Over towards these guys, clip their wings at distance, but this time he's got the DBS in hand, no Balti in play.
Nade after nade to keep the pressure on downhill. A little bit of extra distance on that one. Non-ship Red Force still sitting pretty inside of the defensive area they've set up for themselves, whilst Alpha 7 go from playing passive to pouncing on a team. 72 1GS taking casualties. Tianba also find an opportunity to get involved. And Alpha 7 collapse onto it now, Blank. Clean up through action.
That's really good. They spotted an opportunity, opened up over towards GS, and be able to find a fair few elimination off the back of it. Yangon Galacticos also do move down this way, tails between their legs after that initial engagement with Aura earlier on. Not the spot they want to be in, and suddenly they find themselves with neighbors here in Alpha 7. 2 champions up against one another now.
But the issue is, Blank, heavy are the heads that wear the crown. And it's Yangon Galacticus that need to stand their ground and defend. versus a reinvigorated Alpha 7 with a point to prove.
It's a real big opportunity there for Revo. 6 nades though, and a rough idea of where they're playing. That might just be enough.
Good arc on the first two. Initial chip damage to aid them in the fight, but no overcommitment. Seeing more of that dynamic tempo they were talking about in some of the early interviews this event, saying they know when to be aggressive now, but they know when to rein it in and try and reset.
Yeah. Again, I think that was the big thing for Alpha 7, though. I think they got so in their heads that there was not a single team that could fight them clearly, that potentially that's their downfall. But again, this team has incredible gun power, but they just need to realize when to apply it and when to accelerate, when to pull it back. I think they've looked a lot better today. Honestly, it's looked a lot cleaner. It's a lot more like the Alpha 7 of the past, consistently getting towards those late games. But they're realizing there's some big dogs in this lobby.
More respect, but it goes both ways. They do assess the situation as well, getting a bit of info up top side towards the arena with the split they've gone for. Can't force the issue too heartedly. If they leave themselves exposed, it could be punishing, but that might be an opportunity presented off the shot up from Hora. Filthy angle on that blank.
That's a long distance shot as well. Certainly put Tony K down. Helmet's got to be suffering off the back of that. Rough for Tony K as well, as he's usually the front man for the squad here. Joker's wrapping back. Until they get done. Alpha 7 also has taken a knock at the process. These are bad times to be taking knocks. Circle goes central. Nongshim Red Force. Real chance right now for South Korea. Aura down towards the southeast. Tiamba's got to move out from the buildings. It's very clear where they've been playing for such a long time. Potentially move up towards the loot crate. I don't know how far in this is, but you could play off the back of it if you still got vehicles to work with.
Like you touch on there, could this be a game where Nongshim Red Force finally come alive? They've had a pretty safe pathway throughout the zones we've seen so far here on Game 3. We know they're talented. We've been amping them up. We just need to see it, but let's see if Alpha 7 can bring the thunder on the close quarters engagement. Goodbye, Milu, as Tiamba get hit by the front of the vehicle. Quick flicks coming out from A7. A single knockback onto him, and they're starting to take a bit of damage. Nongshim Red Force taking pot shots down. And although they've cleaned out the ditch, they've got a lot more to worry about.
This is just the difference between EWC and when we come to any other tournaments around the world. PMWC very similar in that approach as well, where you cannot make any play without another team dipping their heads in, right? It's really, really difficult. Every squad knows when to pick up the heat, honestly. The arena also suffering massively on their entry. They just could not find a good time to make their way in.
Yangon still living on with a 4-man squad. Hillside position in play currently for them that they will have to abandon eventually. Porte on the wrap further down. The duo of Ida was rattled down to only Darkin off the back of this central angle that was taken from Alpha 7. Arcing nades in towards the Tianba compound.
Tiamba, despite suffering so much earlier on versus Alpha 7, still alive here, but playing a building that everyone knows is occupied. Darkin and Tiamba live in the same nightmare. Right now, Alpha 7 need to make a move. Watchtower is open. Potential of moving over towards that. Vitality takes some heavy hits. Nongshim Red Force continuing to put on the pressure on this map. Again, Yangon Galactica suffering to the same thing that E-Arena did. They were looking for any kind of entry point, but every single way in just feels like a tight, narrow alley. They've got to squeeze themselves through.
Alpha 7 biding their time, know that they can strike now with a peek out. Revo single-handedly has been the explosive force on Alpha 7. 5 elims tied to just this one beastly player. He's on his last legs for now. They need to play medic to get him back up, but Nongshim Red Force have had sightlines to make them feel uncomfortable.
mean, honestly, for Alpha 7, they've had the roughest game. This is a really, really hard approach for them. I think they've played phenomenally this match so far. It's never been easy, but they are running out of supplies, right? They're running out of meds overall. I think the gas is low in the tank. Let's see how much more Alpha 7 can get done in this game. I think this is where they really will need to take the task to the next level. I think it's going to be hard. The game's going to come down to Nongshim, Red Force, and Vitality, unless Aura have something to say about it.
Nongshim Red Force just uncontested by any other squads. They've just got 3 angles to hold onto A7. And like you say, it's made it so brutal to move up. Meanwhile, we get the POV of Axel that's taking shots down onto him, but running low on supplies again. The ammunition economy could be a problem. They turn their attention straight onto Horror, though, Blank, and want to see if they can charge.
The nades just aren't pitched right, though. I think that's the last bombardment coming through from Alpha 7 too. There's a couple more nades still left. M79's in play as well. You need those smokes to make your way across. But I think it might be lights out soon. Great shot from Axel once again. This man's name's been in my mouth far too often today. It's crazy.
Just as Nongshim turn their attention over onto Yangon and Alpha 7 were given a chance to take, they go in. But Horror are still holding. And Alpha 7 cut short on the crossing. They can't arrive, and Horror hold on.
The jiggle there comes on through. Looks really, really good in that moment. I mean, Horror didn't give them a chance to move on that one. Joker still up. E-Arena managed to make themselves into a top 5 despite everything. Yangon Galacticos massively suffering to the sidelines of pretty much just Axel, who has their number. But Yangon, I feel like their time is up now.
And that could be a statement that you could attribute to every other squad in the lobby with how Vitality are starting to play. A beautiful day from them so far. 10 elims in the space of this single battleground up to this point. A full 4 squad. The only other that's comparable is Nongshim Red Force. No, Joker!
Oh, almost got the second, dude. I actually felt it in that moment. But he might have single-handedly just ruined the chances of Aura. It goes down to this. Nongshim Red Force versus Vitality. Does get the res, though, which denies the point. That's why he goes through with it.
An economic play. Thinking about the future of what's yet to come for Horror. But right now in the flesh, live in Paris, we're talking about the present that is this game. A gift we've been given with Vitality playing flawlessly and Nongshim Red Force bringing the strategy down to our final 2 squads.
Side by side now. Vehicles still in play here for Vitality. For Nongshim Red Force, they moved up early. They've got 1 vehicle that I can see in play. But Vitality having these cars still up and available is a really big deal for them, which is maybe why actually earlier on Razak was making such a big deal of scaring off E-Arena's angle so they couldn't take shots down towards the tires because they knew they'd need those wheels later on. Little plays like this can make the difference. Moving up towards that loot crate could be the big thing, though. Vitality looking to make the first move. You can hear the engines revving. Observers, love you guys.
Crushing
in the
it right
scene.
now. Giving us the cinematics of the story on this one. And I think you're spot on with how they played it, mate. But that's the devil in the details that's really raised our opinion of Vitality just in the space of the previous 2 games, with the fact that strategically it's been on the money time and time again.
Playing off the rooftops, both teams begging that each other makes a peek. Right now, this is more about information gain than everything. Not having any sight denied by the windows inside. And it comes down to this, zone 9. Circle starts to close. Both teams will have to make a move. M79's dropping out the smokes. Clearing out space between the center of the buildings. In come the vehicles. Razak goes first, gets it up towards the next. Had to make the crossing without taking too much damage here. Again, everything is folding into this.
Cerebral plays. The smoke wall providing the cover that they need to take space off of this. second by second, edging further closer into a better angle to play off of. They want to cross. Smoke wall goes up. That's a nade being primed from the top of the roof, though. If this is on point from Nongshin, it could be absolutely brutal. Goes into the back line. Just splash damage.
Oh, what? What an insane nade. Axel's moving up, though. He's getting towards the back line. Top them. He's already in. Raze is going to take a little bit of damage from that. Razak very much hurting now in the back lines. Raze is going to send a Molotov over the top side. Axel hurting.
He gets it done with a shotty. 1-for-1 trades on the Elim so far. There's the spam in from the Blizzard as we see another player fall. Nonshin, Red Force seeing red as they're bringing the heat straight to Vitality. Only a single player remains. He might have the heavy artillery, but he can't do it. Nonshin, Red Force with a strategic, comfortable game. Take game 3 and get that chicken dinner.
Just hold strong inside the building, they say. Au revoir to Vitality.
C'est la vie.
But honestly, for Nongshim Red Force, I half expected that just to be the ending of them. But it was stalwart in their defense. Losing Razak on the approach was the big deal. I half expect them just to all follow Axel's approach and just move to the side. But Nongshim Red Force, they've been storing those nades up until that moment.
That's the crazy thing, right? They were just given so much space to sit comfortably. And they get it done, they get a chicken dinner. But you can see, Blank, it's not just what they've done for themselves, it's the reverberations they're sending throughout the other teams in this lobby, in this group. Alpha 7, trapped in such a horrific position.
Yeah.
A squad that looked like they were really starting to build up energy in that lobby, in that game. Held back by Nonshin Red Force, could not get out of their angle. Forced to fight Horror, and it all falls.
But honestly, again, when we were watching that game, Alpha 7 probably had the roughest task ahead of them. But they persevered, and that really speaks volumes for Alpha 7, in my opinion. I think those boys really gave it all in their game. For Vitality, Nongshim Red Force, they had the best compounds since minute, let's say 10, right? But I think for Alpha 7, they had to work for those points. They had to work for their money there. And it's nice to see. The synergy looked good, and that's what Revo was talking about, that they feel better going to these games. So I think this is a difference maker today. Again, we got the Alpha 7 squad. We're looking to destroy everyone in the lobby, potentially. We're not sure just yet. But yeah, Vitality, E-Arena, Aura, they are stepping up at the moment.
It's incredibly competitive out there. And I think that's the beautiful thing about it from what we've seen from Group B today. Everyone is keeping it so close. They're giving it their best. And you're spot on, man. I entirely agree. It's what they said in the interviews as well. And sometimes it's just words, but no, they prove that it's reality.
Exactly.
They prove it, Blank.
It's not just false confidence. I mean, it's nice to hear from Revo when he just says, look, the synergy's better. We're prepared this time. And you can see it in game. But are you prepared to go up against an E-Arena? Are you prepared to go up against a Vitality, a revitalized Nongshim Red Force? I don't know, but we'll find out later today.
Max and Lace here at the merch stand at EWC 2026. Now, I've heard, Max, you're a little bit of a card fan.
Look, I've been playing and collecting card games for over a decade now, and I've never been on a card myself, but that changes today right here at this booth.
Well, yes, here at EWC, you can actually choose what you want to go on your card. Fantasy, fighting, shooter, cyberpunk, horror. Max, I'm going to have to go shooter. What about yourself?
Look, I love shooters, but fantasy is just so sick, so I'm going to go fantasy. But now the next one is you're picking your class. Usually in every game I play, I'm a healer, so I'm going to go with a healer class.
And guess what? I'm a DPS gal. I'm right up in that action, so I'm going to hit DPS. Fire, ice, lightning, shadow, glitch. So now we can put a bit of an aura light around our card. I think you're a glitch. Glitch?
I'm a glitch? I don't know how to take that, but thank you, I guess. But yeah, Esports World Cup is all about, you know, getting that technology involved. So I'm going to go with the glitch side of it. And next one is going to be Alien, Elf, Orc, Demon, and Undead. And I don't want to pick for you, Lace, but I feel like Elf would fit you perfectly on your card.
Absolutely. I'm going to pick Elf. It's like you just knew me, Max, and I'm so excited for this card. Now we're going to open the camera here and take our photo.
I'm going to use my mic as a staff. I think that's a good way to do it. Oh yeah, dynamic pose. Oh, I like that. And confirm. Avatar, let's see how it comes out.
I had to get the pose down, Max. There we go. Now, of course, you guys here can come to the merch stand at EWC in and amongst your games. Make your own card. You can actually get it sent to your email address for free. But Max and I think we're going to get ours printed.
Yeah, we're going to redeem it right here at the booth and see how it looks in real life.
All right, Max and I haven't seen our cards yet, but you guys at home have. Are you ready to have a look, Max?
Oh, yeah, let's go. I'm
Ready?
excited.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa. It really encapsulated my jawline. That's crazy.
Yes, and I like that when you do the motion, it actually captures that.
Yeah, you know what? If you want your own trading card now with you on the card, make sure to come and get it right here at EWC 2026.
Boy, oh boy, if we had any questions about Nongshim Red's Force, they were just answers that were able to stop Vitality in that last game.
Finally. Nongshim return, let's go. I was watching and I was going, okay, they're playing for survival. They are trying to just get into that top 5, just try and do something here. However, I knew, we've been talking about this actually before the game, right, where it's like, this team does not have any pressure on them whatsoever. They are not a team that falters under that pressure. So for me, seeing that, I was like, okay, let's see what they got. And actually, coming in, they had a fantastic defense. Vitality, yes, they did push one by one a little bit, but I think for Nongshim, they were able to come in having sat all game in one compound and actually go, we're under pressure. Let's still play very well, still go as a group, push as a duo, make sure we're safe, and that's what won them the game.
And I mean, I got to talk about Vitality again. I'm sorry that I'm harping on about them, but they were able to have a 11.3 average elimination rate to catch E-Arena. This is insanity after, obviously, the cracking game from E-Arena right at the start. But they created themselves such powerful positions in this zone. They had such an incredibly close gap in points that they were like, you know what? We need to make this rotation. We need to play it here. Obviously, right at the end here, I liked the way that Axel sort of made that push with the vehicle. Unfortunately, that communication wasn't really passed on to the rest of the team. They should have followed through after popping the smokes, but obviously 3 of them held back. It would have been a different game for them. But from the start, I mean, the recon that they had on every single building push that they were able to do, especially against, I think it was TT, they are playing absolutely insane, not only for,
Hey guys. Hello. I decided to join you guys for a little bit of a CC update because I've got some interesting stuff to talk about, okay? We've got a lot going on at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We already had a 3rd, 4th place decider match happen, and Geek Esports was able to claim 3rd place, making Rock Esports be that 4th place squad. Once that was done, we now have a grand finals match occurring. We will have another EWC champion in just a couple hours. That's between AGAL and KSG. It's going to be massive, and of course, I'll keep you guys all updated at home for how that ends up playing out. But, I mean, now that I'm here, let's get back into the discussion. These matches are great. Max, I kind of want to ask, Lace, do you have any thoughts about
Vitality? Vitality.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't be trying to take my job. Go find some more updates for the club championship. Yeah, she was going to ask you about, I don't even know what, Max? After these 3 matches, what has surprised you so far?
That was it's a normal-ish game. Actually, it was kind of weird still. The circle was very far to the western side. There was a lot of water on phase 1 zone. But overall, the execution was fun, but it was very gifted. We know, looking at this game, Vitality, Nongshan Red Force, not contested. There are 2 buildings in the circle until the very bitter end, literally until circle 8/9, and they went to make it work out. But pretty an easy win, right? And we're going to have a replay very soon to check out how Vitality decided to commit to the push. But here we go, quick look at the overall rankings, and oh my goodness, the point gap that we have created between 3rd and 4th position, Liptroy, is mental. 41 points up against 25.
I saw that in the beginning and at the end of game 3, right? Or game 2, rather. I mean, I was looking at 35 to 16 points, and it keeps going. 41 to 25 is insane. 25, 20, 16, 15, 12. That's sort of more normal for a game 3. 51 is not. And I don't know how we've got here. E-Arena, Vitality, even Hora doing fantastic in what have been back-to-back-to-back insanely difficult zones.
We do have to say, though, for E-Arena, they have slowed down Lays. They ended up getting 39 points in that first game, but after that, yeah, you've been able to get some points here and there. Obviously, just for everybody, I'm not expecting for you to get 30 points again, but if it does happen, that'll be amazing. But the squad just hasn't been able to pull off the gap that I thought was going to happen.
See, this is what I see across several games, is that your game number 1 can be the crux of the whole entire thing. You can clearly take everyone's weakness, go in strong, but of course, 2nd, 3rd game, people are going to start reading your plays, understand where that you are going to push and how you're going to make this through, and that's what's happening at E-Arena now. They had such a strong start, but everyone's reading them like a book.
Everybody is reading them like a book. When we saw the overall there, at the bottom 3, we did ended up seeing Godlike. And with Godlike, we saw this past match that they ended up getting into a hot drop. For this squad, but you know what? Before we even talk about Godlike, let's talk about this, because I know you wanted to talk about this, Max.
Yes, I really wanted to have a bird's eye view of this push on Vitality that really can see the center of the circle, forcing Vitality out of their compound before Nongshan Red Force. So Vitality don't have the advantage anymore. They have to be on the offensive. Massive smoke road. I'm not going to lie, looking at some of these smokes, not great synergy and communication. It kind of all spread all over the place, not denying lines of sight properly onto Nongshan Red Force, but you can see the moment the 2 teams do get in grenade range, it's just a mini red zone here in this final zone, sending it forward. But this, I would say, is the biggest mistake from Vitality, and the main reason why they didn't end up getting this chicken dinner. They're sending it 1 by 1. 1 player sends it, then an extra player sends it, but 2 players are still on the back end of that fight. This is the moment to send everything onto Nongshan Red Force to hopefully make it work out. But here, 1 player on the left side of the wall, he gets overwhelmed. That's the end for Axel. Another player inside the building gets 1v3 at that moment pretty much. No way, Jose, is that working out. The 2 other players still on the roadside. Unfortunately for them, that was a massive misplay, sending it all together. Maybe that could have been a Vitality win, but Nongshan Red Force, they see that mistake and instantly shut it down.
And it was going to be a hard push for Vitality. The fact that they weren't even able to try to make that push was perfect to see. Now, going back to Godlike, one thing that I was talking about with OG is that I wanted to see aggressiveness. Here with Godlike, I don't want to see unnecessary aggressiveness out of this squad, and I'm talking about those hot drops. You don't need to do those hot drops. Right now, you started off hot in Rondo, but they have slowed down in a way that they're just having to do silly things. You don't want to be hot dropping. You want to be securing those points.
Look, before this game, I said, I'm going to cut them some slack. We need a more normal game from them before I really judge them too harshly, right? Because bad zones are they're just horrific. And we had a normal zone-ish. Wait, no, we didn't have a normal zone, but we didn't even get to the non-normal zone because they were normal-ish because they were too busy hot dropping. Why are we doing this?
I'm going to jump in again on your solo camera shot.
Yes.
Miramar's coming up. La Cobreria. So if it's happening on a wrangle, they're hot dropping the entire day, basically.
That's so true. You're so right, actually, and I'm not here for it. Stop hot dropping. Play normally. We believe in you. Just stop it.
I believe in them too. You know what? Let's all get into it cozy here. Let's go over, ladies. Yeah. How do we feel about hot drops?
I freaking love it. I think it's fantastic. I think this is the 6 games you've got to make and do these plays. But you've got another 6 tomorrow to sort of calculate and figure it out. Hot drop. Go crazy.
What if it's a hot drop with Vitality?
Vitality go and get you. I don't know. Maybe don't do that.
Definitely.
Read the game, VOD review, guys. Don't drop where Vitality's dropping right now. They're playing great.
Just please, honestly, godlike, stop hot dropping. You're a team that has the potential to make it to the finals, just like OG was able to do as well. So please make sure you keep doing that. And as we're at the halfway point here of PMWC at EWC 26 Group B, I'll we send it over to Barney and Luti. What are they up to right now?
Luti.
Yeah, Barney, tell me.
I've asked you to come down to the stage because I was talking to a few people and they told me that you have found out the formula, the secrets to win at PMWC. Is that right?
Yeah, I spoke with so many specialists, so you have to listen to me carefully, okay? Because the secret, Barney, is like you have to... And the chicken, you take the chicken at this point. And this is... And this is how you can be the champion.
Wow. I never knew that. That's some crazy insight into this game. And I tell you what, for those of you at home, if you're watching and you want to find out what it takes to win at PMWC, that right there, that's the secret. And so, casters, over to you.
Hope they listen well.
The secret is out, baby. Let's get it going. We're live in Paris, France. Man, I thought Group A was crazy, but Group B is not messing around. I'm Hot Jukes here with John Allen. Bro, are you kidding me? What's going on today?
I mean, E-Arena, what a start to the day. And then Vitality just hitting those games every single time, always ending up in that late game and having a blast with it. Now they're neck and neck at the top, and they're pushing past those boundaries, Jukes.
Man, those boundaries are long gone. We saw, in my opinion, the best start in a tournament in PUBG Mobile esports history here. And we got some teams actually competing with them still. It is unreal. The zones have been going all over the place. This first half has been nuts, and I'm expecting even more craziness as we get into the final 3 matches.
There is so much still left to go, if you can even imagine it, right? That is so crazy that we've had such a bombastic start, but we've still got plenty more matches left. This is the last Erangel today, so we're going to be heading to Miramar later as well. The desert awaits, but we have to get through the last of the grassy pastures first in order to get there. We haven't earned that right just yet, neither have our players, but they are getting locked and loaded and lobbied up as we head on into the match. It is time once more to see if Vitality can reach that late game.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. This is the final Erangel. Like you mentioned, this is that place to put up some serious points. We finally saw Nongshim Red Force get their chicken dinner. They were at the down on the bottom of the leaderboards going into that match, but now they've got to be feeling pretty good. Which is going to be the next team to get it? We're about to find out. Let's get into it. The last Erangel here of day number 1 of Group B.
Let's get stuck right in from the military island up towards Saverny on this plane path. You're going to see a fairly fair distribution of drop spots available for everybody. No real big dramas here. Taking a look at those tables as well. Nongshim Red Force jumping up with that chicken dinner all the way to 5th place on 20 points right now. Just goes to show you these early doors don't mean a jot if you can keep it going. So for Hustler Crew, let's pick up the pace, you know? A UK team in the finals? Absolutely, I'd love that.
Let's get it going. I mean, hey, we saw Nongshim before that last game. They had, what, 6 points? And then now we see them, like you mentioned, in 5th place in just one single game. So, when it comes to Hustler Crew, they could definitely get it going here. We can see the top players there on that bottom left side with Axel with 14 eliminations.
Yeah, doing bits for the rosters right now. Vitality E-Arena are going to be slathered all over these top player cards. I'm guaranteeing it for you now with what they were able to do. They are looking very, very good. E-Arena, a little bit less legs into those later games, I think it's safe to say, but they still have done so much. And and Aura keeping pace. I mean, in any other sort of day, that 41-point record for Aura would be pretty immense, right? After the first couple of matches.
Oh my God!
Let's do it to them again. You know, let's send the circle down south and see what they got. Because yeah, we didn't get enough military.
What is going on today? These circles have been absolutely insane. And you're right, we're back down south once again. You got Vitality down there. I mean, it's wild to think that we saw a 39-point game in one match, and we actually have a team tied with them. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, since then, what is that? 12 points they've earned in the next 2 games, which is still pretty good, right? That's pretty good. That's like a middle table performance right now. 8th and 9th, both on 12 points apiece. So yeah, they've still done pretty well. But Vitality's consistency for me is really interesting. And given this circle, Vitality are in such a good spot. If it does go south, because they do need to keep themselves nice and cool, calm, collected, and look good.
Yeah, well, you guys got to make sure you pick up that Naruto skin. That Uzumaki event is going on, guys. Make sure you pick up all that good stuff in-game immediately. I'll tell you what, I make sure that I got mine, and I know that Maxman has got his. But which team is going to get this chicken dinner? We can see the Wolves. They ain't messing around. They said, let's get down south quick.
Absolutely. First over the bridge. Well, second maybe over the bridge, I think it's safe to say. You do have some players.
Oh, are you kidding me?
No. They're just going to abandon it. Not even going to try and flip it. I mean, I guess if you don't have any nades or anything like that, that's actually really nasty for the Wolves. That's going to slow them down. The good news is that they are across. The bad news is we saw them do that.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Out of all the things.
That's the most negative aura that I think I've ever seen of any team is from the NA team, of course.
Out of all the things that could have got put on stream, has to be that one.
Who was driving? I didn't catch.
You know what? It was nobody that was driving.
Oh, they get caught by Vitality.
No!
Oh, if only you had a vehicle.
Oh. This just goes to show here, folks, at this level, one single... Oh, Baton with a pan!
You got a pan knock. I think that was a thrown pan knock coming on through. Okay, they're not out of the fight just yet, but they are starting to bleed. The Wolves will struggle here, and I imagine that Razy's going to get back up.
Yeah, now you got Necessary all by his lonesome. Razak trying to pull off some plays there. Oh my gosh, switching in that buggy. Necessary is done, and the Wolves are getting destroyed. This is what I'm talking about. One tiny mistake, a domino effect into a straight disaster.
Imagine being an NA team right now, man. Oh, that would suck so much. Wow.
Look at his face.
Hey, he's got his vehicle. They found another. Oh, okay. I think. Wait, no. I'm wondering if Vitality found the flip turn vehicle, the beetled vehicle, and if they've pitched it back, that would be brilliant.
This is what I mean, and the good thing is that Vitality is that this is their drop spot. They're already so high on the leaderboards, they can do whatever they want. They can chase this all the way if they feel like it. Let's take a look at the replay. Okay. Oh, what's this? No way.
Oh my! On a moving buggy.
And
with a headshot,
baby! Headshot to the face! Are you kidding me? That was insane. If his team would have survived, I mean, still, that's going on the highlight reel for sure.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, that's that. Okay, they get some aura points back for that.
Yeah.
So we can forgive the flip vehicle. You know, if you're getting a ranged pan headshot,
that was cool.
You're breaking brains and scrambling like eggs. You know, that's fair enough. You're gonna bring the pan to play like that. You can have that one back.
Yep. Yeah, that officially is even. Aura balanced. Let's take a look here at Vitality, though. They're looking to put in some more work. Oh, look at that, though. We're going to see Lupa get a nice knock onto Razak. Can he hit this next one? He doesn't.
The rest of his team not so lucky either. Will be taking 2 knocks their way. Looks like Razak will be resable here. They have got the backup. Axel's holding face, and they do need to send in for that recall as well. Ooh, is having the hovercraft rolling up to the fight juice.
Yeah, and you can see Axel getting those thirsts really quickly here. Kenji, that hovercraft is getting beat up. Still surviving for the time being, but now it's on fire. Kenji has to back up. He's got the UMP in hand. It has to make a crazy play, but that nade hurt way too much. It's all up to Matika.
3 players for Vitality. They should be able to hold this one down. The question is, how much time is this going to take, right? Because all the while, teams are starting to migrate south. They're moving in towards those bridge locations. Vitality losing time in terms of their ability to set up across these hills and may lose the ability to stop players getting across. Noxious and Red Force have taken advantage of this. They are now on the north side of that military base. And in comes Ida as well across the bridge.
You're correct. One thing about Vitality, though, is they do have the ability to get straight to the finals in like 4 matches. That is one thing that is definitely happening, though, with how crazy they're playing here. I don't even know if this is PMWC or if this is a classic at this point, because Vitality are just running over everybody. Matika's trying to make something happen, though. Oh, it's actually from across with the AK.
Ida chiming in with a third party. This is the bridge crossing team. They move forward to Vitality, starting to drop now. There's a flush sent their way, a second, and they are cut down to 1. All of a sudden, this bridge crossing is going to come back. It's going to punish them, and Axel still down. Only Razy remains.
He's gonna go for the res here, and it looks like he might be able to get it. But yeah, they took a long time on this fight. And the longer they waited, those third parties are coming, and now you got Ida in the mix. So this is bad news for both of these teams. Dopeness is in big trouble. Vitality, I mean, they got 6 eliminations, and the fact that they're so high on the leaderboards, I mean, that's still not a bad game, but you're right. If they would have just made a few different plays, we could have seen a crazy, crazy match from them again.
They had a big opportunity here to take control of the hills. They decided to go for the fight with Dopeness. I think that it lasted a lot longer than they expected, which is why we're seeing this sort of thing unfold. They got stuck in, and they couldn't figure out a way out. It is unfortunate for Vitality, but going for the fight in the first place, maybe not a terrible idea. As you said there, though, Jukes, it's the sticking around that has really come back to bite them, because the bridge is just so open.
Yeah, I mean, teams are going to be hauling it to Millie now. You're going to see Aura having one heck of a tournament. No fear. Going to have to make a play here. Gets enemy no. Oh, Joel tries to hit that shot, but Godlike shuts down Aura, and they are out of this one.
Up on the northeast side, there is time to res here. It's stage 1 on the blue zone, about to hit stage 2, and this res will come through. They'll be able to get on the road. They can out-heal it. That's a really annoying circle for a lot of teams. It pushes you up to the north coast. And I mean, it technically still has the ability to go back to the mainland.
This is so yeah, I mean, you guys can see it there in the top right. This circle, just so much water in between them, and that zone could still go north. But Axel trying to put some more eliminations for his team. Can he win this 1v1? He's got the DBS. Speaker's gonna have to reload. He's got the pump shotgun. Let's see what he can do. It's Og. He's gonna do the jump out. Let's see. Try to make some moves, find those angles.
Reload on the AUG now. Got 10 rounds behind. It should be enough. He goes for it. He's got the HP advantage. Doesn't even need to sweat it. Razy will get back to his feet, but down on 2. The circle pushing out to the east. They do need to start to get a move on now, severely diminished as they are, but they are on 58 points already. 7 points earned this match. As you said, it's already a good result. All the way up by Rozhok Bridge as we hop on over to Etch as they try and hold it underneath. Looks like they're doing pretty well against 7-2-1 game GS.
Yeah, you can see Fajita's got that nade. And just pulling the pin, scaring them off. Okay, and this is a tough fight here. This is way too long in the blue zone. But the fact that the zone did go up north, it does buy them a little time. They don't have to really panic all the way down to military base. But regardless, you know, you're trying to get a big game here. I mean, especially for 7-2-1 GS. Down a player, only 7 points. This is just rough for them.
Absolutely. Very, very difficult stuff. Them and Hustler Crew, well, everyone towards the bottom of these tables is going to look for that Nongshim Red Force injection of points. Nongshim Red Force getting across to the military island early on the northern side of it, I think is going to play fairly well for them in this sort of a circle. Given how the lay of the land sits, they're going to be buffered around by teams trying to cross either side of them, rather than coming across, and they can farm up players trying to go for a swim. Let's hop back on board with the fight on our screens, though. As 7-2-1 GS lost a player, we saw that on the crossing, and Etch trying to keep them there, but there is a knockback over to Fajita.
Yeah, you can see Speed holding that angle on the backside. Needs to get with this team at this point. There ain't nobody in that direction. But oh, we see the MG3s in play. Masco's got that S12K. That's the gun you want, though, in that CQC close quarters combat. And right now, this fight is still ringing out. This is all the way over by Rozhok, folks. This is going to take a long time. Now we're starting to see some util get thrown back and forth, and everybody's just trying to wait for that first critical knock.
Oh, Alico should completely see NASA there. Uh-oh, going for the nades. Beautifully placed. They felt like they should have known there was a player here. And that's going to be a big opener for them, but in the close quarters, that SK12 is going to dominate. And S721 GS will be able to clean out partially some of the team from Etch, and both teams now bleeding heavily. No one having a good time. They're losing players left and right, and they still have to get south. I don't think these two are going to get very far.
Yeah, I mean, this was a kind of a sacrificial play. I wouldn't have minded this fight personally if that zone was deep milli, because it's like, yeah, our chances of getting down there are pretty tough now. Let's just try to get these points. But considering where that circle is, I think they could have just avoided this fight and fought late game. But regardless, you know, that's the decision they made, and that's the one they went with. Let's take a look at Alpha 7. Alpha 7 are going to be going on the other side of the bridge, wrapping around. The next zone did head a little bit heavier into military, and for the time being, it does look like they're going to have a clear path to that circle.
Alpha 7 looking to scout the bridge on the western side right now, moving Carrillo up onto the high ground near the lookout post there, the lighthouse. We'll be able to see if anyone's holding that bridge, which is definitely very possible. Maybe stop off for a little picnic while you're there. Why not? Have a little bit of downtime, but you can't be sleeping too long because you do still need to get on towards this circle.
You got to get moving, that's for sure. Let's take a look at their utility. Carrillo's got a UMP level 3 vest. Couple first aids, that's going to help them out here. It is still pretty early. Stage 3, you could definitely afford to eat a little bit of that blue zone. And considering where the circle went, this is not a bad play from them at all. So far, Alpha 7, not doing bad at all. They're in 4th place right now with 25 points. This is really good to see for them, considering that they haven't hit a final all year long yet. So let's see what they can do.
Yeah, the one final there's been. They haven't hit it, but they didn't hit it in a very dramatic fashion. I think that's kind of more the point, right? They went down in group stages in bottom 2 of their lobby, which was on nobody's bingo card, right?
Yeah.
So to be able to regain a little bit of confidence moving here would be brilliant. Obviously, a top 5 is what they're shooting for. It's what they should be aiming for, right? But even getting through to survival stage, I think for them, would be a little bit of reassurance. Depends how heavy the ego sits, right?
Yeah.
If they're like top 5 or nothing, then fine, sure. It's a competitive spirit, I'll give them that, but you know, even survival is better than what they did before, and improvement is the name of the game.
That's what it's all about. And when it comes to Alpha 7, you know, there's an old saying in the boxing world, you know, as you get older, the speed slowly goes away, but that power always stays there. And I think that's Alpha 7, you know, like, no matter what, they are so experienced. They're such a dominating team that these guys can get off the couch and I think can eliminate still some of the best players in the world, right? But getting to those end games, getting those placement points on top of those eliminations, that can be difficult because in the 2 recent global tournaments they played in, at the 18 games, they had 46 eliminations, only 12 placement points, which is insane for them. So they're already looking to beat that here, which is great. It's a good sign for them, and they got a good position in this next circle as it hard shifts on over to them. Very, very lucky. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
I'll tell you who else has a pretty good position here is the Vitality duo, right? Up towards the north side, they've got Tianba as well as Nongshim Red Force up to their north, so nice little buffer. The difficulty, of course, for Vitality is they're playing as 2, so they do need to figure out how they're going to try and work this ground. You've got TT Project as well on that east side of them. Maybe look at a push on through. That is 721 GS going down, as they did actually manage to get some of their players out of that engagement, as did Etch, but neither is going to be happy about it. S2G still camping the east bridge.
Yeah, and on the western bridge, it looks like we're going to have Godlike coming in a little bit late. There is still quite a few spots in this circle, so it is going to work for them. And yeah, let's take a look here at this bridge camp. You got S2G there, gatekeeping for the time being. And they're going to hold that bridge, I think, all the way to the end here. Solke, oh, he spots him. They have no idea he's there. When is he going to take that shot, though? He's going to wait till the last second.
Yeah, I mean, you're waiting to have multiple angles on the shot, right? Especially when you're so close to hard cover. You know that you can attack 1 or 2. You lose that element of surprise, but Lost will not lose on that face. Looks for more as well. The spray strafe not quite there, and is going to find some bullets sent back his way. And Hamzy has to step up to keep his teammates safe, but now S2G are down to 1. All of a sudden, the Hustler crew seem to have found an opening. No real third parties on this one, and Hamzy, I think he just has to get gone here.
Yeah, his whole team's going to be taken out. I mean, this is stage 4. The blue zone's hurting. Loco is looking crazy as he's on the move here. They should definitely get these confirmations before they push, because it's going to be difficult to get across that zone. Instead, they just said, hey, you know what? Let it ride. We are sending it down this bridge. But for how long are they going to make it across? MCG is up there up top. When is he going to take these shots? Let's see.
I don't think he's going to have the angle to do it. If they break right here, they're going to crash straight into Yangon Galacticos instead. The Smile starts to unload the clip, finds Loco, pulls him out, switching into the driver's seat's not quite enough, and Yangon Galacticos send Hustler Crew for 6.
And yeah, that's going to be them out of here. So 16th place, tough start for them. Still Miramar left to go. We'll see if they can bounce back. But this is one heck of a game here. As this zone down in military base on the northeast side near the bridge. It's going to be a hill finish. There are quite a few little dips and valleys that teams can hide under and make some plays in. So we still have 11 teams remaining here. Everybody just waiting for that next circle to pop and deciding just where that fight's going to take them.
During the middle of all that, Vitality getting eliminated, allowing TT Project to take a central position here, puts TT Project in the driving seat of these hills in terms of stopping control. There are high grounds around them that technically have more oversight and things, but they are a linchpin of it. Going to force everyone to fight around the sides, and one of those fights is Godlike. Ida will be next on the chopping block, and Alpha 7 maybe after that. TT Project, though, steal a point away. Darkin does get flushed out, and now it's Alpha 7 still looking to try and handle it. Revo, will he connect? No, they're not quite finding it, and that's damage being done. Dishing out Death and Godlike send them down. Alpha 7 standing with no force against Godlike.
Ole is Obscure is now on the other angle here, trying to make some plays all by himself, but he's running out in the open. Nice little spray back in return. Albino's gonna go ahead and heal up, wait for his teammate, and that's Godlike taking out Alpha 7.
What a roll-up from Godlike. Alpha 7 didn't know what hit him. Woo! And now from the west side, Godlike are going to look to push across. TT Project wanted the third party, but not enough blood was drawn against Godlike for them to find a worthwhile pursuit in going for a consistent, a sustained third-party hold here. They're now regrouping out to the west, and they know where the major danger's coming from now. It's on the west side. It's Godlike.
Yeah, Godlike fans right behind us going crazy on that fight. They like to see that. Alpha 7 fans not too happy on that one, but they're still sitting in 4th place for now. We'll see what
the drums?
Yeah, where are the drums?
Where's the Vuvuzela? What's going on? I can't hear him.
Well, you know what? Well, you'll probably hear them in a little bit, that's for sure, as we get into the desert coming up. But we got this match to look at. We got Tianba in the mix, and Tianba, man, in 12th place so far, haven't had that crazy pop-off game, but in my opinion, it is only a matter of time. QZZ is an absolute animal. In my opinion, one of the best players on the planet. He's a 20-year-old Chinese superstar. When is he going to pop off? In my opinion, only a matter of time.
I mean, I'm still waiting for it, though. I'm still waiting for it.
Let's see it.
You know, you got some real big boots to fill when it comes to Chinese superstars, right? Paraboy obviously is the forefront, the paramount of the Chinese superstar
We got
style.
to see him. We got to see him recently at PMWC.
Yeah, that's true.
That was fun.
Yeah. I mean, fallen off. I didn't say it. I didn't say it, but he's not here.
You know, we got to see him in a little bit of a show match for those guys that missed it, and it was good to be able to see kind of like the old Nova squad compete once again. Now, they did end up having to go against the likes of like Revo and Aurora, and that was pretty dang tough considering that these guys are the modern monsters of these days. But still, it's good to see the OGs of old still going at it here. But you know what? Speaking of OGs, we got Yangon Galacticos, our previous champs, right? When are they going to get that chicken dinner? They're in 9th place so far, 2 eliminations in this game. They have the bottom right of the circle all to themselves so far. Let's see where this next zone goes. If it does go and head on over to them, they could be in a good position to win this one.
Big opportunity. I mean, it is TT Project really who can decide a lot of the pace depending on where they put pressure in this circle. They are playing now with great positioning, a great position rather in this zone. They have flexibility to try and third party basically any engagement that comes through, which makes it so dangerous for all of these teams to fight. For Yangon Galacticos, I feel like stay put for a little bit longer. Allow E-Arena and Godlike to clash. Allow Nongshan Red Force and Tianba to clash on the north. Maybe you try and be the opposing attacking force on that third party.
That's a great plan, honestly. Wait for that fight to pop off, then get in the mix of it. TT Project, though, they're battling it out with Godlike. Advino driving right into the mix of this as well, but it looks like we're getting shut down here from side to side as Effect shimmying back and forth. He hits the laydown, it don't matter. It's Godlike Esports running over TT Project.
Yo, it's godlike like that, but unfortunately, E-Arena heard all of it unfold. They put too much into taking down TT Project in the center, and E-Arena pounds. Yangon Galacticos, this is what I wanted from them, to move in to try and third party. But now, teams are going to diverge. Godlike not going down fully there, I think is a big achievement. Playing on with two, they could still extract value.
This is what I like to see, though. If you're going to make a crazy push like that, you got to do it full send, full attack, and do not waste time. They were able to take out TT Project pretty quick. That's why we still see at least 2 players up from them. And they got a good amount of eliminations in this game with 10. Oh my goodness! Mania taking out Schweppes! Godlike is on a run right now.
2v2 now between E-Arena and Godlike. Yangon Galacticos now moving Smile in to try and have the numbers advantage. Nongshin Red Force are taking shots from across the way, from across that road on the northeast side. Tiamba just hunkered down. They're happy to be out of it at the moment because it looks pretty chaotic on that south edge.
This is getting wild right now. And you can see, Young Galacticos are starting to push into this circle. The fight has calmed down, though, so they don't have that easy opportunity to go for a third party. But hey, little by little, just try to get some more information. And you can see Say Cloud, he's got his eyes on Mormon right there. Got that nade in hand. That's going to be a long toss here, but he's going to, yeah. Once you saw him in that buggy, he's like, I think I need to save this nade for now.
I mean, Mormon, with the timing on the reverse there, looking pretty good. He saw the player duck back behind the headland. Knew that a nade was probably being pulled, then was the time to go. Rotating around, opening a lot of angles over towards the northeast. Potential for Nongshin Red Force to crack a couple shots, break a tire, could be bad, but safe for now. Godlike could be going do-si-do with Mormon. Spinning around. And Mania has a little bit of trouble. Joker spots him, and it's a flush, leaving just one player now for Godlike. But they've got deep into this game, Duke. 6 teams remaining. They've got 11 eliminations. This is a big, big match. They're up in 7th already.
Huge match from the side of Godlike. That's going to put them in a great spot to try to reach that top 5. That Joker getting taken out as Young Galacticos are now like, hey, you know what? It's time for us to get some eliminations. They are controlling that south side. They're still outside the circle, though. They need to find their spot on the way in. Let's see if they can get there.
And now Nongshin Red Force are starting to move around. Yangon Galacticos have fully committed to this angle, and if they can get rid of the stragglers, maybe it's going to work out for them here. But Nongshin Red Force, in the meantime, have established a chokehold on the rest of the circle.
Yeah, Smile forced to jump out of his vehicle. That's Mormon gone. That is now the top point sponges in this lobby are out. This is a huge opportunity for teams in that mid pack to try and catch up to him. You still got Tianba there, right? We've been waiting for them to pop off all the way in 13th place. They have their whole squad up. Let's see what they could do. But like you mentioned, look at that. Our previous game winners, Nongshin Red Force, they are spread out, controlling this circle.
I love it. I mean, XZY up on that high ground position, out across the way, controls the low ground between them. Unfortunately, he's going to have to move here, as is TZ on that off angle, and they have to set forward. Yangon Galacticos finally take down the last player for Godlike, but they should be so proud of what they've done this game. They are being brutally efficient on those fights. They're on 19 eliminations.
Wow.
Dukes, that's all but 4 of their points right now.
Monster game for them, and a huge bounce back. Let's see what Yangon Galacticos can do, though, because now with taking out that player, they can have some real estate to control. We still got a few big teams here. We got 3 full 4-man squads and a solo on the side of Ida in this match. And let's just see where this is going to go. One last circle shift to go, and then we're going to find out where this end game is going to happen.
Yangon Galacticos kind of corralled now onto the south side. This is what I was worried about, that overcommitment potential to that southwest edge, but they do still have quite a bit of ground to play with, and Tiamba are going to start to look to flex out.
You can see Hyunbin, he's got that AUG and the P90, right? What an absolute monster. This guy's only 18 years old, and he is one of the best PUBG Mobile players in the world. One of Maxman's favorites, that's for sure. And let's see what he can do here with that P90 in hand. That's the squad wiper. He's going to need it, though, because there are some monsters in this lobby still here. You got our previous champs, Young Galacticos. You got Tianba, who by all means should have won PMMI, but it was Yangshim Red Force at the last second to smash and take that tournament away from them. So let's see who's just gonna win this one. Rita, oh yeah, and there's Rita all by himself in a shack saying, please guys, leave me alone.
All by myself. Don't want to be Rita all by himself.
Don't want to be in
now.
that shack, I'll tell you that
Yeah,
right now.
it's pretty nasty, especially with Nongshim Red Force bearing down upon you. You're right. I mean, you're right. Hyunbin, one of the most successful breakout performers, one of the most brilliant rookie performances we saw from him. He's looking to try and build that that resume, that CV, to become that veteran standard player, and he's well on his way.
Rita?
Moving up towards Rita. He's got a nade to bobble out. Looks good, but only takes half the HP. In the meantime, Tianba getting descended upon by Yangon Galacticos off in the distance. XZY will look to try and challenge and doesn't quite get the full gut shot there as Rita getting chipped away, and they will find him down. It's the P90 to do it, of course.
That's the gun, I'm telling you. That's the weapon you want here in the end game. How about some nades, though, as that is going to be the big bell to ring to get this fight started. Smile getting knocked there is going to be brutal. Yeah, and Tianba are going to probably throw all the utility they have to try and take him out.
This is so well orchestrated by Nongshim Red Force throughout all of this. They have taken so much ground. They've stopped movements. Tianba being reserved in their compound. Now looking to try and break out. Yangon Galacticos, they are now trapped in the middle of Nongshim Red Force, out of the blue zone. They are going to get pushed by it, and I don't think it's going to go well for them, Jukes.
I think it's a back-to-back chicken dinner from Nongshim Red Force. They have so much control, and these two teams are fighting each other, like you mentioned, outside of the circle. Yep, here it goes. So easy, and it's feeling like that for them because the blue zone's on their side. It's how many eliminations can Nongshim Red Force get?
Yangon Galacticos trying their best to stay alive, but they're two players now. Tianba do still have a chance here, but Eagle is going to step straight to the firing line of the backstop Nongshim Red Force position. Cloud trying to stay alive, but TZ's just making it so hard, and they are really going to find it difficult to get out of this divot. Has the hovercraft as well. The fade away with the nade, finds another knock, and now Yangon Galacticos only playing as one. Cloud spotted out, but has to back off the volley of fire. Gonna leave the hovercraft on about a quarter of its HP and is draining quite quickly, but now he's got a huge amount of ridgeline cover as Romeo gets flushed away.
Man, that just, it's like such a crucial wall. Oh, and those nades are disgusting. Dizzy putting that cover right where it needed to be, and having this hovercraft right towards the end is even better for the side of Nongshim. Is the final circle here, folks. This zone's gonna go down to nothing. Nongshim Red Force have the dead center spot, and Hyunbin gets a Molotov onto the side of Tianba. These guys are completely trapped.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos finally going down. Tianba starting to bleed on the low ground too. They are having a real tough time of it. And this high ground angle, TZ has been so operative, so commanding in these off angles over the course of these last circles, and is looking to open another can of Warpass.
Woo, and that's exactly what's happening, because you got another can of Hyunbin down south with that P90, and that is it. It's a back-to-back chicken dinner on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
That is how you do it. Masterfully orchestrated in those final circles for Nongshim Red Force. As soon as Yangon Galacticos stepped out of that middle position, they were like, guess this game's ours now. We'll have that one. Thank you very much.
Oh, man, I remember I was talking backstage with one of the fans out there that was just looking at PUBG Mobile for the first time, and I was like, hey, you see that team right there on the bottom with 6 points, Nongshim Red Force? That's one of the best teams in this lobby. And they were like, well, why do they only have 6 points? I was like, you just wait and see, right? And I think if you're listening to this, you have seen now, because Nongshim Red Force, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. These guys have rocket launched themselves all the way up.
Military Island, man, what can you say? It's going well for them. That rotate in to get there nice and early on the north coast, that saw them so nice, and it's a lot to do with how Vitality felt in that early game as well.
Yeah.
Getting stuck into a fight instead of maybe even allowing other teams in the area to hold that bridge for them so that they could establish more of that ground, maybe go deeper into the game. Not that it was a bad match in terms of point scoring for Vitality, but still, maybe a lost opportunity.
I think I would be way more critical on Vitality if they didn't have such an insane amount of points, right? But considering that they are like all the way at the top of the leaderboards, I'll give them a little bit of slack, right? I mean, you're allowed to flex a little bit, right? You've pretty much almost secured a top 5 in just a few matches. And yeah, 7, still great game, but you're right. I mean, if they would have made a couple adjustments, considering that it was military, it could have been 20 points for all we know.
I feel like when you're at the top of the tables and you're doing so well, I want to be more critical of you in a lot of ways, right? I want to hold you to a higher standard because that's the bar you set for yourself. And if you're not up to it, what are you doing earning all those points in the first place, you know? Come on, give them back.
You know what? That's a great point, though, because if this was the finals, it would be a different story.
That's true.
Right? Because that one little mistake could be the difference between becoming our champions and second place or even third place, right? Especially the fact that we've seen the smash rule come into effect so critically, you know? So, yeah, you know what? You're right. I mean, I think that you definitely got to take every opportunity you can. No matter how high you're up on the leaderboards, just be relentless no matter what.
Yeah, you got to keep that train going. You got to keep that momentum. It is the most important thing, especially when you're talking about shorter game sets, right? Where you're playing 12 matches in your group. The single match is so much more important. When you start to expand, as we will over in the finals too, well, technically at least 14 matches with the Smash rule. It is going to get a little bit harder to stay towards the top. But Vitality will hold that accolade. Let's send it down to the stage with Kalaris.
Yes, thank you very much. Down on the stage here to get a word from Axel after looking fantastic throughout the day so far. No chicken dinner just yet, but a third, second already here. Very much on the way to being able to qualify. So first question, based on this, PMGO and PMMI, it didn't look as great for you guys, but here so far today, it looks amazing. What has the preparation been like coming to PMWC?
Jadi tentunya buat turnamen PMGO atau PMMI itu bukan turnamen yang kurang baik untuk tim Vitality. Tetapi apa sih persiapan kalian dan perbedaannya dari turnamen yang terakhir dengan turnamen kalian di saat ini?
Yang pertama yang pasti dari PMGO dan PMMI kita kayak belajar banyak banget, kayak banyak hal-hal yang baru kita dapetin bareng. Jadi kita datang ke PMWC dengan hal yang udah kita bawa dari turnamen sebelumnya. Dan kita pasti belajar banyak lah dari hal-hal itu. Dan semoga kita bisa terapin sampai ini ke final.
So yeah, I mean we learn a lot. I cannot go into details like what we are learning, but we are like bringing it here in PMWC. So far we're doing good, and just hopefully that we can continue this until the finals.
All right, and from what we've seen so far, Axel is obviously looking fantastic in the IGL position, but also putting up a lot of eliminations to try and challenge for that MVP spot. Is that something that Axel's kind of looking at, and does he think he can keep that up?
Oke. Dan tentunya kamu hari ini memberikan performa yang bagus banget, bisa dibilang MVP level performance gitu. Apakah ini sesuatu yang kamu tuju atau kayak enggak juga, atau mungkin ada pendapat tersendiri?
Kebetulan nggak ada sih, karena dari dulu aku kayak berusaha selalu ngalah buat ngasih temenku main enak aja. Cuma mungkin hari ini lagi wangi aja. Cuma nggak ada ke arah sana sama sekali.
So usually it's not like this. Usually I've tried my best to make my team perform more, make my players more comfortable in their roles. But I don't know. Probably today is just like a beautiful day for me, and yeah, we can see.
All right, well, thank you very much, Axel. You're looking awesome so far here. That does it from us down on the stage. Back to more for PMWC.
I don't know. Probably today is just like a beautiful day for me.
차벽 이용해 후보.
역풍 왔다.
얘들아 왼쪽 보고 많아.
형 앞에 나무 기절.
나무 중간 나무.
나무 라스.
해당대. 나이스.
Nongshim Red Force with that back-to-back. Just look at Hyunbin. He's so happy right now, Max, with the way that team is performing. But by the way, for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that the PMWC Lucky Spin is now live. You can get 3 exclusive sets made by PDP creator Nana, the Electron Energy set, the Protein Power set, and the Stunned Alien Fusion Grossa. All bring in the PMWC spirit. Log into PUBG Mobile and take your spin before it's gone. Because looking at that one, honestly, that Grossa looks so sick. And I wouldn't be surprised if, Max, you already have all the skins.
How did you know? I actually spin for World Cup and I got them all. I had enough coins. I got everything. And it looks really cool, so I like him. So I'm using it right now.
I just know you, okay? I know every single time we do an event, you always try to get whatever exclusive skins are out in the game. But we got to talk about that last game. Nongshim Red Force with the back-to-back.
I love it. Can I just say that? Look,
Great.
I do like my one-word answers. Nice. No, Hyunbin, Nongshim Red Force, I really like what they did there on all of it, honestly. What I will say, the biggest point for me here, Max, maybe you'll agree with me, is that for me, when Yangon and Tiamba were finally going head-to-head there, rather than spreading up and around, which they did do eventually, but rather than waiting for that fight to finish, they took advantage of that fight to actually spread into zone a little bit, maintaining that control, getting that high ground, and their reward is 18 points on the board.
You know what? I'm going to steal your thunder right now.
Do it.
Nice! Oh, yes. What a nice one coming out from Nongshim Red Force. 18-pointer. That's a back-to-back chicken dinner, as we already said. Loving it from South Korea. I'm getting those D+ vibes right now. I'm getting Nongul 2.0 vibes. Loving what we're seeing so far. Really happy. But going on to the second slot here, Godlike. Interesting to see, right, Seven? No hot drop, how it can do for you in these games.
Exactly. Don't worry. We'll get a chance to talk about Godlike a little bit more. Tiamba. How about Tiamba? Tiamba with that great performance as well, putting up those numbers. Tiamba really hasn't been putting up much. And also another team that I wanted to touch base on, Lace, is none other than Yangon Galacticos now having back-to-back good performances.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 in the last 2 games, but not too much to show for it. Then coming into this match, and as the PMWC Championships, they have finally picked up the phone to their goddamn wake-up call, because I could not understand why this team had to take this long to get to this point. Now, we're obviously in this final zone. They didn't have the cover to sort of protect themselves from it. They had to just bide their time to make sure that they can get those placement points. But I mean, it moves them from 15 to 6.
Yeah, it does end up moving them from 15 to 6 because of the sponge points. Something that we ended up seeing there is in the top 5, there was none of the top 3 teams, so allow other teams. And you were talking about Godlike. Guess what, Godlike? This is what happens when you don't hot drop. This is exactly what I've been talking about. And we can look at the stats here as S-Power was able to get those 4 eliminations.
Oh, finally, just give it up. It's just not worth the hot drop. They're really happy behind us, though. They're not hot dropping. They're really hype about it. But no, good to see when you don't hot drop. Look at that, 4 eliminations, 3, 2, 2. Especially Some. What a save earlier. He got the entire team reset. This team is looking great so far.
Man, I just want to talk about Manya's decision to make the largest rotate over to the eastern, well, not from the eastern side, the western side's bridge. They were able to scout. There were 3 teams on that east bridge. They made their way around to the western side. They obviously moved their rotation into there. They were able to obviously protect their 4 eliminations early on, but my God, they actually then took notice of IDA's split hold, took them down, and quickly advanced and moved their rotation in. And then Alpha 7 came out of nowhere. Oh, we're going to third party this easier. No, Godlike read that like a book, were able to defend them off. And look, usually, you know, we're going to say, you know, there's a couple of like clutch mentalities, but we're handing that over. We're handing that over to Vanya because that was an absolutely insane performance to be able to defend through certain teams after that entire long rotate.
It's the next one. It's
It
me
wasn't
next.
you.
I dodged it. I was so quick.
I can't throw him at Max anymore.
It's my turn. It's my day today.
I got in trouble, but my God, what a performance!
No, it was really good.
I kind of need those.
You can't damage me.
We were kind of talking about, right, how you were like, look, Godlike's a really aggressive team. Don't be so aggressive. And this thing is that actually
Unnecessary aggressiveness.
unnecessarily, right?
Yeah.
This was very necessary because once they stopped hot dropping, they took out Hora, A7, and with a little help from Yangon, EA as well. E-Arena, the top team. Well, second place team now, but you can see that this is a team that actually can go up against the big names in this lobby as long as you don't hot drop.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Unnecessary aggressiveness from Godlike. You don't need to see it. Just wait for the right time. We know you have the fragging power. Snacks is currently watching. He's like, yeah, you know what? We're absolutely right. But you know what else we were watching? Wolves Baton with the headshot off the pan, Max.
That's so you love to see that. Sorry, I can only laugh at the plays like that. Come on. The pan is the deadliest bullet. Look, it hit me. You got
Why
me.
is this a boomerang?
Okay,
If
well
only
done.
we could have a real pan.
So actually, you know what? Sorry, I gotta be that guy. Actually,
According to my
we're talking
calculations.
about no hot. According to my calculations, that sounds like John Allen. Anyway, no.
Thank you.
Looking at these drops going into Miramar, which is going to be the next coming map, right? We do see Godlike actually normally going in La Cobreria. I did do an interview with them just yesterday, and they said Godlike they're going to commit to the hot drop. So did Sky from Hora, but that's not all, because apparently, from what I've seen in the announced drops, Chiamba and also Hustler Crew could also send it over there. Chiamba, I think they're going to put their ego aside, go for maybe water treatment. I wouldn't be surprised. But Hustler Crew, maybe. They're a bit of a troll team, and they like ruining teams going into these games like they did on Godlike earlier in Apartment. They might do it again.
Tactical sabotage is what it's called.
Oh.
They're also going to be sabotaging their own performance if they keep doing that kind of stuff. Well, let's take a look at this head-to-head between Vitality and E-Arena, because those two teams have just been sponging up so many points. I mean, right now, Vitality, 10 eliminations average is absolutely insane. And that's why, Lace, they're currently sitting at the top with those 59 points.
Yo, I heard Hot Jukes before saying like, oh, you know, it's not the best game from them, but, you know, blah, blah. But can I just take you through a story? Rizak, with the drive-by giggle, this team is having so much fun in this game, which is absolutely insane. And after, you know, a cost of their fight, a bad zone pull, the duo and the firepower of Razy and Axel is just another level. They were actually able to obtain another 5 eliminations as a duo, which is more than any other squad did early on in that match.
Looking at this bottom 3 teams, you got 721 GSE Esports, Wolves Esports, our NA crew, and then Hustler crew. We're talking about those drops, talking about them actually wanting to spoil, right, maybe sabotage a little bit. Neptura, with them being at the bottom, I mean, they're just going to continue on sabotaging their own style.
I really hope they don't do that. They need to actually try and find some points more organically than just hot dropping. However, I don't feel like we're really going to see that today. I think they're going to try at least one Miramar to see if they can actually make it work, which it's not going to, but you know what? You just have to find out for yourselves.
Well, yeah, hopefully they're not going to be throwing anything. Ha! I got somebody! And as we're going into game 5. Not at all! You see that? Let's go to stage. Anytime now.
Right now, in fact, yes, of course, despite, of course, we had that amazing win at the very beginning of the day, it's Vitality in #1 here, Blank, after insane consistency throughout the day.
Yeah, it's been an incredible day for Vitality so far, and honestly, I think the Indonesian crowd can't be happier for this team so far. They're going to be very, very proud. Even in that last match, yes, they come 13th. However, of the 8 eliminations they got, they took out everyone else and then went out by another team. So these guys are having a great time. Consistency's through the roof, like you say. It's also awesome because it feels like a spiritual successor right now. You've got Razak and Razy. It's like see the past. You've got Axel's doing incredible work on his own. Kind of like the Ryzen of the past as well. It's like we're bringing it all back here, and this is the future of Indonesia.
I saw on socials one of the twins was milling around in Paris as well.
Luxie is here.
Yes,
yeah, Luxie is here. I saw him the other day. He's a good lad, yeah. He's a lot more mature than he used to be as well. But yeah, it's always good talking to Luxie. He's a really, really cool guy.
No, definitely. I think that also Vitality not only is able to bring the gun power, but also the positional awareness as well, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to that beach situation in Ehrenkel and having to sort of weave your way behind behind the strong Alpha 7 position in a lot of that.
Yeah.
They understand where they need to go and when they need to go, because sometimes you could be in positions too early, but Vitality was there when they needed to be, even though the circle eventually goes against them.
Well, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think maturity is a great way to describe them at the
Agreed.
moment. The way that they are just regrouping on one another during these games is fantastic. It's really, really good stuff. I've been very much enjoying it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blanket. It's time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game at PMWC.
Absolutely, we are ready to get stuck in. Thank you very much for the blank jutsu breakdown there. It was a real treat to hear about the maturity, the development, the further progression of all of our teams, because it is getting a little bit dicey for a couple. But back-to-back chicken dinner is going to be pretty soothing for the nerves on Nongshim Red Force. Vitality going to be feeling pretty chill. You know what I'm slightly worried about though?
What's that?
Is Arena.
Okay,
Where
why?
they been at? Where they been at since that chicken dinner at the start of the day?
That's a good point. I mean, they've been putting up some decent points, right? But considering that they had 39 in one game, they set that pace like we would not possibly believe. But you know what? That's it for Rondo. That's it for Airgale. It's time to get into the desert of Miramar. We heard it there on the desk earlier. We could possibly actually see some hot drop action here. That is going to make things mighty interesting. As we look at the leaderboards, Vitality on top, 59 points. Sixth place cutoff right now, Yangon Galacticos with 22. That is a 37-point difference. 37 points from first and sixth. That's almost as many points as Nongshim Red Force have here.
I think I would definitely say that would be big. A big difference.
That's a big one.
Yeah, definitely. I would classify that according to my calculations, as apparently I like to say.
In fact, I always say back home, a biggin.
We say that too.
Oh,
biggin.
really?
Yeah, it's a real biggin.
You know what? It's international.
Yes, it's pan-Atlantic.
A
That's what we're
large
doing.
unit of measure. Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
absolutely.
Well, you know what else is larger to charge? This plane path. It's all the way down on the south side. That's not going to be too comfortable for a lot of these squads here. We'll see where the zone decides to go. This circle has been chaotic all day long today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it go all the way over to the water.
Partona, let's go. We're going for a prison circle. That's what we're going to see. 3, 2, 1. Oh. That's, you know what? I might just leave now. I don't want to stick around if it's not a crazy circle.
El Pozo, the tried and true. You know what, though? I think it's about time we get a little bit of a break here. I'm looking at the drops. Actually, we're going to see over there in Valle del Mar, a little action there on the south side. Looks like ETSH might be in a little bit of a hot drop situation, and all the players going up north, hunting down some vehicles. We could see some shots out of some cars.
Yeah, Etch and Yangon Galacticos going to be going toe-to-toe a little bit on a hot drop there, but they have taken either end of the settlement and not really committing for the vehicle drops either. They do have, I believe, one vehicle on the back line, so for Etch, you could just grab a vehicle and send away, but looks like they want to stick around and maybe try and vie for the spot instead. Godlike alone in Los Leones, and we are going to be seeing that western side start to pack in, I'm sure, as teams make their way out that way and try and make themselves look as good as possible. If you want to look as good as possible, you need to be heading over to that Uzumaki Naruto event, grabbing those fresh-looking skins. Look at the firepower on that skin.
Woo, that Nine Tails Fury right there. And it is insane. Those guys that have played the event, man, let us know in the chat if you're able to take down the Nine Tails, because that man does not mess around. I mean, one of the most difficult bosses I have fought in the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, you need to be hitting those weak points and making sure you're breaking through that armor resistance.
Throw it
and then making the most of the time where it's down on the ground. Either way, that sort of scale of monster isn't going to be played in esports. The only thing that comes close is maybe E-Arena's first game on Rondo. That kind of felt like a similar sort of kaiju level threat in this game, but so far that hasn't been repeated, and we're going to be a little bit more sensible.
They definitely, channeled his chakra, that's for sure, in the first match. But, just like in Naruto, it fades away. You know what I'm saying? So
does it fade away?
I think it lingered a little bit because they still have a whole points here, but Vitality somehow were able to pass them up, which is just crazy to me. But the one difference that we have from Group A versus Group B is there are some serious points bunches here, right? It was pretty close for the most part when it came to Group A, where we felt like any team could make it in the top 5. The thing is, though, with these next 2 matches to go, if we continue to see, you know, Nongshim, Aura, EA, Vitality, you know, even if Alpha 7 get a win here, it's going to be pretty difficult for these teams to try to make it straight to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, to be fair, 5th place being 25 points, like that's one kind of good game, right? From a team all the way down towards the, well, I say kind of very good game, a 15 Elim chicken dinner. That's doable, right?
Sure,
that is a very reasonable thing for a team to be able to achieve. So literally anyone at this point could just jump straight into the top 5 if they've got that firepower behind them, if they get a position.
And by top 5, you mean just 5th place.
Oh, right, yeah. 5th place is top 5. I've checked.
That is true. I mean, that's what's so crazy, though, considering that, I mean, 38 to 25 from 4th and 5th is wild. So, yeah, I mean, we still have that 5th place spot that's looking good. But, you know, if you continue to give breathing room to those top 4, then that only leaves 1 slot available tomorrow, and you do not want that. And there's some serious names below that top 5. You got our previous champs, Young Galacticos, right there at 6th. Our PMGC champs barely holding on right now in 5th. And Tianba, a monster squad right below them. So, man, it's going to be pretty wild to see how things ring out here. You can see the coach corner. As we take a look at these guys, every single time we see the coaches, I want to see them smiling, getting hyped. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's get, but it's just serious business from these coaches.
Hey,
but
look, they got to be digesting all of that information as fast as possible, because you don't have a long time to convey it to the team, right? So you need to be looking at those early stages. I think they'll be focused in now, much more than maybe in about 5 minutes. Then they'll come back into it a little bit later in the game. But these early game negotiations with the lobby are going to be pretty important. So I think, you know, fair enough that they're locked in. It's almost like they're trying to take this seriously, Jude.
You know,
which, you know,
now that I think about it,
kind of cringe, actually.
Kind of wild. I mean, now that I think about it, like in pretty much in every sport, anytime you look at a coach, you don't look too happy, right? No matter what's going on here.
Hey, if you're pleased with your team, you're not thinking about it right.
Yeah, it's right. That's right. Whoa. Could have won by more points. And look at this. QZZ. He's on a horse. Idiot. And he's out of it.
Real high jumps on that guy, you know?
Yeah.
That's powerful, that back legs there. We'll need to consult Neptura to see if that's a reasonable amount of height for a horse to jump, you know?
She is our equestrian expert on the panel.
Very much so.
Take a look at Alpha 7, though. Alpha 7 love El Pozo. This is their drop spot. They know this whole city like the back of their hand. So for them to be able to make it up here nice and safe and sound is going to be a great sign for our PMGC champions here. As far as teams that are not in this zone just yet, we got Nongshim Red Force, who just won 2 chicken dinners. They're all the way down south in Minas. You have Vitality in Los Leones, S2G, and Hustler Crew still trying to get into the circle.
Yeah, up on the north side. Hustler Crew and S2G going to have to try and negotiate around water treatment. La Cobraria as well, potentially. Going through the Creative Fields area is going to be very, very difficult with where Horus sits. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Hustler Crew try and swing wide out over the north, past La Cobraria, past the west side of Creative Fields, and try and find a way in that way. Either that or get much closer to San Martin, but I just don't think that you can move freely on the north side of this circle by going straight past Creative Fields. I just don't think it's going to work out well, and I think that they may have read that.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find themselves their best spot possible. But oh, looks like we do have a fight. And it's going to be Slownik battling it out with TT Project. Going to go for a little 1v2 action here. Pulls a pin, fakes it, jump shots. Oh, he's got to watch out for that S12K. Yeah, back it on up. Now getting hit by that. He's going to have to find some cheeky angles here. Oh, the jump shot ends up catching it. But here come the rest of the Wolves. Are they going to be able to save their teammate? Looks like they might have just done so and just in time.
And now in comes back to hold the angle, get the flush as well. Slonic is very, very low though, Jukes. They do need to get it picked back up right now if they want to try and make this one work. Neos is still on the top floor. Slonic is bleeding. He's bleeding out, and down he goes. And down goes Neos. He's dropping down for the fight, but it's not going to go well. Necessary does what is needed. And FPS steps forwards to try and challenge it yet again, but he's the last to stand for TT Project. This is going to be the Wolves all day. TT Project, take a tumble.
Oh man, and what a play for the Wolves here. Our NA representatives getting that fight done, and they are in elimination range. They are all the way at the bottom 3 here, so with that fight, it does push them up a little bit, hopefully to try to at least make the survival stage and extend their tournament life just a little bit longer. But it looks like we may just have a true El Pozo circle here, as now we're gonna look at Vitality getting some shots downrange as well.
Getting stuck in as and needed. Ooh, 2 of them are down though, and it's up to Federalis and Axel to try and hold off against ETSH. Against Edge, that's a good start. Leveling the playing field now on the numbers. Fajita being as isolated from the rest of the players as he is going to make it a little bit easier to get these reses, but Razak may just be a bit of a goner here. Jukes, he is very far afield. Axel launching the nades, a volley sent from the back lines as well as Federalis has one looping over the top. Razy likely going to get picked back up, but I think, yeah, that's that flush down. That's that nade as it comes on in. Fajita actually not stopping off to go for the flush. Instead, wants to bolster the position for Edge.
Oh, Fajita is sizzling right now. He's gonna have to make a play all by himself because these nades are really starting to hurt. Federalis is just on point with them. There's another air burst, and that picked him off a little bit. He does get the heal off, but that nade's gonna hurt a whole lot, and that is ETSH out of there. Vitality, man, these guys are just getting eliminations like crazy in the early game.
Hitting those nades like 5 big booms for Vitality. They are doing bits over on the south side, but they do need to get a move on. No one really too close enough to cause any worry for them in terms of third parties, because they are outside the circle. They're going to have to push up north, past Monte Nuevo, and try and find where they can slot on in. In the meantime, I'm taking a look at the rest of this lobby, and Hustler Crew did, in fact, go for that wide north rotate. S2G didn't. They sent in, and they're now south of Crater Fields, and have kept all 4 of their players alive, so I didn't expect them to be able to do something like that with Horror taking up that high ground, but seems like they made it work. E-Arena going to follow on that north side behind Hustler Crew and go past their Cooperaria. So potential for the northwest side of El Pozo to get pretty crammed in.
Yeah, and you can see E-Arena just creeping into that top of that circle here. Alpha 7 dead center of this zone. You got Tianba there down south, and we're going to see some crates start to fly in this Miramar match. So not because of the playing path, we didn't see any crazy hot drops. The zone does center on up, so that early rotation from Alpha 7 really paying off here. So take a look at the top players so far. Axel on top, and then no surprise, 2 players from E-Arena following him.
I mean, yeah, it's still just got to be these 2 teams on these top player cards. It was kind of nutty with the amount that E-Arena were able to do in that first game, and the amount that since then Vitality have been able to rack on up. It's been pretty beautiful stuff. Godlike on the east side losing a player there as we hop back over to the map. Vitality still making their way in from that south side. Those fields that are overlooked by Ida's position now gonna make it pretty tricky. Okay. Oh, I kind of like this approach. Hops out with the parachute, jumps on top of the mesa. Okay, looking pretty stylish with the stunts there.
That's how you get it done. The question is how is he going to get down?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
That's the problem. As we got STG, they said, you know what, we don't have to worry about getting down. We're getting into this building here. And now they're looking for some angles onto Alpha 7. So this fight starting to ring out, which is a little bit wild. I mean, they are in center of zone. It would pay off for these teams to kind of just hold their position and then wait to fight until the end. But with Guizhou kind of out of position here, it is going to make things a little bit spicy.
Yeah, with Dopeness sort of cutting through the middle of that position, it's going to make things hard. S2G are going to start to get angles on it too once they figure out how to park a car in their little garage there. And there's that nade. That's what you're worried about. That's exactly what you're talking about. And Guizhou goes down. Alpha 7 allowed too many noisy neighbors. They didn't put in the complaints early enough, and now they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything about it, like you mentioned. Looking at Revo here, trying to do something, though. He's looking at those 3 peaks, just trying to get a little bit more intel. I won't be surprised if we don't even see a fight here happen at all. I mean, this is still dead central zone. I think right now it's just about getting information, just making sure no team just randomly pushes up into him. Now, the fights that could definitely ring on out are there on the south side. You got Vitality, Tianba, Wolves, Mighty close to each other. But meanwhile, in El Pozo, we're going to see just a lot of teams just taking little pop shots, trying to knock down a little bit of armor.
I like what EDA are doing on the eastern side of this circle, right? They have that super duper high ground that overlooks those El Pozo fields. They're going to have a lot of angles to try and make that one work. And I like what Rita has done here. Moved down, they know that they're not under threat from their east side anymore, which means that they can, well, almost certainly not under threat from their east side, not technically guaranteed, but certainly a little bit assuaged. But moving Rita out, I really like that. Gives them a foothold to move down because they're very likely going to have to leave this high ground.
Yeah.
So they can start to scout out the angles that they can crash towards in those fields out on the east side. So hopefully we're going to see a Turkish team have a good game here.
Yeah, the zone definitely goes to them. Oh, and it kind of does. Wow. I mean, it still have some of that play in for them. So this could be a huge opportunity for them to get some points. If that next circle definitely hard shifts onto the east side, they're going to get a crazy, crazy game because that open field is disgusting. Like, if you just try to take one of those little hay bale areas, you're committing to that for the rest of the game. But now we're going to see Vitality, Team Vitality getting into it with Tianba. This is a huge fight.
I mean, Tianba not really getting into it at all, actually, sending straight across the open field. Okay, Vitality and EDA both actually vying for the warehouses on the south side of the field. EDA committing there. Tianba trying to get across out in the open, losing another player. And now, I mean, EDA crunching in Vitality. It might just be working out beautifully for them. It's going to send Vitality away, deny them access to the eastern portions of this circle.
See, on the west side, we're looking at E-Arena and Nongshim Red Force. Ooh,
oh, yeah.
Schweppes catching XCY. Gonna be looking for some more players here. Hyunbin mighty close. He heard that pin get pulled and he said, let me time to back it on up. This is a very difficult area to nade. You have to throw it literally in the perfect position if you want to get it on. And now Tizzy from across the way, putting a little bit of pressure. Gonna go ahead and get his teammate back up. And it definitely looks like this fight's going to ring out all the way to its bitter end here. Because this zone is not kind to either of these teams. And yeah, E-Arena's just trying to find some room to work with.
Trying to roll on up to the back lines, take that 2 versus 2 fight. And it's going 1 for 1, but they're hitting the drop shots. It is brutal. And Nongshim Red Force serve a lesson straight on up to half of E-Arena, and the other half is nowhere to be seen. Big nade in as well across the way. That flush comes through. We're on stage 4 here, which means the zone is survivable, but you don't want to be staying in there too long. Another nade goes a little bit longer, and Hyunbin wants to load one more into the old arm cannon.
30K trying to make a play here, putting some shots onto Tizzy while he's in the blue zone. And you are right, man. We saw E-Arena go crazy in Rondo. And
oh, that would have been so good.
Yeah, since then, things have been a little bit difficult for the Thai squad. Turning Case got that nade, though. This could be dangerous if he hits it. Doesn't quite get the mark. And now Nongshim Red Force are getting their whole squad together. This is not good on the side of E-Arena.
Yeah, they didn't manage to win that fight out on the east side. I mean, it was a little bit of a gamble, but probably a necessary one. Unfortunately, this time around, it did not go their way. And Nongshim Red Force are looking pretty stalwart in their hold. So easy. Moving across through those smokes, waits for the nade, darts past it, and they are just moving across. Vitality, in the meantime, though, have moved up, and this is going to make things tricky. Razy wants to unleash, but it's Tizzy who goes down to Federales, and E-Arena are going to strike immediately, snapping the points where they can, but no, not going to happen.
What?
All of them go to Vitality.
That's crazy. Somehow wasn't able to steal that elimination. Just looks like he may have just shot him down to half an HP and it ticked him on down. Unfortunate. Schweppes getting that knock, though. He's looking to get that confirmation. Oh, he's forced around the open. He's got no coverage. He's shimmying. He's moving back and forth. Jumping down. And Hyunbin is right there to catch him. But Yangon Galacticos were ready for both these teams.
3 points earned for Nongshim. And that is going to put them up in 4th, keep them nice and happy, to be fair. They're still quite far ahead of Alpha 7 in that 5th place position, but it's not quite another chicken dinner, which they're probably hoping for. Not going to happen this time around. All of that fight was exacerbated by the earlier engagement, the earlier descent we saw from EDA from that high ground, pushing Vitality further west. If that hadn't happened, I feel like Nongshim had a fair crack at that.
Yeah, you're right, and it goes so crazy how just the tiniest little movement in the lobby can just destroy your squad and honestly destroy this whole lobby, because it is Team Vitality that gets 8 more points. 67 total, and we are not done with match number 5.
There's still more to go. If you could believe
There's another game.
There's a whole extra game.
67.
This is, whoa. Careful with that. Careful with that sort of numbers. But we are going to be heading into match number 6 after this as well. And yeah, it's pretty nasty to have a team like Vitality putting on this sort of a show. With the 8 eliminations they've got so far this match, Ida potentially vulnerable to losing Rita as they chase on in. Meanwhile, over in El Pozo, though, there is a charge through the high street. They say the high street is dead, but it might just be dead to rights for 721 GS, but maybe not. In the meantime, Tiamba, they were cut down to 2 earlier on. There's already a lot of damage done, and Moscow, once more, will not be able to chew, though. That 721, I believe, just runs straight through as they try and make a mad dash out into the open.
QZZ putting up a little bit of a car wall here, and this is where they're going to stay for the rest of the match. It is a great spot. This little dip is dangerous, considering that it's kind of hard to get even near there. It is super weak from the hill right above it, but no team can really take that spot because there's vision in every single direction. And for the other side of that weakness, when it comes to the side of Aura, Tiamba did set up that vehicle wall, so we could definitely see those 2 players be very dangerous here towards the end.
Oh, I'm worried. I'm worried about Axel's position right now, because Emre is up on the high ground still. Axel should be broadside to him.
Oh my.
But he's not taking the shots. Maybe he doesn't quite have the angle. No, Emre didn't want to take the shots, certainly. But yeah, it's, he's spotted a helmet there. He spotted a helmet there. What are we getting a replay of? Crazy. Oh, the links. And
boom! That's what I'm talking about. Love to see some sniper action anytime in this game. And when it comes to Miramar, that's a chance we get to really, really see it. So we see the big guns getting whipped out here in the World Cup.
Hustler crew really struggling on the back lines here to try and push through a Porte. That wide sweep over the north side, now coming back to bite them. They do manage to get the reses, but another knock sent straight their way very, very quickly. They have to cross the road, but where do you go? You've got Alpha 7, Yango Galacticos, Dopeness, all in your way. I don't hold any hope that they're going to be able to make this run, but maybe they'll be able to sneak 1 player, maybe even 2 through, but even then, that is a too tall of an order for them, and they fall down. Alpha 7, they are down to 2 players despite starting here, and really haven't had the best of luck on this game, with only the 1 elimination. We're going out to the open field now, Jukes.
Dude, this is ridiculous. This day, for when it comes to circles, has just been the most toxic, ridiculous zones in one day I've seen. His zone has just been brutal. Now we're going to see a Revo get taken out by Smile. This is Young on Galacticos. These are 2 championship teams battling it out, and Young on Galacticos are going to eliminate Alpha 7, and that's brutal for them considering that they were right below them on the leaderboard. So now Yangon moves into 5th place.
Yeah, they're taking that mantle now, and they are winning on that tiebreaker. They are in that 5th place spot. In the meantime, Tiamba getting rolled up on by some of Aura, but it's not going well. QZZ holding his nerve. Beautifully done, but I think, yeah, it's just going to be too much of a brunt to bear. And they will go out of it. Able to do a lot of damage, but it wasn't quite enough in the end. And Aura now looking to piece themselves fully back together. In the meantime, Vitality, 10 eliminations. They're the Southside Commanders.
And we see Razy get another huge shot with the 50 cal. So the snipes are coming out. Team Vitality is just dominating right now.
11 eliminations, up to a 70-point total with another match still to play. Placements have only just started kicking in as well, Jukes. We're on 8 teams remaining. A lot of hangers on here, trying to keep themselves right to the edge of El Pozo, but this is about to go off like, as you like to say, the 4th of July.
Yeah, let's get this party started, baby, as we see the Wolves holding it on and trying to get themselves further away from that bottom 3. It's just these Elementrix and Necessary now, throwing those nades. Oh, just a little bit out of range of Young on Galacticos. And meanwhile, we got Dopeness up top here. Racy with another shot off the Smile. This guy's going crazy.
is big boom after big boom. What can you say? And the nades coming on through now for this El Pozo scrap. Dopeness trying to charge out in the open, but they're getting cut through on the sidelines. In the meantime, Godlike, who have been a little bit quiet, they're now on the north side of things and probably in one of the better spots in terms of the El Pozo teams. Horror really can't step up to them. It's only going to be Vitality across the way that might be able to play spoiler to it, but it's still just getting hotter and more pressure is building inside these buildings.
Yeah, and this battle just keeps on ringing out here as we're gonna see a Dopeness just holding the outside. S2G putting some shots onto Godlike as well. And S2G are just holding this warehouse. It's such a dominant position for them. Look at this. Godlike with the M249. Oh, that hurt though. Yeah, time to heal up.
Okay, humbled a little bit there for Salme. Has to stay alive. In the meantime, they are looking for those revives. Dopeness on their last legs here, wanting to try and make it work. 2 players alive. S2G looking to fight towards the outside now. Lost, burnt back, but in steps Hamzy to take up the mantle of that duel and will be able to win it out. The rest of Dopeness soon to go down. Solkate does get knocked in the process. As Vitality take a player as well from that. Up to 14 eliminations for Vitality, by the way, as Yangon Galacticos sailing down the cliffs, but I think they're under pressure. Vitality on 14 eliminations. Jukes, I said it before. I didn't even believe myself when I said it.
This is unreal. I mean, Razy has been just having his way with this lobby from across the map. While we were watching this fight, Razy is just going nuts. I mean, knock after knock after knock. I'd love to see his POV here because he is dominating right now. Meanwhile, I mean, this is just, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. They're stuck.
There's nowhere for them to go. S2G trying to extract as much value as possible. They've got 5 elims. Down out Godlike go, by the way, into that horror position that we saw before. But a lot of their players are suffering. 2 of them now have fallen. It's all up to Salme on the off angle here, on that high ground. He's not in the next zone, but he's got a nade. And he's going to send it forwards, takes down his own teammate, denying the point. Vitality want to watch this one drop, and Federalis wants to get closer, wants to be in with that opportunity as S2G join the jump.
Here we go. Now we're seeing it from Vitality's perspective. They've got so much sightlines here, but these teams are just battling their way to find any sort of coverage. And you're going to have to hit the deck because Vitality are going to be soaking up tons of eliminations here. Razy with 7, all on his lonesome. And these hay bales are just paying dividends for this team.
Nobody's really able to challenge them out in the open. I mean, maybe Yangon Galacticos, if things start to conclude, could dash straight towards Federalis on this angle here. Maybe get in with a chance of doing it, but that's kind of the only way I see this not going to Vitality. It was 88 points on that 5th place bubble yesterday for 5th place. They're within striking distance of that right now.
And that nade, oh, that one is much too close for comfort. I like the fact that Wolves are throwing down these smokes just to try and make it a little bit more difficult for this Lights of Aura to hit these nades. That one looks too good, though. And Necessary is out. Elementrix is pinned between that vehicle and hay bale, so that's a perfect spot for both these players to survive just a little bit longer. Every point counts when it comes to Wolves.
Yangon Galacticos will go down entirely. Vitality up to 17 eliminations now. Horror on 11 themselves on this game. And there is just no way that they don't win this one. Surely. Oh, the fire out in the open field. It's going to make things tough. That nade over the top bounces back just incorrectly there. Necessary does get a heal off, but the nade to follow it up, and Axel to follow it through as well. The fact that Wolves are still alive with both of their players right now is kind of crazy. And Horror now have to make that mad dash. I don't know how much more they've got left, but they get another burn on.
Well, here comes Team Vitality looking to take this chicken dinner, and it's Razy. He's got the angles. He's got the Molotov. Burn, baby, burn. He throws it. Oh, starts getting some shots on himself, though. Now hits the deck. But with this utility usage, Vitality are just dominating this lobby.
Razy still has nades to play with as well. Sends that Molotov forwards, finds Sleepy with the explosion. Razy wants a little bit more. Just Sky now there, as well as Necessary out in the open field. Axel joining him for the 1-2 punch. Razy goes down, and Sky stays alive now with a chance against Axel in a 1 versus 1. Necessary could backstab. There's Razy getting flushed away. A little bit of danger now. He's going to stay at their doorstep as Sky steps forwards. He looks for the feet, looks for the ankle swipe. It is traded, but 2 players now, and Necessary could do it.
Necessary's got to make a play here for this team. Got to keep them alive. Got to get them at least to the survival stage. Oh, the angles, though, are just too good from Razak. And it's Team Vitality getting a huge, massive win.
19 eliminations coming through from Vitality. It's absolutely insane, right? Okay, sure, we saw something pretty crazy earlier on, fine. But this on Miramar, on that map from Vitality's position, to be able to get that done is miraculous. This is a team that I think has already, on match 5, qualified in the top 5.
Oh, I mean, that's a fact. These guys could not show up tomorrow, and we'll still see them in the finals. At this point, it's just a victory lap when it comes to Team Vitality. And look at that I mean, no reaction. These guys are just too cool for school at this point. It's just like, hey, you know what? Another day at the office.
You know, when you're a giant striding amongst the pigeons, do you look at the birds?
That's
no,
right.
you got
That's
your
right.
eyes on the horizon. And you're stepping towards those finals.
like
That is what Team Vitality are looking to do. That is so impressive. We talked about consistency from this roster from the start of the day all the way through and all the way to the end. They've got so much punch.
Oh, man, what a game. You can see all these other players right now looking down at the stage, and you can see them just kind of talking to each other, being like, what do we do for this next Miramar? Last game of the day, how do we do this? And I'm looking at Team Vitality, and they're just like, hey, what kind of croissants are we going to get here at this point, right? Because, I mean, we're good.
Hey, you can't be saying it like that. We're in Paris, you know. You got to go full French. You got to throw out
sorry, croissant.
Well, we are going to head over and see if we get some better pronunciations on croissant. What do you got?
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, sorry. This is Media Day at EWC 2026, and I'm going to show you guys exactly what the players go through every single day whenever we're taking pictures, recording content, and basically everything that you see on the streams. And I'll show you a little bit of a walkthrough once I'm done with this, so give me a second.
What's up, everybody? It's Jukes. We're here backstage at the Esports World Cup here in Paris, and while watching all these players get all their media shots done, let's give you a quick little behind the scenes of what we got going on here, right? So you can see these different stages here. The production value of this is absolutely wild. We got some of the boys here as well from Nigma Galaxy. What up? How y'all doing?
It's great. Organization is great. Everything is perfect, you know. As always, EWC on top.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, we'll see more of these guys in here in a little bit as we go and take a look at some of the player photos that we're doing. Look at that. Look at that right there. So sick.
Perfecto.
Perfecto.
Do I look bonita? I feel bonita. Thank you. Okay, now let's get to it. So, first things first, once our lovely players get their hair and makeup done, we start taking them towards hero shots. We start taking them towards like content ideas and such. And this is only the first stop. So, at the moment behind me is one of the teams, and they're doing their hero shots. So, there's two kinds of hero shots, and they usually do either solo shots or they go for group shots together as a team. And of course, none of this would be possible without our lovely sponsor, Sony, for providing us all the incredible cameras that we're using at the moment to give you the best quality pictures of our lovely players. Now, this is only one of our stops for the day, so okay, that was a little bit more difficult. I don't know how they're getting the players up here to shoot these pieces of content, but hey, this is another one of the segments that we have here for Media Day, and now I don't want to get down. I have a slight fear of heights, so just hold on, give me a second. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're perfectly fine. But yes, one of our many areas here that we use for Media Day, and we want to get the players to be a little bit more creative, give them more places where they can use different kinds of poses and stuff like that. And listen, I'm already out of air. This is crazy. Oh, that's what they use. They have a ladder. I wish I have known this was a thing before. It was only one climb as well. You see, that was the problem. I thought I was a little bit more athletic than this. Turns out, no. So next time, use ladder. Anyways, to the next one.
Now we're going to go on over to the next set. And look at this. Let's get a little sneak peek behind the scenes of what's going on over here. Look at this. Look at these guys. They're getting ready. They're locking in. We're going to go ahead and see how this interview works, and we'll get back right to you. That's it for now. So why don't we go ahead and take it back on over to the studio, and we'll talk some more about EWC.
Vitality just putting up a clinic here today. It was eerie at the start, but Vitality has been performing so well. Don't forget that you can join the Fan Zone experience. It's open through August 11th through the 16th. You can check out all the awesome collaborations that we have with Naruto, with Spider-Man, and you can also earn some rewards. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile and get some exclusive rewards. But Max, Vitality, my goodness, they just looked like a boa constrictor that just kept squeezing and squeezing and squeezing.
Look, me and Kalaris were talking about this game literally from start to finish. We're like, okay, well, this game, you know, Vitality just stay in the warehouse. We're going to be super chill. A very easy game.
Warehouse.
It was the warehouse by the end. And they decided to just send it to the west side like, no, this is getting a bit boring. How about we get like almost 10 eliminations, then go back to the field finish. But looking at the overall stats from these players for the entire day, an average of over 4 eliminations for the day, then almost 3 for Razy, Razak, and Federales. Insane numbers for literally the entirety of Vitality.
It's consistency to a T. I mean, they're doing very, very well right now. I feel like I've been talking about Vitality all day today. I'm like their biggest fan or something like that. But realistically, they are playing well and they're having fun with it. And they get to the point where they can have fun with it because it's feeling like it's going to be difficult to knock them out of that top 5 with where they are playing. But this is incredibly greedy. We have to just quickly take a little look at that. I do like it, but you can be greedy if you are the dragon of the lobby, which they are.
Exactly. And with that said, I mean, with this team, you were saying it's going to be hard to get them off the top 5. The cutoff for Group A was 88 points in Neptura. Right now, it looks like, depending on what happens next match, actually, we need to see the overall too at some point, because they might have even already hit that, or they're about to hit that as well.
No, I think they might have already hit that, which would be absolutely insane. And you know what a great team to actually have that happen too, right? Because we have seen them be so consistent throughout today. We have seen them just take control of everything, all the way from the western side down to the southwestern side, clearing teams left and right, pushing Ida out of their compound, which I think should have never happened. What?
Look at Ryzen. He's just giving them the lucky high five.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Very nice.
He gave him the dap up as we see Hora Esports getting 13 eliminations as well in the last game. And a big one too is going to be none other than Wolves Esports. Wolves Esports was in 15th place coming up before this match with 13 points. That's going to be pushing him up. And keep in mind, you want to be outside of those bottom 3.
No, it's very true. Wolves were able to just, get as much points as they needed to, just keep that momentum going or move up onto the last match. But I want to talk about Hora here, because this dip is actually incredible for them, because you've got the back end of you right there is completely covered. Nobody can see you in there. In fact, when we saw, I think it was 721 GS move in, it was a complete surprise that they were even there. Out in front of you, it's too open. The only place a team can go is within nade range. So actually that was a fantastic dip for Hora to be in, and they were able to get 3rd place because of it with quite a few elims.
That's right. That's very correct. I mean, it's a great position to play as well. I think a lot of teams tried to pick this place up. Tiamba, though, they're kind of disappointing me right now. I think Tiamba has a lot left in them. They originally had this spot quite early on, but were evicted fairly quickly now. They played fairly decently over at PMWC, and I think they had some really pop-off moments. I mean, QZZ was looking fantastic, but where is that now? Tiamba has been down on the tables for a long, long time at this point. that's got to change. We've got one more chance to see it through. I hope it happens, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really nice, come on, to see some Chinese domination here. I mean, QZZ had a really good moment, right, from PMMI going into this one too. But
that's what I said.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just stealing your point.
I'm leaving the desk now.
That's why I don't want you on the desk, otherwise he's too good on the desk, guys. There's a big issue. There you go. Your game MVP is going to be Razy. From Razy and Razak, also known as Ray Ray. That's why I call them.
Yeah, we should get that changed. We actually need to get a new MVP card for Ray Ray.
Just Ray Ray.
My boy Ray Ray.
By the way, Racy was able to make that push up. It ended up backfiring because he ended up getting knocked. But you could see that was going up to par with what you're saying, the greediness. And with this squad, if they're going to continue to perform like that, I see that greediness getting worse and worse and worse, which is going to make it even more scary for some of the other squads that are outside of the top 5.
There are some games as well where that greed comes back into play. But my boy Ray Ray, sometimes you got to lay one of the Rays down, all right? That's the way it's got to be. Actually, Erangel game 3, I believe it was, they greeted a res. It was Razy. Axel had gone in, Razak had gone down, and Razy was like, my boy. And he went back for him. So it's greed in other areas as well. And I think Vitality, what I've loved about them there is that maturity, that ability to be like, we can't take this 2-2 split. I don't want to let it go to their heads. I love that they're down there, they're smiling, right? You know, they're dapping each other up. That's great. But let's bring back what we saw from game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, actually looking back real quick at this game in particular, and I want to know if you would agree or not with this, Blank. Looking back at how they played in PMGO Season 1, right, which was a tough tournament for Bigatron, this looks like a completely different team, so confident, the synergies up there, of course a bit greedy at time, which is what you just said, but this does not feel like BTR we had earlier this year.
Well, it's not a horrible overcorrection.
Group of death.
Group of death.
No, sorry, I'm just looking at the contradictions here between people on the Twitch chat, because one of them said, this group is not strong. The next one was like, this is the group of death. Make up your mind, chat. Which one is it gonna be?
I mean, but look, the thing is, it isn't the group of death, right?
Oh my God!
They got it exactly.
Yeah, they've got 88 exactly. This is not the group of death. It has a selection of ridiculously strong teams at the top. When we say group of death, we mean it's very even across the board, which Group A was. It was very hard. We had different teams stepping up all the time there. Here, it's quite obviously not the group of death because now the same teams time and time again perform well. I would say it's the more unfortunate group that you have Team Vitality, Aura, as well as E-Arena all in it at the same time.
Yeah, the sponging of points is something that we're just going to continue to keep in mind here, especially from the top 3 teams. You can see there between top 3 in 6th place, already 27 points difference, which is going to allow for some of those teams to have even more freedom later on, especially tomorrow.
I mean, for Yangon Galacticos Neptura, they're currently in 5th place right now, tied up at 30. For the defending champions, do you think they can stay in that top 5?
I think actually they can. I really like how they've been playing today. I didn't have that many expectations for them going into today, to be honest.
Okay.
Because, we just haven't. They won last year, and we haven't seen much from them since. But this is a really nice team that's able to actually compete very well against everybody else, and I'm very excited for what they got both today and tomorrow.
It is you, Shiva. Yeah, great points, by the way. Sorry, I got sidetracked here.
This guy does not.
I was able to find Shiva from Esports Rejects. I wish we were able to come along at a different time because you guys did end up getting eliminated from PMWC at EWC 26. But first of all, how are you enjoying Paris outside of, getting eliminated?
I'm enjoying Paris. Like, Paris is probably one of the best places I've ever visited. I really love it here. And the venue here is crazy. I've never thought of something like this in my life.
Is this guy trying to steal John Allen's
I know. That voice, brother. Hey, if being a player never ends up working out, you might be looking at something with us working maybe here. But what have you learned from PMWC that you can take on later into the year, right? Because we still got PMGO Season 2. We still got PMGC. Have you learned anything that you can take into those upcoming events?
I think the biggest thing that we have learned is to be a bit more aggressive, because I think not being aggressive, you stuck yourself in one spot, and teams takes advantage over that, where you allow them to get space, and if you don't do that, I think, like I said, I think if you don't give the other team space, like BTR now, they don't allow any team to come close to them, and that's why they have rocked up 61 kills. That's crazy.
It is crazy. Honestly, with the way that some of these teams have been performing, it has been scary. Natura, do you have any questions for Chiva from Esports Rejects?
I mean, I want to know because I was thinking that there was going to be, you know, some big plays coming in from you guys, but we didn't really see that much coming into the end of, you know, the end of the circles, the end of the games that much. Was there like a rotational pattern that was being cut off by other teams, or what went wrong in the mid phase of your games?
I think the biggest problem that we had is that we kept on losing 1 or 2 players on rotations, and that already makes your game even harder. Like you lose almost like 70 or like 25% of your game winning chance. So if I think you have 4 players in game, I think you already have a really good game. So for us, what we need to fix on is try to have all 4 players up on rotations and also be more coordinated on pushes and holding spots and things like this. That's also a big thing.
Hey, man, Joe, thank you so much for coming on and just giving us an insight. And I'm hoping we'll get a chance to see you at PMGO Season 2. I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to see you as well at PMGC. You know what? I actually want you to take over my job. I want you to say, John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
Hey, thank you very much, Seven and Shiva over there for that lovely throw. It was great to hear from him, and that is what we talk about so much for tournaments like this, from PMWC, from global level tournaments. Getting that information, getting that practice and knowledge and insight is just so important, and the fact that they're taking that on board so quickly and with such humility as well is beautiful. I love to see it. Let's see him again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, guys, make sure you go follow him on Instagram, shiva.ios. That's what it's all about here, guys. And we're gonna get into the last match of Miramar here, and just how many points is Team Vitality gonna get? They have 88 points. 88 crazy, insane, are you kidding me, points in 5 matches. That is over 17 points a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 17.6 points per game?
That is correct.
Which is crazy.
Insane.
Like, it's nuts, right? We talk about first place. You're in contest for first place if you're at about a 10-point average.
Yeah.
They're so far ahead of that. They're not even looking in the rearview mirror right now.
It's double
right?
first place.
It's absolutely insane. You know, 88 points. They are currently at quadruple the scoreline of 10th place.
I don't know. Well, we need to make a whole new word for first place. I don't know. Hyper Omega first place. I don't know what the heck is going on here.
Wait, we should rename second place to be first place, but not Vitality. Don't worry about it.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. This is absolutely insane, folks. That's why
they will be first on their limbs alone.
Yeah, you're right. With just eliminations, they would still be in first place. This is unreal. It's literally an unreal performance. That's why we just keep on talking about it. Top players, 2 of them being from Vitality, is not shocking at all. Or though Sky sneaking himself into there. We got a much more tried and true playing path here. El Pozo's going to be still out of range, but at least we're going to see some teams be able to hit that north side.
Oh, these damage numbers are insane. Yeah, we're not going to be seeing E-Arena too much anymore. I imagine that they are going to start to drop off. This is a full slate of damage dealers from Vitality, and they are doing a lot of work for their roster. Playing part on the east side here. Going to leave El Pozo maybe a little bit hard to get towards, but you can drop out up towards the north. That maybe is what Alpha 7 is looking for. Circle fairly chill, centering up west of Picardo. And grab some, sorry, on that north side, I was saying Alpha 7 could grab vehicles, head over that north edge. I imagine that's what they're going to look to do here. Watching out for hot drops, but not really going to see too much. We did have a little bit over towards Vallademar at the start of the last match, but that's not going to happen again this time.
Yeah, not going to happen this game. And now we got it seems like a normal game. I don't know why I'm saying that, because we thought the last circle was going to be okay. And it goes to the one open field in that whole side of the map, which is just unbelievable. But no crazy hot drops. So it does look like teams are going to be avoiding it here. They don't want to be dealing with any of those shenanigans, and that's the right play. I mean, guys, this is the last game. You have quite a few squads that have done a ridiculous match here. And now we're going to go ahead and take a look at some teams just trying to rotate and make the right plays.
Hey, if you're talking about rotating, right, that's something that you could be doing on the lucky spin. Right, that is what you're going to be trying to look for, right? Getting those good rotations. As we all know, spinning is just a term for rotation.
That's
which
correct.
is what, it's a beautiful segue, trust me, I did it. But yeah, make sure you're getting those spins in before they go away, to make sure you're getting those skins on board, because they are looking mighty fine. The desk was talking about them earlier. Make sure you're locking those ones down to look as good as these players here.
And they're looking real good. Oh, Obscure, was that a Winchester I just saw?
It was, yeah. I love it.
I like that.
It's my favorite gun sound in the game.
It really is. To me, suppressed M24. It's just, oh, so nice. That, I'm not even gonna try it. I actually did try it. Yeah.
Go on, Obscure. Give us the gun sound. Give us the gun sound. Pop a shot. Go on, you know you want to. Pop that lever. Let's go. Oh, he's not for it. What a spoil sport. Alpha 7, currently in 7th place. They did get pushed off that 5th place spot at the end of that last match by Yangon Galacticos and actually by S2G as well, who now sit ahead of them. But it is still very much all to play for. We were talking about the difference between the teams from the bottom towards the top. It's still, even for Hustler Crew, very possible for them with a big chicken dinner to jump up and pass that 30-point margin, right? They're on 8 points, putting them 22 points behind. That is a 12 elimination game in terms of differences if you're able to get a chicken dinner. So whilst they haven't shown their capability to get that just yet, it is possible. It's within their wheelhouse.
Absolutely, it definitely is. You know, the scary thing I think for me when it comes to Group B and this whole lobby is just looking at how heavy the top of the leaderboards are, you know, and besides, obviously, we talked about Vitality enough. You just look even further on down. You got Aura, EA, Nongshim. If Nongshim Red Force get a good game here, I mean, we could be looking tomorrow at 1 slot left. How insane is that?
I mean, it is. It would be pretty nasty, I think, for a lot of these teams to look to try and close that sort of a distance. But again, it does rely on performance carrying over to tomorrow. So, I mean, for me, Vitality, they've already done so much today. They've almost guaranteed themselves a spot in the top 5.
Oh, it's done.
It's pretty much done.
Yeah.
I want to see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow, right? Because a day like this can go to your head, and you've got to let cooler minds prevail. You've got to listen to your coaches, listen to the people around you, and don't get carried away. Sure, they're almost certainly going to the finals.
Yeah.
But for me, it's about how they're going to perform in the finals that I'm going to be watching for tomorrow.
You're right, because, you know, this is the best practice you can get on the planet, you know, and the good thing when it comes to when you have such a ridiculous performance like Team Vitality, I mean, 88 points is literally enough for them to not show up tomorrow and still be top 5. Like, it's 100% they're in the finals, right?
Yeah.
So with that kind of performance, that gives you 6 matches tomorrow to fix any problem that you have going into the finals. And that's especially important for a team like Team Vitality, because when it came to PMGO Season 1 in their own home turf, they did solid when it came to the group stage, right? Group stage, they popped off. We thought that, oh man, come finals time, they're gonna really do something. And then finals, it wasn't really what they wanted to do, especially when they're at home, right? But now they're in Paris. They have the most ridiculous day out of all these teams here. Hopefully we don't see the same thing happen.
Hopefully not, hopefully not. 107 points was first place for 4 Thrives over in Group A. Vitality, they could do it here and now with a chicken dinner, just saying. They could break that century, they could surpass them with, you know, well, it would be difficult. It would be difficult, right?
Dude, that'd be wild, though.
It would need a 19 elimination chicken dinner. Wait, not even that. No, it would be a 9 elimination chicken dinner, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it? Yeah, I think it would be. So that's actually very doable for them. So if they win this match, it's very likely that they surpass 4 Thrive scoreline in first place from Group A over the 12 matches that they played. But that is a big if for Vitality to get another chicken dinner here. We did see our first casualty, I believe, of the match as Dopeness able to clock a shot over towards TT Project.
Lufa with the car, 98 too. Love to see some sniper action here. It's very rare these days with just how overpowered the M4 and shotgun meta is right now. But you know what? When it comes to military or when it comes to Miramar, right, we're going to possibly see some of that.
Yeah, over on the north side, we're on board with Alpha 7, who have got in and amongst it with Hora. I don't know how much they can stick around here. It doesn't look like they've got the weaponry to be dealing with this. Carrillo's only got an S12K.
What happened?
Kind of Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. They must have, I mean, they dropped out from the plane over towards the north side. Maybe they were just really slow on grabbing those vehicles and trying to get out west, which seemed to be their approach, but they've got stalled. They've stymied over in these Crater Fields locations, and it's not looking super good. They do need to get on towards El Porto and probably get a little bit more loot, if we're honest.
Yeah, I thought that's exactly where they would be heading, straight in that direction. But now look at that, look at the player cam there. You see that? That gyro just tapping away with that mini, making some great shots downrange, trying to catch Alpha 7 off, but it looks like they are going to be able to get away. So now Aura are still here, and this is why it's so important to have such a strong start in tournaments like this, because when you do, it just gives you so much more freedom to kind of have your way with the lobby you do. Maybe not even the best play, you know, but just you can afford it. You can afford to make mistakes here. Next zone about to pop. Let's see where it decides to go.
Ooh, okay.
The yoink all the way down south. Nongshim Red Force said, thank you very much.
Vitality?
We'll take that. Vitality said, muchos gracias. I am very, very happy about that one as well, as they're coming all the way up from Los Leones. That is how you do it.
Wow. I mean, that is actually a really big shift for Vitality. They are going to be kept safe from a lot of the teams descending from that north side. The bit that you have to worry about a little bit is sweeps from the west, right? So for instance, Alpha 7, Yangon Galacticos, maybe even Horror could rotate around that west side and try and cut in beneath them, but they have Los Leones to try and buffer any pushes coming from that east side. They might just want to get a little bit more central with it, but yeah, I think for Vitality, this is great news, and they're guaranteeing themselves probably at least a 4-point game here.
That's
I think,
right.
which is pretty nice, 12 points for them would be needed to get to 100, break that century in a single day, which would be monumental. A real record breaker of a day. Woo. For the arena kicking us off with a huge match on Rondo, and Vitality saying, hold my beer, we're going for more.
Yeah, let's make some moves here. What a crazy, crazy day here. Let's look at this, though. It's Hyunbin, the man, the myth, the legend, all by himself. He's got the DBS. He's got the stairs. Ooh, but, he has to jump out. He hits the headshot and thirst. Oh, but he gets popped in the back on his way out. But, hey, he said, I'm not going down without taking someone with me.
Hey, that looked real pretty. You know, he saw that nade come in and he was like, well, guess I gotta do it to him.
Yep.
Hops straight out, immediately puts him in the grave. The flush comes through. Nongshim Red Force, yeah, I kind of like this decision to disengage. You don't need to commit. They have the buildings.
Yeah.
They have that defense. You've already lost your player. There's nothing for you there anymore.
Hey, just a quick little handshake. Just said, all right, hey, you know what?
1 for 1.
1 for 1. Good job. See you later. All right.
Ooh, he's got the MG3. Look at that. XZY.
He'll take that.
Don't want to risk it.
No, you don't. That's for sure. Man, it's so crazy that we see the plays that are happening out here as ETSH getting a run over. Players getting taken out on rotation. And I wonder if Team Vitality are going to get blessed here towards the end. Pass up 4 thrives, 2 crazy days in just 1 single day of matches. That is a huge thank you on the side. Actually, how do you say thank you in Indonesian again? Oh, is it Terima kasih, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we were learning it whilst we were over there before. Terima kasih, that's what they want to be saying towards the end. And right now, on the southeast side, they've got a really good spot on the west border of Los Leones to potentially hold this one out. I'm slightly worried about some of the buildings further out to their east. They might be vulnerable to that, but the next circle is going to be coming through fairly soon. The north side, definitely more chaotic. But it looks like that's where we're going. Okay, so Vitality, they get the circle once, and then it takes it back.
Yeah, so you know what? Okay, we'll get it a little close to you, but you're going to still work for this one here. If you want to etch your name into PUBG Mobile history even further. But, you know, the one thing that happens when you have such a crazy performance like this, it really kind of puts a lot of expectations on your shoulder, right? So we hopefully will see Team Vitality keep the same energy, right? Not just going into tomorrow, but also going into the finals here. But who else is going to make it to the finals? That is the question. Wolves are saying, you know what? We don't want to get eliminated right here. They've pushed themselves up from the bottom to at least 11th place. that is a much more comfortable position to be in. They would love to rocket launch themselves at least into that top 5, and it is possible. I mean, top 5 from all the way down to 11th place, that's only, what, 9-point difference? That's pretty wild. So these leaderboards can definitely shake up here on that bottom mid-pack area, but Elementrix is forced to hit the laydown. Gonna try and edge it out here. Baton jumps on out the vehicle. He's hits the shimmies. He's dodging these shots. He's moving back and forth. Sky now starting to get some return fire on him, and he goes down.
He's burning him with a Disco Inferno there, dancing around those bullets. And there is nothing you can do about it. Sleepy will be on the chopping block there as well, and he will be put to bed. No fear of not living up to that name as he's turning tail and fleeing from the sight of that pack of wolves.
Gotta get moving. Yeah, the Wolves, man, they were doing that dancing with wolves right there. We like to see that. But now we're gonna see Alpha 7 getting mighty close to S2G. Carrillo ends up getting popped out the vehicle by Hemsuji. Wazao tries to get in the building, but S2G has a set play for them. Alpha 7 falling apart here. That's Revo eliminated. It's just Obscure. Last one up for A7. If we're gonna see them in the finals, they're gonna most likely have to make it happen tomorrow.
Something happened to Alpha 7 on this drop, Dukes. I mean, over on that north side, they got stuck in with Porte. They didn't seem to have much loot on board. They've been out in the blue for ages. Now they've slammed into S2G and broken their noses on the brick wall that met them. Yeah, Obscure trying to have to skirt through the alleyways around them, but now the Wolves are going to have firing lines onto him, and I don't think he's going to make it. The NA squad will be the ones to deal the death blow towards Alpha 7. The Wolves have problems of their own over towards the south side. On the Chumacera foothills. Now, over towards the rest of the circle. Things are a little bit more disparate now, a little bit more settled. Slightly worried in the south edge. I think Dopeness and Vitality is the engagement that's the closest to maybe happening, but even then, they're sat across the road from each other. Next circle, far less dramatic than the last two.
Far less dramatic than this whole dang day, dude. These zones have been toxic, and then finally, it's just like, all right, time to relax, okay? Good old central zones here. Finally starting to play as predicted. Nongshim Red Force are dead center of this one. They're looking to have a good game. Young on Galacticos are going to be holding that south side. E-Arena, craziest first match ever, and then really letting off the gas here towards the end of the day. Can they pick it back up? That's the question. Take a look at this replay here. Lufa, bang! That's what I like to see.
Beautiful. Scrubs him out of the game with a nice little headshot from Lufa.
Good shot.
Needs to pick that one back up. And you're right, we are seeing these snipers a lot more, and I for one, I'm here for it. Unfortunately, the Winchester doesn't seem to be amongst them, despite sounding the coolest of all of the weapons in the game. Tianba, they are trying to find a little slice near to Godlike. And Eagle wants to suppress the angle too, but that's going to be made all the harder by the third party from Vitality across the road to the east. In comes S2G as well from that northwest side, trying to move past, but Ida finding those shots. Camino will find one more knock over towards Tiamba, isolating them just to the longhouse now.
Oh, you're going to see shots ringing all over the place. The Wolves are starting to get beat up. That's QZZ getting knocked by Tiamba. There's fights happening everywhere. Eagle's going to go ahead and try to pick him up. Looks like he should be able to get that res. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Elementrix fighting it up with TT Project, tries to get the shots through the window and gets denied. TT Project finally starting to put some points on the board. They were in the bottom 3, now in 12th place. Feeling a little bit more comfortable here, but they still got a long way to go.
There is still a lot of distance left on the track. Godlike with a pretty decent split on this compound, Dukes. This is going to be a tough position to try and get across towards, especially with Vitality holding out on your east side. The south approach is currently stymied by all of these teams trying to leave from Chumacera. It makes that ground pretty difficult to move around, not to mention Nongshim Red Force taking that compound that overlooks the approach. So for now, Godlike are big chillin'.
Big chillin' right now. 7th place, 27 points. A good win here will have them definitely kicking back and relaxing a little bit more than they would if they didn't. E-Arena really relying on that first game here. That was 39 points in one match. For the others, not being able to replicate even close to that kind of success. So they're still in third place with 58. That's a great start, but teams are starting to catch up to them. Now 2 have already passed them. Lufa's got that car 98. Come on, show it to me one more time. One more snipe.
That's all you want to see. That's all you want to see.
That's all I want to see. I mean, I want to hear the crowd start chanting, right? One more snipe. One more snipe.
K9, K9.
Yes.
Let's get it done. Heading in to send the bite to be as big as the bark on that. We've seen it a couple times. Maybe we'll be treated to it a couple more. But again, our team's now just waiting the next 5 seconds to find out where the next zone will be. Where is it going to go? It settles out to the east. This is right on the crossroads. This is good for Godlike. This is good for Vitality. Vitality are going to have Hustler Crew trying to put pressure on, but Hustler Crew don't need to get close just yet. It's the teams from Shumasera that I'm worried about. It's S2G, TT Project, E-Arena, and Yangon Galacticos. All of these 4 teams are going to have to figure out who's going to get the chance to try and move into the Mincer in the middle.
And it's going to be a tough one, that's for sure. Yeah, Mincer's the right word, because we're going to see some teams get shredded trying to just find any kind of spot in this next circle. There is that little hillside that they're going to have to go to, but whoever takes that first is just going to get shot at from every single direction. Now we're going to look at Godlike, trying to find some cheeky little shots through the window, looking for the tiniest little pixel to shoot at. QZZ from Tianba, very happy to just share this real estate right now. They're dead center of the zone. They're saying, hey, Godlike, y'all are good. Look over there, we'll look over here, okay? And then once we get to the end game, we'll battle it out.
Absolutely. Happy to play in the
We're
shadow.
total full squad, by the way. Yeah.
Happy to play in the shadow of the bigger tree that is Godlike right now.
That's right.
They are cooling off in the shade for the time being after having taken some pretty heavy casualties.
Fight in the shade.
Yangon Galacticos on the western side. This is that western side difficult scenario that I was worried about. The arena, they were already down to 2 players alive, and Yangon Galacticos puts them 1 further out of the money. That's going to get flushed away, but mana is down. Low HP on Smile, a little bit diminished. Can TT Project make anything happen? As they are the ones to deal the final blow towards E-Arena, ending their day on 58 points.
Second and third place are gone. That is a huge thing for this lobby. Nongshim Red Force are down 1. S2G is still in the mix, though, here. Meanwhile, TT Project, Yangon Galacticos battling it out back and forth. Romeo gonna have to make a play here, as it's only him and Smile up for his team, throwing out some nades. That actually did a little bit of damage there, but now here comes S2G. They heard this fight happening. They want a piece of this action. They are starting to get peppered, though, from other teams. That's gonna be Nongshim Red Force. Ooh, Kamikaze trying to find a little bit of coverage by that hill, and he does find it.
I like this. I like this from S2G. They've read this fight is going to get a little bit stuck, and they're moving ahead of it. Instead of trying to get stuck straight in, they are prioritizing zone. They know that Nongshim have great oversight onto any position that they would third party from. So instead of going for the third party on the Yangon TT fight, they are going to go instead and put pressure on towards that Nongshim position. But maybe they should have had their eyes set over towards TT Project, because they are stepping over these hills. They are going to step towards Hansi, and they're going to take him down too.
Effect just blind shooting through that smoke, and it connects. He'll take that all day long. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos with 3 players up, gonna try and find any space here. They're gonna be driving right in between these 2 squads, but Nongshim Red Force was just waiting for them to start making that push.
Yeah, S2G, after losing a player, sends straight ahead and try to get further into the zone. I feel like it's probably a good read here, but Nongshim Red Force now have bigger fish to fry, and they are cooking something awful. Ida trying to step forwards now. They've crashed onto the Tiamba position. The Shadow no longer the danger-free location it once was, but another duo will take up the mantle, and both in purple.
That's QZZ getting eliminated there. Tianba just not able to do what was expected of them at the start of day 1. But it's kind of hard to do when you got some squads going absolutely insane. Nongshim Red Force had the high ground, but this is at the edge of this circle. They're not going to be able to hold this position for much longer, but they can definitely get some serious eliminations here. Oh, almost catching Lost on the way to that tree, but he is able to find that little piece of coverage. Meanwhile, Romeo catching TT Project. Yangon Galacticos getting peppered. Zarek getting shot in his back. Fights going in all over the place here. Nongshim Red Force looking to clean this up.
Yeah, 3 players now alive as Hyunbin does go down. for Nongshim Red Force. TT Project full. They were able to do a lot of work into this last game though today. They got 9 eliminations there, pushed themselves up into 12th place. They should be happy with the performance they were able to find in the fighting from Chumasera. But now it's Nongshim to try and solidify themselves towards that top 5 in the fight with Yangon Galacticos, who they're trying to push out beneath them. If they go down, S2G have a door flung wide open for them.
Yeah, and let's see right now, XEY with that MG3 shuts down Yangon Galacticos, and that's the 5th place team now out. So Nongshim Red Force, Vitality still in the mix when it comes to the top 5 teams. This is, again, a big opportunity for a squad, especially like S2G, to make something happen. And they got some good sight lines here.
I think this is a big opportunity for Godlike as well, right? On this position, they have got all 4 of their players. Etch is currently putting pressure on. Not too many other teams are going to be pushing towards this compound. Could potentially third party from Hustler Crew. But Etch making this crossing is going to be tough because, I mean, Nongshim Red Force, they've got a side swipe on the approach as well. Moving through this compound is going to be so difficult. The question is how many points are Godlike going to get for this hold? Because if Nongshim just take them all, that's a little bit of a drought.
Yeah, let's see. We're taking a look there at Godlike. How many eliminations are they going to get? They're going to have to fight out ETSH first, though. S-Power's got that nade. He's cooking it. Actually, no, he's just holding on to it. Waiting to see the approach from ETSH. But so far, nothing. This is both these teams are in the circle right now. And they know that if they do fight this, the chance of them getting third-partied is pretty high. So I'm not surprised to see them just play this a little slower for now.
I mean, you say it's pretty high. I feel like a full squad third-partying this is probably fairly unlikely. I mean, the most likely is Hustler Crew, but either are playing as a duo. Do they want to leave that longhouse? Probably not. I think it might just be a straight-up back-to-back fight, but with the Nongshim Red Force having their attention diverted at S2G, now it's go time for Etch. A nice Molotov to place to cut the cross, but Etch pushed straight on through, and speed is there. And it is aggression to find it. A nice nade blast to a part of the seams, and Godlike hold their nerve.
And the crowd goes crazy. The Godlike fans getting nice and hyped up for that one as they get the eliminations and keep all 4 players up.
Where was the third party? Not there. Hustler Crew not in a position to go for it either. Not going. Nongshim Red Force in the meantime took down S2G, by the way, who do end this match currently in 5th place, but that is under threat from Godlike now on that north side. The difficulty, they have to move. Push to the longhouse, get towards the crossroads.
Get to safety, get in a position to put your team ready for this chicken dinner. Problem is you still got Team Vitality up on top of the leaderboards, and they are still in the mix. As we look at Godlike, 4 eliminations, they are there. Dopeness are still here, and that's a team that definitely could use these points. They do have that coverage, but this is outside a circle. The problem with the zone is that there's not a lot of spots left to take. The only way to really make this win happen is you're gonna have to make a push, and you're gonna have to get it done the hard way.
Yeah, it's really tricky now to make ground in this one. The reason Dopeness can't push up the roadside there, out to their west, is because of Nongshim Red Force and 721 GS, right? Both of those 2 teams have the angle to control the roadside. If that fight goes poorly, if the players start to drop from both of those sides, it is going to get a lot easier for them to move. And if you're going to get a pick on the Razy, that's also going to be quite a boon to your movement.
Let's get it. Lufa with the Car 98, making it happen in the end game. I love to see it. Nongshim Red Force looking to possibly get their 3rd chicken dinner on the day. That would be huge for them. Tizzy having to make a play though. Here comes 721 GS with the buggy. He's got the shotgun. S12K popped through the smoke. It's not good enough. So Easy's gonna have to support him. He hits 1. Can he get another? He's getting the thirst. Nongshim Red Force doing a great job of stiff-arming this team.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. Tizzy does go down, but he does enough damage to make it difficult. But now Malik has found a pick onto the off angle, and Nongshim Red Force are going to go low. This is the scenario that I was thinking about for Dopeness. They can start to move west because that fight has gone a little bit mucky. on the western edge. There's no longer the pressure from that side.
Let's go, and Nongshim Red Force finally eliminate that threat behind them. They have their back against the wall now. Now it's time to look forward and soak up some of these eliminations. But like you mentioned, Dopeness, utilizing their time, pushing up, but they gotta battle the titans of the lobby. It's Team Vitality versus Dopeness. They're trying to get away. They say, no, we don't want to deal with this. And they're punishing them on the way as they go straight into the jaws of Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, it's not gonna go well for you there. 2 players alive, that's all they need on the crossfire, being hounded out of position by Vitality. With 13 eliminations for Nongshim Red Force, they're looking to play with the big dogs here, but Vitality are the biggest of dogs in this lobby. It doesn't matter if you got an MG3 Loco, Axel is still gonna run rings around you.
And you guys gotta remember, if Team Vitality win this game with 9 eliminations, they will pass up 4 Thrive's 2-day performance in 1 day alone. Let's take a look though at Godlike Esports in the building. They got their shotguns loaded. You can see Mania pulling the pin, psych, putting it right back for now.
Uh-oh.
It's them versus Ida though. Oh yeah, S-Power getting knocked. That's gonna make things a little bit more difficult.
Another nade being cooked now for Rita, Manya, and Same on that angle. The backstop's there, a little bit of damage, and S-Power now is very low. Admino can't step forwards. There's off angles to be dealt with. In the meantime, Hustler crew have gone down on that north side. The res, I think it's going to stick here as Same keeps his nerve up into the building. A nade being cooked in response now for Admino to try and take down this duo from Ida. This is the step that they need to take now. S-Power with another nade, but the shotguns are lying in wait, and it is vicious, it is brutal. A second one into the mixer. As Vitality chime in as well. Down goes one for Ida, but Darkin still giving it a good go. Over the top they roll, and Vitality may do the unthinkable.
Vitality pushing Godlike at the perfect time, and it's Godlike going down. It's Vitality versus Nongshim Red Force. A great performance on the side of Godlike, but an insane performance from these 2 teams. Vitality looking so solid. Nongshim Red Force looking for their 3rd chicken dinner, but it looks like it's all Vitality here when it comes to Group B.
There's one. Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the evenings and burn yourself down to the ground, because Vitality live on top of the tables and beating a 2-day performance from Group A.
Are you kidding me? No reaction needed. Team Vitality are your monsters here in Paris.
What a shutdown. 108 points in 6 matches. Nobody is going to top that. We thought we'd seen it all. A 39-point game at the start of the day from E-Arena. We were thinking, how's anybody going to top that? Well, let me introduce you to a little team called Vitality.
Darimaka said, thank you very much. These guys are gonna be sitting pretty tomorrow. Nothing but just kick back and relax, baby, because you made it happen on day number 1. But man, the expectations are now through the roof for this squad, right? You gotta have a good day tomorrow. You know what, as a matter of fact, forget tomorrow, dude, right? You're good to go. Finals time, right? That's where your eyes gotta lock in. So you know what? Even if Team Vitality doesn't go crazy tomorrow, I want tomorrow to be their day of, you know what is it that we need to fix for the finals, right?
Absolutely.
Is it any little tiny little mistake that we can adjust? Even if they do something so wild just to work on that, I'd rather them do that there. So come finals time, they pop off.
Absolutely. I mean, I was really impressed towards the end as well with Godlike, able to jump up just about into that 5th place position at the end of that last match, holding their compound. Really, really heavy stuff coming through. Little difficulty in sweeping through that longhouse. I feel like longhouse or Miramar, those longhouses are always so treacherous. The side angles, you don't know if you're going to be playing against those shotguns. Those nades can come out of nowhere, it seems. So a real difficult time to get rid of a duo.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that you have to make sure you play it perfectly, and they're not going to just run in one at a time. You got to play that slow, and they did it the right way. And the problem is just that with how much time that took, Team Vitality at this point, they're not making mistakes, right? They're not even taking an extra 1/10 of a second of delay, right? The second they recognize what was going on, boom, they are right there, and they're taking out Godlike. But, you know, looking behind us, we got all the fans right with us here behind us in the booth. They're very, very proud of what Godlike did here today, and it's good to be able to see so many teams perform so well, and just an overall insane day. I didn't think we were going to even compete with Group A when it came to Group B, even though there were some monster teams here, but Group B, I think, just outshined Group A, and they did, right, in a big, major way.
Yeah, imagine getting an 18-point average.
What?
Like,
18 points a game?
It's insane, the quality that requires, right? In a lobby like this, I mean, it's breathtaking. It's unbelievable. Over 6 matches to be able to put up that sort of a performance. Imagine, on average, you're getting 80. That's an 8 Elim chicken dinner on average.
Every game.
Every single time you get on that plane, you walk away with that.
I hope everybody watching, understand what they just witnessed here today. This is a performance in one day that we may never see again. But you know what? One team that we're going to see some more of is Alpha 7. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage.
Much, guys. I've got Revo here from Alpha 7 Esports. Group B, day 1, has come to a close. Middle of the pack right now. I think you're currently sitting in 9th place. Look, Revo, we know that the expectations for yourself is a lot higher. So what were the issues that you were encountering today? And, you know, what were the things that you kind of struggled with?
I think like we had a bad executions, so we need to fix that, and we're gonna fix that for tomorrow. And let's see what's gonna happen. We are doing our best. We're still confident, and we know we can make it direct to the finals.
Yeah, that's fair. Just so that you know as well, Rocco is on standby. We're going to try and this interview in English, but you know, Rocco's just there just in case we need him. So, more specifically in that Miramar game, that final one, you were forced kind of northwest of Picardo. You had to do a big wrap through the blue zone, and then as you came back into zone, you encountered S2G. Was that just kind of bad timing, bad execution? Like, from your perspective, what happened?
I think like we need to join in the zone. We need to join the zone. We need to try. So we like said, let's gonna crash and let's try to fight. We saw them, but it happens. We made a better execution again. So that was the problem, and yeah, it happens.
It's just bad execution, and sometimes, honestly, for those of you watching at home, the level is so high, it's also just bad luck sometimes, and it depends on where the zone pulls, right? Finally, before I let you go, I just want to talk a little bit about you joining the desk earlier this week. You had a chat with Seven and the rest of the gang. You said that there's been quite a few strategies you guys are changing, some internal things you're changing as well, because this year hasn't exactly been the best year. Have you been implementing some of those things, and what's working, what's not working?
Yeah, we are trying. We did like many changes, but we are like still studying which one gonna work, which one not gonna work. We see that today, and we're gonna fix that for tomorrow and do better.
That's good. I mean, if there's any day to have not the best day, it's today. Revo, I really appreciate it. Best of luck to Alpha 7 Esports tomorrow, because they've got one more day of group stages to go. But don't go anywhere, because we're staying right here on the stage, and we're heading over to Kalaris with another interview.
That's right, thank you very much, Barney. Bow down to your South Korean overlords, all right? Because I've got Hyungbin here, as well as Maddox, to do the translations and ask a few questions about the whole day. So you didn't have the easiest of starts, but after those first 2 games, back-to-back chicken dinners, looking amazing in this last game as well. Between game 2 into game 3, was there any kind of discussion in the team or kind of change of pace that you might want to kind of talk to us about?
일단 현빈 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 사실 오늘 첫 2경기가 그렇게 순탄하진 않았는데 그래도 세 번째 매치부터 2연 치킨을 먹고 또 마지막 매치까지 또 2등을 하시면서 굉장히 또 좋은 마무리를 했습니다. 그래서 이 매치가 끝난 이후에 좀 어떤 점을 좀 얘기를 했고 좀 어떻게 분위기를 전환하셨는지 일단 궁금합니다.
일단 1, 2 매치가 잘 안 됐는데도 저희 팀은 분위기를 최대한 살리려고 좀 같이 텐션 높여가면서 했던 것 같고 저희 팀원들이 너무 잘해줘서 마지막 매치까지도 잘해서 점수 잘 먹은 것 같아요.
Yeah, even though we're like 1 or 2 points into the first 2 games, I mean, we're not down yet. I mean, we just try to bring our tensions up as much as possible. Like we just try to get spice up with everyone. So yeah, I mean, yeah, we try to be vibing, and we had a really good vibe from our team. So I think that went pretty well for us, and we had really good teammates. I think they lead me pretty well. So yeah, that led to really good results today.
Okay, and backstage, Maxman is your biggest fan, and I want to know, he believes that ever since you came onto the international scene as a young player, you've been unbelievably consistent with your performance. Is there any secret spice to that, or what do you think from your perspective?
사실 또 중계석에 있는 맥스맨 캐스터가 사실 현빈 선수의 또 굉장한 팬이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 또 현빈 선수가 또 어린 나이에 이렇게 국제 무대에 처음 와서 정말 지금까지 굉장히 또 꾸준한 모습을 보여주고 있는데 그 비결이 무엇인지 궁금합니다.
아직 제가 막 잘한다고 생각하는 선수가 아니라 또 잘하려고 노력하는 선수라 더 성장하는 것 같아요.
Well, honestly, I don't really feel that I'm really a good player. However, I'm trying to being good at it. So I think the consistency of keep trying and the continuity of being an effort player. So I think that's what makes me a really good player right now.
Staying humble and looking amazing whilst doing it. 감사합니다, Hyunbin. Thank you very much. And that does it down here on the stage.
Standing by.
Thank you, Calares and Barney, with those interviews. But we gotta talk about the records that are being broken here at Quirilla City Grid, because not only did we get a 29 elimination in the first game of Group B, we also got Vitality to outperform 4 Thrives from Group A. In Group A, in 2 days, 4 Thrives was able to get 107 points. Here today, Vitality was like, we can beat that in 1 day, because they ended up getting 108.
Blank was also checking in the background, checking out with their PMGO Season 1 performance for the side of 4 Thrives in the finals. Day 1 of finals, they got 82 points, blowing out the water. 2 records in 1 day from 4 Thrives, and Team Vitality make it happen. 108, absolute madness.
But not only that, 108 to 60.
That's right. Not only just that, look at the bigger gap that they even have to 5th place and 6th place. Tomorrow, Vitality is going to end up showing up, Lace, and be like, we can do whatever the heck we want.
What do we say? Don't hot drop on Vitality. I mean, you heard it on the desk there. But look, every single decision they made, every team that they encountered, they had the strategy and obviously the brute force to be able to do that. And plus, Axel, 23 kills, Razy, 18, and Razor on 17. They are your top kill leaders across the entire board, which is absolutely insane. So it's like all 3 players fighting for that MVP.
You remove their placement points, they're still number 1, by the way.
Yes.
they're still up
That's
there.
some good maths there.
Yeah, they got an 11-point difference right now, but really good to see Nongshim Red Force, Horror Esports, E-Arena, Godlike Esports also going to be up there, so it clearly is just a very SA and also South Asia focused right now on this overall leaderboards. But man, we were scared looking at Godlike a lot of today, right, Niptro? Like, okay, the hot drop is getting very scary. We had that one big hot drop happening in apartments with the side of Hustler Crew.
Yeah.
The planes were really good on Miramar. They couldn't really make it to La Cobreria. It goes to show the hot drops are just not it. Godlike Esport, they get into the late game. Boy, putting up a decent amount of eliminations, really, especially for a team that, unlike Orangutan, have never played globally before.
Yeah, no, I really, really like this. I mean, we've been talking so much about Team Vitality, Hora, E-Arena, all of those teams, that the teams that are actually doing very well and actually playing very normally for a group stage day 1, I mean, they've got 37 points. That's a decent amount of points for 6 games. So very excited to see what they've got coming into tomorrow, because it is looking really, really good so far.
It is. Well, unfortunately, looking at teams that were looking very good, they're on the first page, second page, and teams not looking really good, unfortunately. ETSH, 721 GS Esports, and Hustler Crew. Hustler Crew, I would say I was kind of expecting it, but 721 GS Esports, after what we saw in their previous events globally, I was like, okay, they've got some potential, maybe middle of the pack, but bottom 3, that is brutal.
It is brutal, and also for expectations for tomorrow, Lays. I mean, these squads need to start bringing it like some of the other squads were able to do it earlier in the day to get out those bottom 3.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously got to keep a very close eye on not only that top bubble, because yes, that's exciting, you get the cash money, but we got to watch that bottom 3, because obviously they may get their keys crushed. And ETSH Esports, dopeness, they need to have more presence in the lobby tomorrow. Most of the games with them being sort of caught out on their rotations or too early of a position. with the lack of utility. I also did see it a little bit from Wolves and TT, but I do kind of want to remove them out of that equation because obviously in that last game, they realized this gap in strategy and they were able to sort of get themselves some elimination. TT had 9 just from that alone. So this kind of presence that they shown in match 6 is something that we need to see from them moving into tomorrow to avoid that bottom 3.
As we ended up seeing Baton being one of those teams that I was actually talking about earlier, getting that pan headshot with the buggy. But let's take a look at the MVP for today, which is going to be no surprise than a Vitality player, and it's none other than Axel with those 23 eliminations, 3,800 damage.
I mean, we saw that, they have like 70 odd eliminations, right?
71, yeah.
71. To have 23 of those on your own, I mean, that's a very even, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, it's very even across the board. So out of 5, there's Sky in there. There he is, just popping in to say hey, but the rest of them are all from Vitality. I think that's kind of to be expected, but the damage coming off of every single one of these Vitality players is pretty insane, Max.
Can we rename this from top 5 players to just like, no, top Vitality players of the day? Because it's literally just all Vitality. Axel, Ray-Z, Ray-Zach, the Ray duo is there, and Federalis, and then Sky's like, photo bombing in the middle of the graphic. But Sky also had some really good time. We saw some strong finishes from Horror. So overall, what an insane day. I thought Group A was a group of death. Group B is a group of entertainment. What a day it was. It's a good time to be a PUBG Mobile Esports fan.
I mean, I kind of like to say that this lobby was 2 different lobbies in one. You have the top of the leaderboard that are just the ones that are absolutely honing everything, and then, you know, kind of a different story at the end there. But no, absolutely deserved from Vitality, and that was just proof that how well this squad all works together to be those top players. That means they are insanely cohesive, and can't believe they beat the score yesterday. I really can't. Like, that's... What's tomorrow gonna be?
Crazy.
In one day, and I'm hoping we usually have a situation where teams are in that position. They can either slow it down or they can just push that metal a little.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content.
So we ended up seeing, especially in the second page, Neptura, Alpha 7. What's going on with them?
Alpha 7, for me, I think the big thing for me that I noticed is they seem to be making these pushes, making these plays with no information whatsoever. Like, they made that push into game 6, right? Into STG's compound, and we're like, oh, there's a player over there, and there's a player over there, and oh no, we're gone. Like, there's no information. They don't seem to really know who is where, and that means that they can't do a darn thing when they start getting shot at. So for me, A7, they gotta work on that info scouting, gotta work on just making a little bit more of those moves to actually make sure they don't die easily.
Yeah, I do have to agree. I want to echo your point. I feel like it's a big issue of scouting. I want to take actually not to that last game, but actually the game of Rondo we had earlier today. It was them trying to go for Western rotate next to Stadium, and there's no scouting, and they just crash mid-rotation to a squad, and then it's a big skirmish happening out in the blue zone, and as it gets later, that blue zone tick damage starts to increase. So I would say right now the big issue is not really the fragging power, because, like, come on, we know they can bring it to the table. It's just a lack of information that in a lobby like this, you don't have information, you're going in blind, teams will shut that down instantly.
And we even heard on the interview from Revo too, they're still practicing stuff, they're still trying to figure out stuff. This would actually be a team that would benefit from going to survival stage, and I'm hoping that's going to be the case. Usually big Alpha 7 fan, but I call it out when a team is sucking, and that team right now is just not being able to hit my marks. One team that was able to hit my marks, and you guys were able to talk about it earlier, was none other than Godlike. I'm hoping Godlike is going to continue on that trend and stay away from those hot drops. But ladies and gentlemen, this does end up concluding day 1 of Group B of PMWC at EWC 26. From Lace, Maxman, Neptura, the 7WG, the Casters, production, everybody here. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of Group B. We'll be crushing some keys, we'll be sending teams to survival, and we'll be sending teams to the finals.